Good morning. Hey, everybody. Good morning. Waiting for court to open. Law and Crime just has the arraignment photo of our friend Melody Walker Ferris. She looks like an ornery cuss, doesn't she? How is everybody? Autocorrect sucks. I'm Patty Wilson. This is Patty's Playhouse, and we are waiting for the verdict. Don't know if it's today. Don't know if it's, well, they won't work on a weekend. We know that. As I sit here and judge everyone in Canton, Georgia. Anyway, it's really technically day 2 of the verdict watch because when the jury received their charges, aka jury instructions, on Thursday, they just went home. And then Friday, they got in at 9. Towards the afternoon, late in the afternoon, around 2:30, they had questions where they wanted replay of some of the audio phone calls. One call was between Rusty. It wasn't a call. It was audio recorded between Rusty Barton, who was Melody Ferris's lover, second lover that we know of. First one was Ted Wiley. And they wanted to hear Rusty speaking to the investigator Pope, which is, if you watch yesterday afternoon's court video, Pope is sitting in between the two prosecutors. And then there were 2 calls beyond that. It was between Rusty and Melody. And they were just kind of iterating that he was in the burn pile. So this poor man, Gary Farris, was murdered heinously. Not that every murder is not heinous, but he was shot. They believe inside the home. He got outside the home, and maybe he collapsed, maybe he died in the yard. We're not sure. And then she put him on the burn pile and let him roast overnight. During this time, somewhere at around 9 o'clock, she calls her boyfriend Rusty. And then at 2:20 in the morning, she says he's in the burn pile. Later that morning, this is July 4th morning now, she goes to Walmart and spends $450 with a credit card she had no access to, Gary Ferris's credit card, because he took the credit cards from her because she was openly cheating on him, and spent $450 on cleaning supplies. She thought she cleaned it up, but she didn't. Not everything was clean. Rusty tried to bait her on a recorded call. It was tapped on what's an app called Coolio, Collio, Collio. And the jury wanted to listen to that as well. Hopefully, if there are holdouts, they heard those 3 or 4 calls and they feel better about their decision to find her guilty. I have absolutely no question with her guilt, but I'm just sitting here in Tallahassee, Florida, with no say. So good morning, everyone. If you're new to what I do, I interact with the chat, and except when someone's testifying, I try not to do it then. I do keep the closed captions on. I gotta maybe shrink those down a bit. They're pretty big, but you may need them at home. I need closed captions when I watch because I'm not really always paying attention to the audio, and I read as it goes across. So Susan Hicks, good morning. Good morning, Susan. Hopefully you all had a lovely, I don't know where you are, if you have trick-or-treating on Halloween night. Where I come from originally, Pennsylvania, we had a scheduled trick-or-treat. They didn't do it Halloween night. But here in Tallahassee, Florida, it's a big deal. Halloween is a big deal here. Big deal. Good morning, Lorraine. Says, morning, Patty and chat. What are we going to do when this is over? Please don't say housework. I'm going to do schoolwork this weekend. I have most of it caught up because I don't like doing it all on a Sunday. Ugh. Hoping for a verdict by lunch. Be nice. Doris hopes it today. Rebecca says 14 watching, a 13 likes. That's very nice. I do have it open on Twitter as well. And that was due to our friend Murder by Maestro is his own channel, which is love. It's good. He's a tech guru. And my new camera should show up today, my new webcam, because I use StreamYard 98% of the time to publish a video. And now they allow 4K. But after seeing my 1080p video, I'm not quite sure about that. I don't know. It's starting to get a little bags under my eyes. Good morning, Claudia. Good morning, Rebecca. And thank you. Rebecca sent me a text this morning letting me know I wasn't doing anything wrong. That when you use an Apple iPhone, that was my research too, but I don't always trust me, that it's hard to join a channel. Not all channels are supported with iPhone. I'm sure you must be very large, to be that. And we're just a small microcosm in the 64 million channels on YouTube. Good morning, Joan. Good morning. Trying to find a cure. Bless your heart. Good morning. I'm hoping for a verdict today. Melody doesn't deserve to go home and sleep for the weekend. Yeah, it's starting to piss a couple people off. It's really starting to piss people off. So just a little ground rules. We do have people in the chat. I'm a big free speech believer, but trolls, you got to remove the trolls anyway, even though I think in 1 year, it's almost a year in next week that we've been doing this, I've blocked like 4 people. So blocking isn't a thing I enjoy doing at all. But the ground rules are you got to have some decorum and not pick a fight. People don't want to see that. And we do have great moderators, and they handle it. I don't have to. But but it's there's just social media decorum, and I just what the rules are and the terms of service for YouTube. But it's fun. I think it's fun. I think it's fun to chat with everybody. Yeah, Rebecca said, answer to why we can't put a membership on iPad. Purchasing memberships on iOS, which is Apple's operating system, is not available on all channels, but we're continuously rolling out the option. So they used to have the option, and then they took the option, and now they're rolling it back out. Good morning, Yank Canuck. How are you? Good morning, Michelle. Joe Jordan, good morning. Gosh, you get up early, Joe. Joe's out in California, man. He says his coffee pot is brewing. Patty Wilson is about to come on. Life is perfect. You're silly. Yes, Debbie, praying for your daughter today. She's getting an MRI. And if you've ever had an MRI and you're claustrophobic, it's hard. It's a challenge. It is very much a challenge. And the clang, and you try to I try to disassociate when I have one. Please don't let me. I had a CT scan recently of my heart, and I was like, let me just pretend I'm not in the room. It's so hard. Maybe your beep just ran out, Joe. Joe's beep doesn't work on his coffee pot. Maybe your beep just died. Maybe your beep died. Good morning, Roseanne. Good morning, Deb H, Doris, and Alana. Good morning. Georgia Peach, good morning. So yesterday afternoon, I don't know why it didn't dawn on me before, but I was like, Canton, Georgia. I said, I think I have a friend that lives there. I had a client here. She had already lived in Canton, but she sent her daughter to FSU. And they bought this sweet little house, which I helped them buy. And then there was an eminent domain on the house. So she made money on that. And then she sold the house, made money on that. So we talk occasionally. I'm like, I think she lives in Canton. And I looked it up, and she did. So I called her last night, and I was like, do you know this family? And she did. I said, I had to explain I was doing a YouTube and true crime, blah, blah, blah. She's like, which murder? She's She's an interior designer. And I told her it was a Ferris murder. She's like, I live a mile and a half from there. So she didn't really know much about the murder other than it was horrible. And she knew that Melody Ferris was casting blame on her son Scott, which is her second child. And that's really all she knew. But it was fun to talk to her again. Good morning from Edmonton, Alberta. What's the temperature, Cindy, in Edmonton? Doris had fun last night. Good. Renee says, I hope the verdict comes in while we're all together. We've been here throughout the trial. Justice for G. I know. So I was reading chat on another crime, Debbie says, and someone thought Melody went out on the terrace and saw Gary at the pile and shot him there, except there's blood in the house and a bullet. There was blood in the house, significant amount, and a bullet. Colorado in the house. Good morning. I bet it's gorgeous there today. Joe's coffee's piping hot, even if his beep doesn't work. So guess what? Hurricane Patty is still brewing. They don't think it's going to be powerful. Bless it. They think the Gulf of Mexico is cooling, so I should be a tame hurricane. Good morning, Mad Wabbit. Everyone, is the day. You think all 4 kids will be in the courtroom? I do not think all 4 kids will be in the courtroom. I think 3 would be in the courtroom. I think 1 is absolutely devastated. And I think I was rewatching some of Amanda. That's the 4th child. And the one who stuck by Melody. And I think I was actively watching someone have a nervous breakdown on the stand when she realized she didn't know everything that her mother had implied to her. And this girl really likes to keep her head in the sand. She really has a lot of self-protection. And I felt like I was watching someone have an open nervous breakdown right on the stand. It's hard to watch. Yeah, she was surprised he was burned as much. It wasn't supposed to be like that. You set someone alit. You let him roast overnight. He's in the burn pile. 2:20 in the morning. Debbie says again, yes, it seems a jury. It's not really about how he gets there. It's about who did it. And there is only one choice other than Scott helping. M is a cold-hearted Sicola murderer. It's so funny on my side to read what people write out loud. So funny to me. I don't know why I get so tickled by it, but I do. Did you ever watch on, I guess, whatever late night show? It's like mean text to celebrities and they read them out loud. I think it's hilarious. Gretchen, I wonder why the only child to stick by Melody wouldn't be there. Melody I mean, you know how we all have stages in our young family life? We're talking about Amanda here, where our family goes from like maybe 3 people to 4. That's Amanda. Without saying something, I'm saying something. So her doctor may have advised her to not be somewhere where it's super stressful. Can we all get it? Can we all infer? Maybe she knows, I said, if the Adelson trial comes back up, I'm not going to sit in the jury room because my face can't control itself. Maybe she knew she couldn't control herself in the gallery, and you have to be able to control yourself. Even Emily was so emotional. I was surprised the judge didn't say something. Patty cake bakers, man. I know, I miss those days when I was just patty cake before I was older. Yeah, Rebecca, she can't bear to hear it. You were literally watching a nervous breakdown. I was just watching her shoulders just go like this, just the weight of what she was hearing and seeing. It was completely, golly, just go hug your kids. That's all I felt like at the end of the time. Top of the morning to you, Joe. Enjoy your coffee. Hello, Shelly F. and Alana. I already said hi. Janine, good morning. Will today be the day of the verdict from your text to God's ears? I hope so. Ingram's page. Good morning. Happy Friday. Yes. I always think happy Friday. Even though I'm a real estate agent, we work all the time. It's still happy Friday. Court TV truck pulled up a couple minutes ago. Well, aren't they late? It's like they're late to the show. Eat with candy. I know it's just my opinion, but it seems like the judge in the courtroom seems like they're not taking this seriously and laughing. You know, I don't know, but I can't disagree with you. It's very odd to me. It's very odd. Patty, your hair is fluffy. It is. It is. It's all about the humidity levels, right? My top today is from Dillard's, Ralph Lauren. So they finally came. I have the green and the white. I mean, I have the black and the white, and they finally came up with the green. No trick-or-treaters anymore. They go to churches for trunk or treat. I think next year I'm going to plan to do a trunk or treat in this parking lot because no one comes to my house and I don't get to see the kids or do anything really. So I think I would like to have a trunk or treat before uh, Halloween next year and get an ice cream truck. We have an ice cream, Mrs. P's ice cream truck. I think that would be fun. Good morning, Debbie Gibby and Linda. Today is the day. Thinking positive, Claudia. You're always thinking positive. Hi, BS. Always thinking positive. Good morning, Sandra Key. Looking forward to a decision today. I think we're so people that follow like on Court TV or Law and Crime or whatever channel you use. We're spoiled with the quick verdicts. I do sound like I'm doing Romper Room, but I was on Romper Room when I was 5 years old, and my Romper Room teacher was Ms. Marcia, rest her soul. So I think that's one reason why I like it so much. Shannon wants the jury. We all want the jury. Hey, Joan, thank you for helping me. Tracy Riley. That's a great positive name. How can you say a name like Tracy Riley without smiling? Like, it's such a happy name. Are you looking into covering another trial? Yes, a few people have sent me opportunities. They have. Georgia is not on Central Time. Sorry, J-Man. It's not on Central Time. Good morning, Shelley. I can't wait for the verdict. I bet the family can't. Tally French, the great name. Patty, the next hurricane is Patty. This is one to watch out for. And it's Patty with a Y. We already, like most Patties that I knew growing up, there were 3 in my class, were I's. I was the Y, Patty with an I. There was another Patty with an I. And then there was a Patrice, which I love the name Patrice. Good morning, Cannon. Most. Good morning. Jackie King, good morning. Hi from the sky. Leslie got her Southwest internet. I hope you have fun. I hope you have fun. Just saying that I really don't want to fly to Vegas because I don't like jet lag. But I thought, oh, maybe I'll go to Biloxi. Take a girlfriend to Biloxi. Good morning, Daniel. Chat and nail biting, waiting for the verdict. Love from South Africa. What's your weather like today, Daniel? Roseanne says, if we follow another trial, gavel to gavel, I have to quit real life and commit to the trial. I think so. Thank you, Alana. She says she loves reading chat on here. Great community of people. Thank you so much. I think so too. I think it's really evolved into, I don't know. I don't even have a word for it anymore. I used to think it was like an AOL chat room, but it's so much bigger than that. Good morning from Germany, Marion Newhouse. There's quite a few Germans in this mix. Wesley loves Oktoberfest, lives near the courthouse. He's like a few miles away, I guess. And Beach Bum is in the courthouse. Beach Bum, our own Beach Bum's coming to the courthouse. Your doctor gives you 2 Xanax for an open MRI. Sleep right through it. Well, you have a nice doctor, Gretchen. You think, Rebecca, that Melody was, when she went to the grocery, she was making a 3-bean salad? Interesting. Your beeps on your coffee pot. It's so funny. I don't wait for my coffee pot to beep. I just am kind of standing there. Debbie's having some work done. Debbie Gibby's getting some work done on her house. She lives in Canada. I have 4 guys here already. I think my deck might get done today, but it was 80 degrees and 40-mile-an-hour winds. And today it's 48 degrees. God. It's like here. We start off at like 58 degrees right now, and then it ends up at 90. It should really cool down, though. This is getting ridiculous. What was I going to... Oh, the weather. Yeah, it's 61 today. It's supposed to be a high 84. It is beautiful out. It's fresh. -2 Celsius. 70. It's 70 in Kissimmee. Feels like fall. I like it right now. Lee G, good morning. Lee says, I think she shot him in the house and he tried to escape. Then she shot him again and rolled him into the burn pile. That's what I think. I think she used farm equipment because that's why it was moved. Good morning, Bernadine. That's a name you don't hear all the time. I had to go through 3 MRI scans on my long hospital stay within 10 days. Just had spinal nerve blockage surgery. Goodness gracious. Bless your heart. Helen, good morning from Singapore. Wow, or good evening. You're 9 p.m. in Singapore. You've already had today. How was today, Helen? How was it? Oh, hey, Frenchie, good morning. Happy Friday. And Michelle, hi. We do need the rain. I had to put a sign in the ground yesterday. It was brutal. I have absolutely no upper body strength. So I had to like get this mallet out. And I'm hitting the mallet so hard it was breaking the frame and it was a mess. But I fixed it. Good morning, Tally French. Brady thinks the verdict will be today as jurors don't want to come back Monday or deliberate over the weekend. Unlikely with his judge. Yeah, he's not working over the weekend. Eat with Candy. Sorry, listening to her and her mother, I don't feel that way anymore about Amanda. She's a twin of her mother. So Eric Lieber is another one of our very witty, very quick. Well, butter my backside and call me a biscuit. Still no verdict. It's only 9:0. I mean, they must be in verdicting. They must be in deliberate verdicting. I mean, I make up words, a lot of them. So they're in verdicting right now. It's 9:14. This judge doesn't like we're so used I'm used to like an Everett or a Wheeler or Hankinson here in Leon County, Florida, where they come out and they remind the jury and it's on camera and a real camera, like not in camera without a camera when they're just the judge in the chamber, but on camera. And they're like, we're discharging you back to the jury room to remind you again, blah, blah, blah. It's a great lesson for all of us here. He doesn't do that. He just sends them back. So I'm sure they're in the deliberation room, just not in front of us. Turquoise Kitten says Gary Ferris can't even die correctly, according to Melody. So what we've come up with him being in the burn pile and his body being burned beyond recognition is that she was wanting the life insurance. And she forgot there was a bullet in the side. And she didn't think he should have been burned as badly as he was. It shouldn't have been as burned, I think was her words. And life insurance would have been difficult to get. And it was. And he went from around 300 pounds to 30 pounds. That's how badly he was burned. Good morning, Lynn Morton from Montreal, Canada. Do you speak French, Lynn? I'm sure you do. How could you not, living there? Morning, Taterbug. Good morning, Gladys Kravitz. If you don't know, that's the nosy neighbor from Bewitched. It's a great name. Angela Whittick, June 22nd, 19, in a jail call from Melody to Rusty. Rusty asked, did Amanda and Chad tell you all? All was a code word between Rusty and Melody Farris. Sandra Key, having had the best mother, it is hard to imagine there are other mothers like that out there. Pray for our children. You mean unfit and wicked? Yeah. I think Amanda can't face her siblings. I know. I don't think she can face people right now. That is what I would say, Turquoise. Biscuits in the oven. Don't you have lovely hair? I'm looking at your icon. You have lovely hair. Patty, she doesn't want a miscarriage of justice. Absolutely. Debbie Gibby said, so hard for the kids to not cry. No way could I kick her out if I was a judge. Well, you haven't been in Judge Everett's courtroom. No emotion. Even Klainek in Sarah Boone, you know, that the mother of George Torres last week's trial was Sarah Boone. Boozy Boone, Suitcase Sarah, just crazy ass woman. She the mother was sitting there, and I don't believe from other chats that she had ever seen the video of George in the suitcase. And when it was replayed, she had to get up and leave. And then of course Owens, who was Sarah Boone's attorney by his own choosing, so I don't feel sorry for him. I did for like 5 minutes. He lost his shizzle on the judge saying that the family had sabotaged and he wanted a mistrial because they got up and walked out. But I know with Charlie Adelson trial last year, which was going on at this time, by the way, was when the autopsy photos of Dan Markel came out. There were a couple times Ruth Markel, who's Dan's mother, got up and walked out quietly. I mean, she didn't make a scene, but she did get up and leave. Pins and Needles says the children, there's 4 children in the Ferris family, 2 boys older, 2 girls. She says the children need one another and I hope they reunite. Eric says she wants to avoid the diaphragm of fate. Susan. So if you haven't watched the entire trial, which I haven't, I had to break for work. So I've let the chat up while I had to work. But she, 58-year-old Melody Farris, at the time of the murder, she was 58, 59 when she was arrested. She had a diaphragm in her purse. She's 58. And then she said it was her friend Sherry's diaphragm. She has no problem blaming other people for her bad decisions. Orly believes it's self-preservation. I know. And she does have it. I mean, they all have young children, but I guess you all have to make decisions of where you can go and where you can be. Brady says, Amanda, acceptance is so very hard when your mother has burned her father and question, was he dead when he went on the burn pile? I would have a hard time with those horrid facts. I commend Scott and Chris for taking all the jabs that their mother has thrown at them. And Emily, if she'd lived around the area, she would have gotten it too. But she lived in Tennessee. She lives in Tennessee. But taking all those jabs and allowing law enforcement and the court system to prevail one way or the other is a lot of strength that I don't know if I have. Good morning, Lori from Silver City, Texas. Where's Silver City? Sometimes you think it was Scott, except Scott has a firm alibi. He was with a friend. It's on camera. His phones were never near the area. She's the one who called him back. No. He wasn't in the house at 2:20 in the morning when she said he was on the burn pile. Like, it's just... Melody reminds me of Lori Vallow accusing her daughter, Tylee, of unaliving JJ and then herself. Lori is sick and should have got the day. Oh, absolutely. I have no problem with the death penalty. Sorry. None. And it shouldn't take 24 years to do it. It's ridiculous. Based on that playback to the jurors yesterday, I think we're close to a verdict. Looks like they were just looking for context. I listened to it again overnight. Rusty should... even if just to F with him, he should be arrested. Just for fun. Can somebody tell me what day of the trial the diaphragm was brought up? I can. I think I can. If somebody hasn't answered it. Hold on 1 second. I have to go back to my YouTube content, because I used the diaphragm the next day in the graphic I made. Diaphragm day was so funny to me. Day 12. Day 12 was diaphragm day. Good morning, Rosemary. Good to see you. Good morning, Ashley. Have you been on her son's channel? He posted recently a call he had with her. Which son? Which son, Debbie? Rebecca says the disgraced Tally Mayer once said he had no power to change the day of Halloween. You have power to change the day people walk, but it is a tradition here to do it on 10/31. But where I come from, there's a lot of little tiny governments. So we have boroughs, villages, townships, blah, 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 blah. And those little tiny governments, which is why it's so expensive to live in a place like Pennsylvania, they make the decision about when trick or treat is. The 2 says, after Amanda testified, she most likely watched the trial from start to end. She's shocked, embarrassed, and afraid. Well, she should be. Sandra Key says, I tend to prepare myself for the worst. In this case, it would be acquittal. So when it's guilty plea, I will be happy. Good morning, Krista. Hold on one second. I have a text from a tenant. I have to go out today and look for one. If you see one on Facebook Marketplace that you like, could you let me know? I tend to prepare myself. Did anyone think the verdict would be this long? I didn't. But it's really not long. I mean, we're 6-7 hours into it. It's really not long because they didn't deliberate the first day, which was Thursday. Wednesday, Wednesday they didn't deliberate. I mean, I couldn't believe he sent him home and let him go home. And then Thursday, they get in at 9, leave at 4. They had lunch. They re-listened to some audio, which is good. No, I didn't think it would take this long. No, I didn't. 2 says, I don't want a quick verdict. I want a guilty verdict. Good for you. Our clocks go back Saturday night. Ugh, I wish the madness would end. This is going back and forth enough. So Florida, the legislature voted several years ago that we would stick to daylight savings time, which is the time we're about to enter. And it has to go before the Department of Transportation in the the Federal Department of Transportation. We may not have known. I shouldn't say, Federal Department of Transportation. And we're still waiting. We're still waiting. I think there's only one state, Arizona, that does not change now. I think Indiana went to changing. It's ridiculous. I love the fallback time, though. I mean, I'm going to sleep like a babe. The only time I like humidity is with cigars. I used to smoke the specialty tobacco, and I smoke now. Moisture content's crucial to a good, satisfying smoke. So when I leave the beautiful and free state of Florida and drive to Pennsylvania or fly, I immediately have a nosebleed and chapped lips because there's no humidity. And my hair falls. It's crazy. Leela Jade, how are you? Brady Star says, I agree. This is the very best chat. Our Patty, outstanding. Oh, thank you very much. Linda hates the darkness, but with it comes cooler weather. It's so lush. I think I'm addicted to this chat. What's next? I can't quit you. Everyone in the chat seems to get along. I agree. People respect me. Thank you. I mean, I do want people to have a voice, but there is decorum. Even I have to have it. Thank you. Well, my glasses are very comfortable. I barely know they're on. And thank you very much about my hair. I appreciate it. Rob lives in Cleveland, Georgia. No one move fast. We are laid back, conservative, and take laws seriously. Well, that's good news. Lori Keith, you've mentioned before how you would expect to hear responses. I do talk back. Husband asks, who are you talking to? I say, Patty and my peeps. And no doubt husband is ready to have me committed. So how this all started in the back in November of last year was I was doing this and not reading all the posts. And I would just kind of read over it, but I wouldn't say who read it or what the name was or anything. So my girlfriend, she's in here as Lala. She said, Patty, I'm trying to listen to you while I'm at work. Could you please read the posts and give the name? And I was like, okay. And so that's how it started. It's all about Lala. She said that. And it makes sense if you're going to be here and you're going to listen without video, that you understand what is happening, just like we do on the radio. So it works very well. I have a radio show and I have a partner on the radio show with me. So we're always bantering and I expect communication. I don't have it. I talk to myself in a webcam. The call, like Lauren, Lauren Bacall. I really think we'll get a verdict today. Girlfriend looked nervous, and when they played that call again for the jury, she looks sick, right? She looks super, super sick. What time for the jury to meander in? They meandered in at 9. Beach Bum, are you there? Oh, Wesley's on his way to court. Had a few loose ends to tie up. I'll be there soon with Beach Bum and EB. So we will have 3 subscribers in the courthouse, which is amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Tater is old school. You use a percolator? Whoa. My kids use a French press. Can you buy a percolator? Can you even buy one? Debbie hates heat and humidity. I want fall, 12 years. Oh, well, I love spring. Spring in Tallahassee is the most beautiful. Fall here is ugly, but it is lush weather. You use a percolator. I need a logo. Well, my logo's in the upper right-hand corner or a sign behind me. A lot of times Scott will put artwork out here, but all of our artwork is in houses. This is my real estate sign right here. Can't really see. If I walked in with a big ass Patty's Playhouse logo on here, I think he'd lose his shit. He's so forgiving of this Patty's Playhouse stuff, but Scott likes his artwork. So has anyone heard, is there no jury questions at all? Oh, Ashley, you weren't on yesterday. You should go back and listen to yesterday afternoon around 2:30 on. There were jury questions and they re-listened to the audio of trial. "41 Fahrenheit in Alberta." That is perfect. As long as there's no snow and ice, I'm a happy girl. That's perfect. Roseanne had no work accomplished last week. You're a percolator girl too? Damn. I didn't know you could buy. Can you buy a percolator? That's what my parents used, obviously. You can buy a percolator. I should get one and try it. I wonder if it would taste more like my mom's coffee. You know what I mean? It's your mother's coffee. Mm. Hold on. Everything I just said, I did talk to text to someone. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. I hate when I do that. I mean, that's a lot. That is a lot of cutting. Hold on one second. You already purchased it and it's delivered? Question mark. I have a tenant who needs a new refrigerator, and I don't want her to go the weekend without one. So I think she found one. Okay. That's fine. Go ahead with that. Just send me a picture of it if you don't mind. Save me a trip out. I appreciate it. Your grandmother. I remember my grandmother's percolator and the coffee was amazing. Now I need a percolator. I know. I think I'm going to get one. Like, I got the Amazon points right now. Nobody has patience for a percolator. I got to go back. I got to go back here because I'm missing the percolator conversation. We're about to rewind and rewatch and re-listen to calls. They don't have that luxury because they're on jury duty. The chat jumped and I'm lost now. Damn, it jumped. Could they still arrest Rusty? Yeah, I think so. I think they could. The call says Amanda and Chad. Amanda is Melody's fourth child and the one who's stuck by her, and Chad is her husband. Joe says, I got to wondering how many jobs Scott Ferris had after his dad was murdered and burned in the pile, and just for shit and giggles, I was going to count how many times Scott used the phrase, Ugh. Okay, I'm back to where I can go. Judge got bent in Boone trial when somebody's cell phone went off during charges hearing, told him to get out now. That's the way Everett was. If you recall, Ruth Markel, who's Dan Markel's mother, her watch went off when I was in the courtroom and he told her to leave. And then Georgia Kappelman, the state prosecutor and defense had to come to her aid. I mean, he was serious. They let Thug out last night. He has to leave the greater Atlanta area. So the young Thug trial took a plea deal. He got 15 years probation. And if he doesn't behave himself, he'll have 40 years in prison. Born Free 50. Good morning. I watched it all and she's guilty. Earth Girl's laughing, diaphragm at 58 years old. Come on. And then it gets better. Diaphragm lady goes, it was for menstruation. It's not a menstruation cup, okay? A menstruation cup, if you want to Google it, do it, is very different from a diaphragm. And this was a diaphragm, not a menstruation cup. These murderers or alleged murderers absolutely believe that everyone around them is a stupid moron and that what they say is just because they say it will be taken for the truth. Doris says, concerning the Delphi case, I believe Rick is innocent and has been tortured into giving false confessions. Oh, well, I don't. He said he was there. He was the only one there that fit the personality type, the body type. We'll see what happens on that trial because that one's crazy land. I missed the moment the judge got emotional. What was that about? What day was it? It was the day of the charges. So that was Wednesday. And he got emotional talking about, was it that day or the day before? I think it was the day before, Tuesday. He got emotional talking about another lawyer being sworn in and that he was complimenting the prosecution, the defense attorneys, everyone in the room, the jury. He was just complimenting. Chris says, I hope Amanda and Emily, the two girls, will find help for PTSD and any other hurt they would have. My heart goes out to them. Debbie says, Melody was holding a friend's diaphragm because that happens all the time in your frickin' 50s. Because Sherry, her friend who said she was holding her diaphragm, was also going through a divorce at the time and obviously having another relationship that the husband was just going to go through her purse and look for a diaphragm. In a jail call, well, let me check something here. In a jail call from Melody to Rusty, Melody says to Rusty, remember, I'm innocent until proven guilty, meaning while Rusty disconnected. Let me read that again. Angela says, June 26, 2018, in a jail call from Melody to Rusty, Melody is on the phone with Rusty and says to him, remember, I'm innocent until proven guilty. Then the phone was disconnected. You're only innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. You're not innocent until proven guilty among the population. I mean, anyone can have an opinion. Ozzy says, I am going to keep chatting with you. I'm not sure what Melody wouldn't have taken pleasure in knowing Gary was alive when he was on the burn pile. She wanted him to suffer. I just can't imagine even thinking like that. Silver City is 60 miles outside of Dallas, small farm town in Navarro County. That's where Lori's from. And how does that come up in a conversation? By the way, would you mind keeping my diaphragm in your purse? And what about when Sherry needed the diaphragm? Maybe she was a spontaneous girl in a spontaneous relationship. It takes time to pop a diaphragm in with some spermicidal jelly, if you recall when you were 30. I mean, this is nuts. Chris says, pretty Patty, good to have you this morning. Looks good as always. Trunk or treat is fun. We always have a local band there and a costume. That is a good idea. Thank you, Chris. I'm sure I could get a band to comp some time for me. Didn't Scott or Chris say the reason that their father bought that land and that farm was to buy horses for Melody? Melody left Gary for Ted, who had horses. Yes. She just didn't like Gary, but she liked his money. She wanted the money and not Gary. She didn't like him. I would arrest Rusty too, just to see the look on his face. I would too, just for fun. Tax dollars at work. The diaphragm day was the best, the two says. I belly laughed uncontrollably. I was busy working, doing things. And then when the diaphragm I was like, what? What was said? Sherry, yeah. So it's day 12. You got to go back. Diaphragm day. Law and crime poll is 62% guilty. Let me put a poll up just for us. So the poll is up. If Rusty was arrested when Melody was, he would have spilled his guts. The man has no balls. Absolutely. Rusty will soul himself if he is arrested. That's a good way to put it. Soul himself. Looking for Hurricane Patty. What a storm. I hope not. Apparently, it's pretty weak. Good morning, M. Cass from St. Louis. That's a great town. Rusty knew for sure he was an a-hole that played all sides with dumb women, thinking he's a man. He just couldn't give up his Melody, could he? Prosecution. Do you love Melody, Harris? I don't know. It's either yes or no, dude. There is no I don't know. You're 71. So in my research, I figured out. So Rusty Barton was Melody Ferris's, at least second boyfriend. There could have been more. And his primary girlfriend, the one he was living with, Christine, emailed Gary Ferris and said, your wife's cheating with my boyfriend and has been for a couple of years, and I'm livid. So when Rusty's on the stand, if you go back and rewatch Rusty Barton's prosecution, like when he was being his testimony by the prosecution, he said that at the time he talked about having a gun, and he said, I was living with my daughter and she didn't like guns. So my guess is, based on the timeline, Christine kicked him out for screwing, or as Melody says, fucking, and kicked him out, so he had to move in with his daughter. Good morning, Babs. Wow, Melody's diaphragm fit in a pocketbook. I think it is big as a trampoline. The whole trial could be explained in 15 minutes with a pair of handcuffs on Rusty. I agree. Court TV says deliberations underway, but no time clock. So somebody asked me, Patty, can you put a time clock on your video? I'm like, I could, but I don't know how. So maybe one day I'll have it. I was like, how do you do that? Click, click, click. Joan says, I'm hoping it's today. We all are, even though it's fun to supposition this verdict, if that's the right grammar. Starter villain, I found you the other day. I'm enjoying your content immensely. I didn't think there would be a verdict until Friday evening. Starter villain, well, welcome. M is the type, Melody, is the type who would blame the good Lord for the murder if she could. We are able to rewind and rewatch and re-listen to calls. They don't have that luxury because they're on jury duty. True. I think so too, Christine, when I heard that yesterday. Christine Hale says, I definitely think now that I've heard it a couple times, she was talking about the goat, that Melody Ferris stuck the gun up to his skin and shot because of the reference to asking if it could have been to make a sound. That was probably the outside shot, not the inside shot. Hit that like button. Thank you, Rebecca. Rebecca's one of my original people. Rebecca, you're not a mod anymore? Weren't you a mod? I have a friend who, when she plans a trip, Chris says, they have a major storm catastrophe the day she plans to leave. I plan to go to NOLA. 2005 didn't go. Same for Florida. Yeah, because of Katrina. My husband decided long ago that trying to hold an ex accountable. Oh, yes, Gretchen. Gretchen has suffered, and her husband has suffered. My husband decided long ago that trying to hold his ex accountable for their children's death burned. The children were burned. Was not an option because sitting through a trial with no guarantee of guilt is too difficult. The poor families. So Gretchen's husband lost his 3 children. It's just horrible. Rebecca prefers standard time. The judge and jury is not serious about this, making court look like a silly daycare for elderly jurors. Next time will be nap time. Where are the sandwiches? Same situation in California. We voted it out every year. We fall back. Crazy. We were talking about the change in the time. Fall back on Sunday. Some states. Well, I think Arizona is the only state that doesn't have it. In Colorado, they need 4 surrounding states to agree to no time change, then to courts. It's hard here because as soon as you leave Gadsden County, which is to our west, and then you hit Jackson County, that's Central Time. Born Free says they have plenty of humidity. This is the best chat. Thank you. Thank you, Tater. Are they still trying to get rid of daylight savings time? Moorhead is about 30s in the AM to 50s. Very nice. Rebecca says, my aunt murdered my uncle. My dad did not support her going to prison. Didn't think it'd bring his brother back. Was the aunt the sister or the sister-in-law? Rebecca. Good morning, No Way. How are you? What day is this in Mexico? It's the day of the what do they call it? I have a friend who's an expat, lives in San Miguel. He's a tour guide. It's like the day of so Mexico does it. So if you're buried in Mexico, people have to pay a tax to keep your body in the ground. Otherwise, they dump it. Just resell that plot. Renee says they should at least allow jury people to rewatch trial at night so they can process testimony and evidence. They need to give them the option in courthouse. Happy Friday for sure. Going to make lefsa with granddaughter this weekend. They are Norwegian and I am Finnish. And I got to look up lefsa. Oh, it's a potato recipe, flatbread. Well, that looks good. Potatoes, cream, butter, salt, sugar, and flour to make flat rounds, which are browned like a tortilla. Do you put anything on it? 5 pounds of potatoes makes 40 lefse. Is it hard to? I have so many questions. You need full fat. This is lefse. Let me show you. Because Lord knows we're not getting a verdict right now. Just not. No verdict for you. This is lefse. Oh my God. Rolled out hundreds of pounds of potatoes, perfecting the lefse recipe for 20 years. High-fat dairy, a good rolling setup, a stick, and a potato ricer. That looks delicious. How long does it take to make, Chris? 5 pounds of potatoes, 1 stick of butter. Fill a kettle, wash the potatoes, boil until they're soft and test it with a fork. Drain the water, allow potatoes to cool. Dice. Rice the potatoes while they're still warm. Melt 1 stick of butter. Put the pan in the fridge overnight. Roll and cook. Five pounds of rice should net you 10 cups lightly packed. Salt, flour. Oh my God. Blend the rice, potatoes, sugar, flour, salt, and heavy cream until well integrated. Put patties, preheat, preparing your rolling surface. How to roll and grill. Well, that freaking looks amazing. I love that you read our chats. Thank you, Tater. Thank you. Chris, that's nice. Says Eric, you're a light in a dark tunnel. So funny. Thanks for being you. It makes her day. I am so happy the jury did ask for the calls. I think so too. I mean, it gives us some sort of like progress that they're actually in there talking to each other. Kitties, appreciate you. And this is a great chat. I have grandkids in the afternoon, may not be able to chat as much, but listening. Well, that's good luck. I mean, not good luck. Good for you having your grandchildren. You have an electric percolator, your mom's. See what I'm saying, Eric? That's sweet of you. We were talking about lefse. I hope I said it right. Yes, ma'am. It's the best. A percolator on Amazon. I even have a small one for travel. Damn, I didn't know. I mean, I didn't even know you could buy one still. Rosemary says, I think I'm nuts too. Keith he likes Patty very much. Thinks she's interesting. And he will watch Patty with me when he's on break. He won't give me his 2 cents. That's so funny. I was surprised last Friday. I was out smoking cigars. And I was smoking cigars at Jerry's Cigars here in Tallahassee. And I owed a dinner to someone. So we went to Emerald Garden and I walked in and there was this name named Scott. And he's like, Patty's Playhouse. You're Patty. And I was like, yes, I am. And often I always think it's the radio Patty, that version of what I do. And I was like, well, do you watch the radio? I mean, do you listen to the radio or do you watch it on Facebook? And he said, no, it's YouTube. And I was like, get out. And he's like, yeah. And he said he's been watching from the beginning. It was so nice. And then he helped me was fortuitous for me. He's a general contractor, so I have big issues with my home after the tornadoes that occurred in May, and he helped me calm me down. So big shout out to Scott. That was very nice of him. Dana's a percolator fan too. Tally French, spring in Tallahassee is beautiful except for the pollen. Yeah, we have all those trees. It's rough. Farberware percolator on Amazon. Good morning, Patty and chat. Enjoying coffee and Snickers. Well, that is a breakfast for champions. Patty, you need a movable screen behind you. What do you mean? Oh, you mean like a rise and a run. So I have one of those like rise and the run things that I could put behind me. Like a banner thing, but we take that to events. Remember, lots of Law and Crime has lots of trolls and skews the results. Oh, well, that's probably true because they have, how many people do they have watching them? Let me put my vote in here. They have almost 6,000 votes right now, and they have 3,500 watching. Oh, we should take a poll. Who still uses a percolator? My grandma used a glass Pyrex percolator. Interesting. How is Pisano's? Was lush. So I had the opportunity. They invited me to come to their soft opening. And the reason being is I have a large Facebook group. It's large for Tallahassee. It's not large in Facebook world, but it's large for here. And so they invited me so I would give positive feedback. And it was good. It's a local chain, like Florida chain. And they have 13 now, I believe. And it's stone fire pizza and it's good. They make their rolls. So their rolls, they come out, they're complimentary. A lot of time you'll get like what's called a garlic knot, where it's like garlic and butter and herbs. No. They bring this light yeasty bit of heaven out, very light in the center, a little crust on the outside, and then Italian dressing. Some sort of Italian dressing thing, deliciousness that I could take with a straw. I was like, that is the most clever thing. And the roll is so kind of crusty on the outside that it doesn't make the inside soggy. It's amazing. And then the pizza is very good. My husband loves the lasagna. It was a nice night. It wasn't busy inside. It was nice. Your mom used a glass percolator. My mom used a metal one. Farmer Warehouse percolator on Amazon. Let me open. Farmer Warehouse percolator. Farmer Warehouse? I don't see one. Do you mean Farberware? Do you mean Farberware? Day of the Dead. That's what it is. Thank you, Joe. I can't believe you guys have percolators. That's amazing. Young people don't even know what a percolator is. I just remember my mom's coffee and it was delicious. And I've never been able to do it. I don't like Keurigs. I don't like that. But I did buy an espresso Virtuo version, and it's the capsules. It's the like wide, like half shallow pod thing. And for espresso with my protein shake, and that's good. How long does it? I don't remember. So how long does it take to percolate a cup of coffee? Tally French says, Always said if the temperature, you're making me drool. Always said if the temperature is lower than my age, it's cold. I hate my cups one. In the old days, the water would keep going through the grinds. A few manufacturers will still produce a percolator. I like it because the coffee is richer. The water continues to run through rather than just once as a drip coffee. That's the difference. I had no idea. Watch the coffee perk, hear the glass top clinking, grinds in the bottom. Perfect. This is awesome. This is the kind of my mom's look kind of, I mean, no, she had the glass top. I'm trying to see if I can find one that looked like hers. She had the glass top with the grinds in the bottom. I have a kettle here, but that's all I have for tea. Damn, this is awesome. I forgot all about it. I remember my grandmother's percolator and the coffee was amazing. Now I need a percolator. I know. Does anyone drink French press coffee or Nespresso? My daughter uses my three children. I definitely too do French press. Nothing better than a perk full hot coffee. I might do that here in the office because I can just store it in the. So, what brand would you recommend if you're going to buy one? You're saying the grinds are should be in the bottom or the top? I think they're in the top, right? Percolator. It's a glass knob, is what they say. There's a stovetop percolator. God, that would take forever. That's old school. Interesting. I'm gonna have to look at this. So if you just joined us, I'm Patty. This is Patty's Playhouse. And during times like this, when there's really no trial going on or there's sidebars, it can be anything. The other day it was black Russian cake. It's been it could be anything that we end up talking about. Really. Literally anything. So now we're on to Farberware. Farberware is the best, used every day. Everyone loves a coffee. Grind your own beans, which is so easy now. I did buy when I bought my Nespresso Virtuo, it came with a milk frother. It's nice. My son will answer my texts in the shower talking to his watch. I know you can put your watch in the shower, but it just my BFF bought a percolator a few years ago, but I wouldn't have any idea what to do with one. I think you just fill the top and put the coffee in the top and go for it. Is there any life in the burn pile trial? They are deliberating. Lori says French press coffee is the best. In my opinion, never made my own. Sister-in-law makes it for me when I visit them in Austin. So I just take a caffeine pill each AM instead of a cup of coffee. Percolators only take 3 minutes, maybe. Well, that's nice. I mean, I just turn on my coffee pot or even I only have an espresso now. I had a Ninja, but I got rid of it. I couldn't get it clean enough. Like the coffee just kept tasting worse. And I buy good coffee, and it just was, well, I didn't like it, so I got rid of it. My grandparents, Irish, would boil water with coffee grounds and eggs in the shell all together. So my first father-in-law, I didn't know my second father-in-law, but my first father-in-law was military, and he would boil water. He was old, like World War II military, with coffee grounds and eggs in the shell. And I forgot all about that. I'm getting a percolator now for Thanksgiving. That's cute. Please do a poll. The percolator is electric that I've done in 3 to 4 minutes. Please do a poll. I can only have one poll at a time. Let me see what the other poll is. I mean, did anyone answer this poll we have going? Did that poll? Oh, yeah. What do you want the questions to say, Linda? What's the purpose of the eggshells? I think it takes the bitterness out. Am I right? I have a percolator in my garage sale coming up from my mom's home. Where do you live, Leegee? No limit on murder. They could arrest Rusty anytime, any year for any murder. My mom put a dash of salt in the grounds. Anyone else? Let me look up the eggs. You can add eggshells to coffee to reduce bitterness and acid and to help settle the coffee grounds. Eggshells are alkaline, which reduces the acid in the coffee bean. It can help the grounds settle faster. This practice dates back to the early 1900s and was used by cowboys. To add the eggshells, you rinse and dry the eggshells, crush the eggshells with your hand, and add the eggshells to your coffee maker. Brew as normal. You can add the eggshells to the chamber or carafe with a French press, percolator, or mocha pots. M-O-K-A is mocha. For automatic drip, you can add the eggshells to the basket. You can also strain or ladle the coffee after adding the eggshell to leave the grinds in the shell behind, which is what you would have to do if you just boiled those. It's amazing. It leaves it with a mellow flavor. I might try that over the weekend just to see. I'll try to. I forget, like I have tripods out the yin yang, but I always forget to actually record anything. So if I remember to put eggshells in my coffee, I'll make a video. Patty, do you do this at the radio station? If so, what are the call sign letters? If I had to call sign letters, I can look it up on TuneIn. It's WVFT, Joe, and we have our radio show, but we put it out on Facebook Live. So there's only video through Facebook Live, and the call letters are WVFT 93.3. And the show airs Saturday at 11 and Sunday at 1. So they allow me to be on twice. Speaking of which, I have to email somebody. I need a logo from, I interviewed 2 people they were running for Leon County judge, and I need the second one's logo. I need her logo. I can't believe they're still in there. I would not be a good foreman for this trial. Mm-mm. Thank you for sending me links. People email me with links. Thank you for that. Very nice. Appreciate it. MCAS wants a percolator too. The two, I put a little salt after I poured it. It takes the bitterness out. Does anyone here make their own creamer? I just started and it's good. I mean, it's nice. The two, I actually gave up coffee 2 weeks ago. I'd have a quarter cup and clean my house. Now it does nothing for me. I feel better with herbal teas. Doesn't give you a lift. I don't drink it for the lift. I drink it for the flavor. Like, I love the flavor of coffee. Percolator says, percolator. Claudia says, easy to use, fill, put coffee in basket, plug in. Better coffee, price better after spending high prices other places. The phone kept going off in Boone trial. They got at least 2 warnings. Joel said who was in there, then lost it the last time. We have an old percolator at our tire shop. Nice thing you have a tire shop. Customers love our coffee. You're trying to read my lips, don't have my earpods, and here at the vet with your dog. Well, I hope your dog's okay. I got to take Roscoe in 2 weeks for his shots. I think she's coming here. I think she's actually. So, yeah, she is. She's coming here. So I found, I do like her, a vet who comes to me because I had a problem. To me, it was a problem. I was taking my dog to a different vet that my assistant at the time recommended, and I would do the drop off and pick up. And it was 6 o'clock. I hadn't heard from them. So I go over there and I said, is Roscoe ready? Like, I haven't heard from you, anything. And she said, no, he hasn't been seen. 6 o'clock. I took him at 8. He hasn't been seen. We take our appointments first. I said, what? What do you mean you take your appointments first? I said, that dog's been sitting here since 8. You should have made an appointment. I said, give me my damn dog. So she gave me the dog and I will never go back. I was like, we take our appointments first, fine, but you never worked him in. He's been there since 8. No. So then I found a veterinarian that will come to me by appointment. Done. I'm not going to stick that dog in a kennel all day and never do anything to it. Not vitals, nothing. What's the point? I'm like, you're too big. You're too big and you don't set proper expectations. So I'm leaving. MCAS says it's the best coffee, fast and hot, small Farberware from Amazon. Thumper says Home Depot and Lowe's. I forget Lowe's has appliances like that. Both sell 12-cup coffee. I could drink 12 cups worth of coffee. Like, because I like the flavor. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. I say that all the time. JMJ. So I went to Catholic school, and at the top of our paper, like when we were writing in our notebook, we had everything was started with a prayer, right? So we had to do Viva. It was Viva JMJ. So we would have to do Viva JMJ like it was a hashtag at the corner of our paper like this. VJMJ. And I was like, oh, it was like our own hashtag. Court TV is replaying Amanda's testimony. Still no clock. Oh, let me go to that. I'll play that. Are they doing it live? Or- I don't see it. Is it Court TV, the TV show? I mean, I could replay it on my own, I guess. What day was she on? Let me look for it. Everyone's sitting around waiting for this jury. She was on the defense day, right? So that was closing argument day, was day 18. Dude, how about the Dr. Alden? What a waste of money that was. Dr. Alden was the defense's forensic expert. He was horrible. Whose only claim to fame was Chandra Levy back in the day. Oh, here she is. Let me get it. I found it. Chandra Levy, who went missing outside of DC. The other one when it was really bad was that Lipkin. Why would you put him on there? So I'm going to share the screen and we can watch. Melody cry while Amanda loses her mind on the stand. Amanda is the fourth child. If you're just tuning in, it is the child of Melody and Gary that stuck by Melody after her father was heinously murdered.
Right. We'll take our time. So, Amanda, you are of the four children. Which are you? The oldest, the middle, the youngest?
I'm the youngest.
All right. About what year were you born?
1989.
All right. So you don't remember much of living. Do you remember at all living in Alabama?
I have images in my head of like our playroom, but no, I moved here in kindergarten.
All right. And that would have been to Alpharetta or Atlanta?
Yes, sir, Alpharetta.
All right. So kind of tell the jury a little bit about what it was like growing up in the Farris household.
Honestly, when I was a child, everything was normal. Lived in a home in Alpharetta, which was normal, and we all went to school in kind of the same area.
Where'd y'all go to school?
I went to Chattahoochee High School. Brothers went to Milton, and then my sister also went to Chattahoochee as well.
Okay. So tell me about kind of everybody's, this jury has heard your siblings testify throughout this trial. So this is your kind of chance to explain what you saw growing up. You know, everybody's personality. Tell us how Chris was growing up.
Chris and I had the biggest age difference. He was 10 years older than I was, so I don't really recall a lot of interaction between him. He was just like the oldest brother. Moved out early. I must have been in middle school when he went to college. Scott, from our childhood when we lived in Alpharetta, like at Hampton Hall, he played football and he was a little bit more of an introvert. Chris was more of an extrovert. Emily, we were very close. We were 18 months apart, and so she was only a grade or two above me, and she was more introverted and I was a little bit more extroverted, but we were quite similar in ways.
Okay. So how was your parents' relationship back in those days?
Everything seemed about as normal. We didn't really take a lot of vacations or anything like that. We would go to the beach when my dad had a law seminar every once in a while. But looking back on it, compared to what I do for my child, it was kind of just routine day in, day out things. Go to school, come home, clean house, wake up, do it all over again. So it was all very
Did y'all have chores or
Normal.
how?
Oh, yes. Yes. We always had chores, whether it be outside, inside. We had responsibilities, or at least I did.
Okay. So, the jury has heard quite a lot about, where everybody went in their life after they kind of graduated high school and the family began to grow up. So we'll start with you and then kind of tell me about your siblings.
Well, I graduated from high school and I went.
In 2008?
Correct, 2008, and immediately went down to Georgia Southern. Lived there for a couple of years, and then I actually moved back home, partially because I wasn't doing too well, and because my dad kind of wanted me to come home at that time. So
about what year would that have been?
2010. So I came back, and then I did some school at Georgia Perimeter College and finished up there, and kind of went into work at retail, and I found my love in retail. And
that would have been when you went to work for Tory Burch?
No, I actually worked for Victoria's Secret for a while. And then for an accounting firm, I was a server. I did a kind of, number of things, but eventually I found my dream job at Tory Burch, and they did a company restructure, and I didn't get to work there any longer because my my position in the company got eliminated. But then I worked at Club Monaco, which is a retail store at Lenox. And then I ended up having my son not too long after that. Well, I guess I worked in fine jewelry for a while too, for like 5 years. And then I had my son and I had to get out of retail.
It was safe to say prior to you having your son, you've always worked.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay. So tell me about Emily.
Emily, she graduated high school. She went to the University of Alabama, did really well there. She's always been really smart. Always did really good in school. Graduated communications degree, I'm almost positive.
Okay.
And then that's when she met her husband, Chris Payne, and they ended up moving to Atlanta, lived here for a while, like in the Dunwoody area. And then I think he may have gotten a job up in Tennessee, and they got married up there. And that's, I guess, where they've been ever since.
And then tell me about Chris.
Chris went to University of Alabama for a couple of years, maybe 3, I'm not sure. Did not finish. And then I really don't know how long after that he met Kimberly, and they ended up pregnant with Ella, and they got married. Moved up to Maine, had Addison, and then Chris came back after they got divorced, or during the divorce, something like that. But he moved back here, and he's been back here ever since.
Okay. How about Scott?
Scott graduated high school, worked odd jobs, I guess you would say, kind of like I did. And he worked at Jiffy Lube, he worked at car dealerships. He just kind of worked all over the place, honestly. And then he decided that he wanted to go into the Army. So he did that. I want to say, I know I spoke to him over the telephone, or not over the phone, but over chat, my freshman year of college. And he was not in there for very long. And next thing I knew, I did go out and visit him at the base in Texas for a little while. And when he had his girlfriend, Gina, who I later found out, I guess they were married. And then he came back here, from what I can recall.
Okay. So this phrase has been used, and it may be you that I heard it from originally. I can't remember. But would it be fair to call your family the Ferris wheel?
Unfortunately.
Okay. Well, let's kind of get into that if we could, and kind of talk about, from your perspective, the personalities in the family and kind of the interplay of the siblings and the parents, and through the years how that kind of developed into 2018.
I wouldn't say that term really came along until we were adults. We were not in college or anything. I guess you could say we were in college, but there's always something going on.
Well, kind of give the jury a background of that, if you don't mind.
Chris, him and Kimberly got pregnant. They got married. They had their issues with their divorce, unfortunately. Scott going to the Army, getting out. He kind of just lived at home. He really didn't do much. Really kind of worked odd jobs all the time. I know he was working at the Nissan dealership when I got my car, and that would have my first and second car came from that same dealership, but I guess it was the first time. So that was a senior in high school. He was working there. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Okay, well, let me do this. Let's kind of work through personalities in this Ferris wheel. So let's start with Chris. What would you say Chris's personality is, and then give me some examples.
He was very extroverted. He was always the center of attention at, like, I could say at parties and things like that. But him and I, we were friendly. I mean, we were all friendly. We all like got along. We all went to Christmas together, and we all were friends, I guess you would say, but we didn't know like the inner workings of each other's lives. I don't know if I'm just kind of one of those people that likes to stay out of it. But I mean, there was just something always kind of going on. Everybody had their problems, but like my sister, she had her things, and her husband was in and out of trouble. But you know, Emily never did anything wrong. I think she is a great wife and a great woman. Scott, he just lived at home. Him and I really didn't get along. He was kind of aggressive towards me at times, but other times we were fine with each other. He was kind of a different character, but he was our brother.
What do you mean by that?
He was just very introverted. He didn't have a lot of friends. I don't know how to explain it. He just wasn't very much like us. But he just lived his own life, and we weren't involved with him, but we weren't involved with each other very much at all either. So it's like, what was it on the outside? It wasn't, we didn't really connect internally. So
okay.
I don't know.
And then how would you assess your personality?
I like to think I'm a loyal person. I'm a caring person. I always like to believe the best in people. I almost and I don't want to say a fault, because I think everybody deserves a friend in this world, but I can be very introverted at times. But I like to have who my friends are. I passionately love them, and I would be there for them. But I like to consider myself kind of where I stand in the middle, where I like to evaluate everything from the outside, but I like to stay out of a lot of drama.
Okay. So we keep kind of touching around the outsides of the drama, but would you say on a scale of 1 to 10 that your family pre-2018 was 1 being very boring, not dramatic, 10 being as dramatic as it gets? What number would you give it?
It's hard to say, because that was our normal. I think there was always something going on in everybody's life. I tried to, all of this, I was just trying to get married and fall in love with the man that I wanted to marry. And my world got turned upside down. And I was just very much one of those, like, everybody else's problems are their own and I can't fix it. But it was tough. It's really hard to explain, but everybody had trauma and trouble and issues.
You use the past tense when you're talking about your siblings. Why is that?
We don't talk anymore.
They don't talk to you.
Communication is a two-way street.
So when's the last time you talked to your siblings?
Had to be probably end of 2019.
Okay. And why do you believe that is?
This had something to do with it, but we had our own falling outs individually that had kind of refreshed my memory when I knew this was all happening, and reading through text messages and things like that. But Chris and I had a falling out a year prior. My husband and I always go to Lake Lanier Islands for the 4th of July. My husband grew up in that area and worked there for a very long time.
At Lake Lanier Island?
at Lake Lanier Islands. So that was our tradition. We did it every year, ever since I knew him.
This would be the big beach at Lake Lanier?
Yeah, like what's now Margaritaville.
Okay.
Um,
And we're going to talk about the 4th in 2018 in a minute.
This was
This is what you guys did every year.
Yeah, but this I'm talking about 2017.
Okay.
So we invited Chris and Jenna and the girls to come up with us to celebrate the 4th of July. And it ended up where we had spent the entire day out there and they were drinking heavily. And we went to the Mexican restaurant on Friendship Road. And I pulled the girls in the bathroom and I was like, listen, I can't let you drive with them. I was like, it's not safe. So they agreed. And we got in the car and we took them back as they were staying at Lake Lanier Islands Resort that night and took them back. And shortly after that, I called my parents. Not that night, could have been a couple of days. I don't remember. But I told them, I said, Chris has a problem. He has a drinking problem, and those girls are going to get in an accident, and something bad's going to happen to them or somebody else. Well, it wasn't too long after that my brother decided to call my parents, and specifically my father, and say that he was having an affair with my mother and accused. And that was pretty much from then on out. I'd never felt the same about Chris.
And so that was right around the 4th of July, 2017.
Correct.
Was this also the time were you aware of him threatening to kill your mother?
That happened after.
Okay.
I kind of pieced it all together because I hear bits from people, but nobody tells me directly. Honestly, when that happened, I didn't ask questions. I didn't want to be involved. I thought that was something that my parents should handle. They were the parents, they needed to handle it. And that's why I went to them about his problem. And because it wasn't my place to tell him he had a problem. And it was theirs as his parents. And I don't know if that was a result of that.
Did you know that it had almost a similar situation about Chris trying to leave with the girls, intoxicated? Did you know about that?
I slightly recall something of the sorts. I just remember telling my parents that the girls should not be driving with them if they were going to be drinking like that. And it was if it came to the point of me saying something to my parents, there was a reason. I did not feel like they were safe.
And so let's be clear. At that point, Chris, instead of stopping drinking or taking accountability for his actions, he decided to say that your fiance was having an affair with your mother.
That's what I can assume.
Okay.
Because there's no other reason for him. My husband was good friends with Scott and Chris before this. They went to an SEC football championship game together. Chad and my dad had a fantastic relationship before all of this happened. We went out there almost every weekend to have dinner with them. And we were there on his birthday on June 27th before he died. And we were the only ones there.
And we are gonna talk about that weekend. So I want to back up too. So that's you brought up Chris and you brought up that incident, and we may just have to talk about moments in time that come back, because I understand that what you're currently going through in this moment is awful.
Yes.
And this is a very patient jury, and so we will get through it. Okay. But let's go back and let's talk about Scott. I want to talk about, he gets back from Iraq. Can you tell me about any specific instances you remember? You mentioned anger and things like that. Can you talk about that for the jury?
He was just very protective over the farm. And I never understood why we called it a farm. So it was a glorified petting zoo at most, but sorry.
They know. They've seen it.
Sorry, we had a lot of animals growing up, and this was like that on steroids. It made no sense.
Well, then how did we wind up there? How did the family get to the farm?
That would be a great question. Ask my daddy. Because I don't know. There was a lot of things that happened before that moment that I think should have been taken care of before just putting money on it to fix it. Okay. I think a lot of things that have happened in our family get swept under the rug, and they're never addressed, and they're not taken seriously. But a sin is a sin, and I feel like this is a repercussion of all the sins that were committed over years, unfortunately.
This is sins by everybody in the family?
Everybody, false money idols. It was always what it looked like on the outside. It never mattered what it was on the inside. There was many things growing up, like our parents didn't really, I mean, they cared, but like, you had to figure it out for yourself. It wasn't, let me walk you through this. Let me show you how to do this. I don't feel like it was ever that moment. So we kind of had to fend for ourselves a little bit in that aspect.
Well, let's talk. Let's just go ahead and get into it. Let's talk about your mother. Let's talk about it. Growing up. I mean, it seems like, the jury's seen messages between you guys. It seemed like you guys were pretty close.
She was my mom, yeah.
All right.
She is my mom.
Right.
I've always cherished we had a great family growing up. It seemed like everything was normal. We lived in a great house, and Alfreda went to a good school, had never wanted for anything, or never needed for anything, I guess I should say. We were given everything. My dad provided everything.
Let's talk about your dad, and I'm bouncing now too. What was your dad like?
He was great.
Take your time. I feel like we've been in this trial for a while.
He was a very smart man. I'm sorry. There was no doubt in my mind he loved all of us. He made that known, and he was very sarcastic.
Lawyers are notorious for that.
He had the lawyer personality for sure, but I mean, he was the dad that you walk down the stairs and he'd whistle and go, "You're a movie star." Or when Emily had her baby, he texted me a picture of me holding Olivia, and he goes, "You're natural." Like, he was just so loving, and I can still.
Take your time.
He was just such a big man, and he'd come and he'd just wrap his arms around you. But then in this sense, he'd turn around and fart on you, and you'd just be like, like, he was sweet, and he was witty. He could say things that cut you to the bone. He definitely demanded respect in that aspect, I guess you would say. I was always fearful of him in the sense that I wanted to respect him and I wanted him to be proud of me. And when he would make comments that I was not doing as well as I should, I took that to heart, and I really wanted to make him proud. He's a good dad. He was a good grandfather, and I wish my son could have seen that.
Could you tell the jury what his relationship was like with Chris, for example?
I mean, I never saw them really do much together, I guess you would say. But, I mean, Chris was grown. I don't know much about their relationship when they were younger. I don't really recall. I know that they were in a lot of fights over the past years about money.
Could you explain that to the jury? Best you can remember.
The best I can remember. I mean, it sounds awful, but I mean, he had issues with taking money, and he always had his hand out, but I don't doubt that he didn't love my daddy. I approach things differently than my siblings did.
What does that mean?
Meaning I never wanted anything in return for his love. Especially right before he died, I just wanted a mother and a father, and that was it. I didn't want any more of the drama. I didn't want any more of their marital problems. I didn't want to deal with any of it. I just wanted a mom and a dad, and I wanted to get married, and I wanted them to watch my kids grow up.
So tell me if I'm wrong, but what I think I heard in regards to Chris was he didn't have a very close relationship with your dad that you noticed.
That I noticed. I mean, it was all about the same. I mean, we did have conversations at Christmas, but I don't know if he ever went out and like had dinner with him. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't see it. They may have, but like my dad and I would meet up, and because I lived in Roswell, Buckhead area, and he would call me and he'd be like, "Hey, I'm leaving the office. You want to go meet at Cheesecake Factory?" And I'd say, "Yeah, let's go." And it would be just him and I. And so I don't know if they had that or not. I
You
really
just
don't.
know. But you did know. And how did you know that he was stealing money from your dad?
Well, my mother made it very apparent. There was never any dirty laundry that the both of them weren't willing to air out to all of their children.
So
There was
your
no
dad would do
boundary.
that too.
Yeah, oh, yeah,
So he would say, Chris is stealing from me.
correct.
Okay. And was that in the months and weeks leading up to his death?
Years.
For years?
It's been a problem for as long as as the girls have been around, as far as I'm concerned.
How would your brother do it? You say steal from him. How would that happen?
It was all things that I was told, whether it be my mom, mostly my mom, because I don't think my dad really liked to talk about those problems. He liked to complain to me about my mother. But I mean, it was well known that he would take checks and he would cash them. He would take credit card numbers and he would use the numbers off of them. Just always needing stuff for the girls. I don't just always had his hand out. I don't know how else to say it.
But Emily didn't do stuff like that, right?
She needed help from him. I think it was mostly for her husband. I know that she moved into her house in Thompson Station, and she would have not gotten that without him. He co-signed on an apartment in Atlanta because they couldn't get that on their own. But my dad co-signed for many things. Like he co-signed on my second car. He didn't pay anything for it, but he co-signed on it. So
He was just helping out the kids in
Yeah.
that regard.
you had to ask for it, but he was not just going to willingly give it out. But you definitely had to ask for it.
Okay. Well, speaking of asking for it, were you familiar in any way of how Scott would be paid or how he worked on the farm? Do you know anything about that?
They moved out there, and I never really understood why they bought the house.
Did you ever hear, I'll maybe stop you to ask this question. Did you ever hear that it was going to be kind of your mom and your dad's fresh start? Did you ever hear that?
That's what I assumed it had to been, because we had a come to Jesus meeting about it. And we both knew. I said, you know what this is. You know who she is. You know who you are. I need you to make a decision. I was in a relationship with a loser for quite some time, and they both came down and got me out of that relationship. And him and I were at Tacos and Tequilas in Buckhead. And I said, Daddy, if this is the hard decision I had to make, you need to make that decision too. You need to be happy. I mean, I would text them when they would say, oh, Daddy, or Mama would send me something, a screenshot, or being mad with Daddy. And I'd be like, y'all need to figure this out. Like, y'all are going to have a heart attack one day. Or like Daddy would complain about something and I'd be like, y'all need to figure it out. This is not my problem. It's just, I thought of that Purcell house as they both knew what they were getting into. And at that point, my hands were off of it. I said, that's y'all's problem.
So tell me if I'm wrong, because just going off the way you just said this. But it sounds like your parents, this is just how they were.
Yes.
And when I say the way they were, the kind of the way that they would just kind of bicker and complain about each other, that was just the two-way street, and that's what they did. That's how they communicated.
Yes. And that's what they both accepted and wanted to do.
That's what they wanted to do.
Yes.
That was
my
their
dad
norm.
told me, he said, I love her and I'm not leaving her. So that was his choice, not mine. He knew my opinion.
Okay. But those strange maybe to the outside world, to them,
that was their choice.
that was life.
They were both adults. They knew exactly what they were doing.
So back to Scott, and how did it come to pass that he wound up on the farm that you knew of?
Because he couldn't make it on his own. It was kind of a running joke that he just was always going to, he'd complain that, oh, mama told me to do this or daddy told me to do that. And I'm like, well, move out. Like, it's as simple as that. Like, don't live with your parents. They always said, oh, I'm going to work on the farm, or I'd work on the farm and things like, yeah, he did. I mean, I guess, but so did my dad. So did my mom. It was a kid that was living at home. And that was about it.
Do you think he was taking advantage of them?
I think anybody who asks their parents for money over the age of 20, 25 are taking advantage of people. Okay. I think it's a moment in a person's life where you have to say, I'm an adult, I need to grow up.
Okay. Do you did you know about kind of his daily life, about him just playing golf and not really actually working on the farm very much?
It was off of what I was told.
Okay. Nothing you saw?
No. I mean, he was out there, when I went out to visit my parents, you couldn't go on the property without him he'd come up right in it immediately. But like, he would see what was going on and then he would leave and he would go back. Like Christmas, or even dinners on weekends when we would go, he would come in, make his plate, and he'd go back to his little apartment. And that was like the most we saw of him. And
like, he would take the plate and go back to the barn apartment?
Yeah. He never
wouldn't sit with the family?
No. Occasionally he would sit at the bar stool, like in the kitchen, but.
And this is Scott, not your dad?
Correct.
Okay. If you had to say which kids were closest to which parent?
I mean, my dad and Emily always had a really good relationship, but she lived in Tennessee, so that's kind of hard to judge.
Sure.
My husband is a really big advocate of family, and looking back on it, I didn't have that lovey-dovey family relationship that everybody grew up with. And I wanted to cultivate that, and I made an effort to spend that time with my parents. So we would go out there almost every weekend and have dinner with them. And I mean, I was looking back through our text messages, and it felt like every weekend, baby girl, when am I going to get to see you? I'll be up there this weekend. So I really tried to get as close as I possibly could, but my dad was really hard to get close to. He's very shut off to a certain point. But I think he did that because we were his kids. I think it was different for the other people.
Like what other people? Would it have been different?
Like my husband would have conversations with him. They would have great conversations from what I heard. Like when we went over there for dinners, they would go outside. My dad smoked cigarettes. Chad vaped at the time. They'd go outside and they would just chit chat. And they had great conversations. More than I could get out of him, I guess I should say.
Okay. So I want to start kind of moving into events in y'all's family life that would have been part of maybe the Ferris wheel, and get your version of the events to tell the jury. About the time you were in college, can you tell the jury about Ted Wiley? What you know about that?
Well, going back to my senior year of high school, my mother's mother, had open heart surgery, and she had to go up there and stay with her all the time. And my father would text me and tell my other siblings about Ted, and it was a speculation at first. And then it came to a point where my father would send me pictures of things that were not appropriate, that were possibly sent to my mother's phone. And at that point, I told him I didn't want to be involved and I didn't want to know. I felt like I was a child at that point and I didn't need to be involved, and I was very upset. So it ended up that it turned out really bad, and she went up there and was, I guess, I don't know if she was staying with him. I didn't ask. But my dad was at home and he was alone, and I was at Georgia Southern and I wasn't doing well anyways. And I said, I'm going to come home and I'm going to live with my dad. And I did. I came home and I lived. And it was not long after that my mom came in and she decided to come back home. And at that time, I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to be involved. So I was dating a guy at the time. He had an apartment and I went and lived with him. One of the worst decisions I've ever made.
This was that loser you were telling us
That was
about.
that loser.
And so that's what you remember from that era?
From that era, yes.
But your dad knew about it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was.
And everybody else in the family.
Everybody knew about it.
Okay. And would you just kind of earlier you said about kind of the bickering and the way that they would communicate, that just became part of everybody's life.
Yeah.
Would you give that same assessment to any extramarital relationships both your parents would have?
I didn't know of any extramarital affairs that my father had.
Okay. But even your mom, as far as how it just became accepted by the family and this was, though odd, this is how we live.
It was accepted because my father accepted it. I just made a comment that was not the best about my mother to my father, and he got very mad at me. He said I was not to speak to her about her like that. And after that, I didn't talk to him about it. And I stayed out of it. And that's where I left it. It was his choice. So that was it. That was their normal. They accepted it. They knew what they were doing.
Okay. What about the other siblings? Did y'all talk about it at all?
Oh, yeah, we talked about it. They had far more anger for my mother, which I felt like I should have had, just because I feel like there were moments of manipulation in the sense of like, I'd go up to Alabama with her and I think that she would kind of use me as like, oh, I'm going up with Amanda. And then I'd be left at home or I don't know. It's all speculation. All I can do is assume, but I don't feel like things were not going the way that they should have. And I think sins were committed in that I think both of them needed to address, and they didn't. They refused to.
Okay. So kind of moving back closer in time, is it fair to say that Scott and your mother were actually pretty close?
Oh, they spent almost every day together. They would go up to what is called, I think, Scottsdale Farms. Scott loved to decorate. He was always doing something, whether it be outside or inside the barn, or they were always together. They always went up to Cherokee Ranch. I mean, all of us did everything with my mom.
What does that mean?
We all had a relationship with her. And Chris took his girls to be with her all the time. I don't know if they necessarily I guess they did stuff together. I didn't see where they
did. You know that the girls basically, when Chris would get them from Maine, they would spend the vast majority of their time
they came over to my mother's.
And they would call her Grandma. Did you know that?
Yes. Okay. They spent all their time with my mother. She was great grandmother. Okay. She was a great grandmother.
And she keeps your son, correct?
She did.
Okay. So they were close. Did they ever fight? Any altercations?
Oh, sure.
Well, what you would have known.
I think they would fight when my mother would call them out on their stuff, and they didn't like it. And I'm sure that they felt the same way about her. But I mean, there was always an underlying anger that never went away. I think we all knew what was there, and the betray and the mistrust there that never went away. But we did as Daddy did, and we just swept it under the rug, and we just kept moving. We just kept our family. So
let's move to 2018. Do you remember any of your dad's medical spells? They would call them episodes.
Yeah, I mean, he said he would get sick and he would have to lie down, whether it be for 24 or 48 hours. I don't know. He would tell me he didn't feel well, and I'd beg him to go to the hospital. I mean, you've got to figure this out. I mean, he was not the healthiest man. But he refused. I remember trying to get him off of cigarettes. I tried to get him to, I was like, at least vape. I know it's still terrible, but it's not cigarettes. And refused and stuck in his ways and drank Mountain Dews, but he refused to do anything about it ever. And then the one that sticks out to me the most in 2018, I had to be a few months before he died, because we were supposed to go to our wedding venue, and he got really sick, and my mom had called me the night before and said that he was going into a diabetic shock or something, but something was wrong with him. And Scott was there. They were trying to get him to the hospital, and I didn't see him until the next day, but I walked in and he was perfectly fine, just sitting up. So it was a shock. I mean, even Chris brought him a Mountain Dew in the hospital. And
Not even a Diet Mountain Dew?
no.
Okay.
And I remember sitting there and it was like, Daddy, I won't go to this wedding venue if you don't want me to. And he's like, no, baby girl, go. He was always, baby girl, go ahead and do it. Because I always asked his permission for everything. I was like, are you sure it's okay that I go with Mama to go tour this venue? And he said, yes, please go. And same venue, we ended up putting a deposit down, and we never got married there. So yeah, he was not in good health.
So I want to move into the summer of 2018. And so that summer, you guys would pretty much go up there and have dinners every weekend.
Every weekend almost, yeah.
And your now stepdaughter, Cameron, she'd go too.
Yeah, if she was with us, yes.
Okay. The jury would have they've met Cameron. And everything, how did it seem when you went that summer? Just normal?
Fine, it was just us there. Scott maybe come in once and leave, but Chris wasn't there unless the girls were there. Emily was in Tennessee, so she was never there. So it was just the four of us, five if Cameron went. My mom would cook, and we'd all eat dinner and stay till about 9, 10, and then go home.
So you tell the jury about the weekend before his birthday, from everything you can remember about that.
Well,
Just that weekend. Who was there? What was going on?
The Saturday before, we had a big gathering in the house, and everybody was there. Chris, Scott, Emily, Chris Payne, Olivia, me, Chad. I don't think Cameron was there. She wouldn't have been there. And we just had dinner. My mama cooked, and we had cake, and that was it. And we went home, and then Sunday.
Well, I'll ask you this. I mean, did everything seem normal?
Yeah. Our normal, yeah. Okay. Everybody gets along. We had a great time.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Sunday, the next morning, we woke up and we went to go eat brunch. I don't know what time. Could have been near lunch time. We walked into Jay Christopher's over there, I think closer to their house. Emily was supposed to go back to Tennessee. I was asking to see if she would go with me and Daddy and my mom to go to a wedding store in Roswell to go look at dresses, and we ended up not going. And because she had to go back, and we had breakfast. Yeah, it was just a normal breakfast. I don't know. And then my dad's birthday would have been in the middle of the week, I guess it was. It was a weekday. And we invited everybody. I didn't invite my mom because I thought my dad wouldn't like it. Boy, was I wrong. He was very upset that I did not invite her.
Well, what day was that?
I don't remember. June 27th.
Okay.
I don't know.
So the week before.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Chris texted at last minute, said he couldn't come. So he was busy or something and he couldn't go. Scott didn't go. He was up there at the house, I guess, but he didn't go. So Chad and I had dinner with him at I can't remember the name of it, a Cajun place in Roswell Road, I believe. And that was his last birthday.
Okay. So let's move on into July the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Things you saw and any interactions you had with your mother and and Scott or anybody in the family at that time. So let's go to, did you talk to your mom at all on the 3rd that you can remember?
I can recall because I went through text messages. I'd worked that day, worked at a jewelry store. So I would have worked from 9 to 6. And I mean, I had texted her all the time.
And you remember y'all were kind of texting to some degree. Chris had either, how did it come to pass that Chris had convinced your dad to pay for his vacation? Did you know anything about that?
My mother had told me that Chris had booked another vacation. In my eyes, Daddy didn't go on vacation. Daddy loved to work. He just didn't do that. So it was kind of shocking. I kind of perceived it as Chris wanted a free hotel room or a condo in my eyes. But
your brother Chris, he offered, I believe, he was going to on this trip pay for all the food.
I don't know.
Do you believe him if I were to tell you that he said that? He was going to pay for all the food and the fishing and everything?
Doubtful.
Okay. Why would that be?
He never had any money to do that. He always had to ask for money for everything. He couldn't fly the girls in from Maine without help. So I don't see how that could have been possible.
Shock you that on the day of the 5th, after you guys had been investigated that day and you talked to Detective Hayes and Kuykendall, that he actually had to borrow $20 from Emily to get home? Did you ever hear about that?
No.
Okay. So you're talking to your mom some about that stuff that day and wedding stuff. Do you remember that?
Probably at that time. I was in full wedding mode trying to plan our wedding because we had the deposit down at Vauxhall.
Okay. But did anything seem out of the normal that day?
No.
Just a normal life, normal communications with your mother?
I was in bliss. I was engaged. I was the happiest I've ever been.
Okay.
Everything was perfect in my eyes.
So the next morning, on the 4th, I believe you guys even had some phone conversations. Do you remember anything about that?
Well, we had picked up Cameron the night before because it was our time to have her come over. And so we drove up to Jefferson and got her and brought her home. And then we were going to Lake Lanier because that's what we do every year.
And you take your mom every year?
No.
Okay.
Since we were up there the weekend before, we'd asked I asked my mother and Chad asked my dad.
Okay.
And my dad did not want to go. And I told my mom, I said, if you want to go, you're more than welcome. But this is what we're doing. This is our plans.
Okay. What do you remember about inviting her?
I just invited her. I was just like, hey, we're going to go do this. If you want to do something on 4th of July, this is where we'll be. It's fun. It's a fun place.
What'd she say?
I think she said, sure, me, yeah, I'll go. I mean, she had told me the weekend before she was going to go.
Okay. And then the morning of the 4th, you guys were texting about it and talking about it. Did anything seem weird or out of place?
No. We woke up and we went out there. It was super packed. So
this is Margaritaville.
Yep. The whole beach was packed. All the chairs were taken. And I called her and was like, hey, we're going to go back home and we're going to get our chairs and stuff because there's nowhere to sit. But we put up our little pop-up tent and saved a spot because we lived 5 minutes down the road, not even. And told her we were going to go get our chairs and come back. And I told her she needed to bring one if she had one. And then she said she was working out in the yard and that she would be there later. And I said, okay.
And so she came?
Yeah, eventually around 12, 1 o'clock, I guess it was. It was later.
About noon?
Yeah, I would say so.
Somewhere in there. How did she seem? How was her demeanor?
Normal.
What did y'all do?
We roasted on the beach for a while and then went to Land Shark Cafe and because it was unbearably hot. And then we ate lunch. She ate with us. Cameron was there. And we went back to the beach, sat there for a while. I don't know if we did any of the water slides or anything that day, but I think it was 5, 6 o'clock maybe. And Cameron was begging to go be with Addison. We were like, I don't know, because we had just picked her up the night before.
Would Cameron and Addison, they communicate to themselves via text?
Yeah, they were friends at that time, yeah.
Okay, so they'd already kind of figured out they're going back to grandma's.
Yeah, they were essentially the same age. They like hanging out with each other.
Okay. So I guess Cameron told you, hey, I'm going back with Melody.
No, she asked. And Chad and I were like, I don't know, because we picked her up the night before. And we were like, I don't know. We really didn't want to, but she begged and begged. And so we're like, all right, for one night you can go out there. And Chad was supposed to work the next day and I had the day off. So I was going to go and I was like, I'll pick you up and then we'll go shopping.
And that would have been on the 5th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But back on the 4th, Cameron how did your mom respond when she asked to come over?
She said, okay, have you talked to Addison? And I don't know if my mother talked to Chris or not, but Cameron got in the car with her and they rode back.
Okay. Did y'all have any communication with Cameron that night or the next morning?
I probably wouldn't have. Chad would have.
Okay.
I was more or less, and I still am more or less Chad's wife. She has a mom and I didn't mother her by any means. So it would have been Chad that checked up on her.
Secondary parent role, step parent.
Correct.
Okay. But nothing seemed out of the ordinary.
Nope.
Everything seemed perfectly normal. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
Okay. So how did it come to pass that you were going to come the next morning and pick up Cameron? Because you were off that day?
I was
Chad
off
had to
that
work?
day, so I knew I was going to have to go pick her up. But his father was living with us at the time. He had gotten in an accident and had to live with us because he was in the hospital for a while. So we took care of him. And he asked me that morning if I could drive him over to his friend Debbie's house. So I agreed and took him over there, and could have been 10:30 by the time I actually left the area. I'm not sure. But I drove directly over to my parents' house, and that's when I got there.
Okay. So somewhere between 10:30 and 11, you think?
Could have been. It was mid-morning.
All right. I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as Thrasher Exhibit 20. Was this the porch on your parents' house?
Yes.
All right. When you got there, what did you and your mom do?
She was sitting out on the front porch.
This porch?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there some chairs right over here?
They're rocking chairs.
Okay.
I pulled up in the driveway and I parked and walked up. I think the girls were out there at that time. I know they came out there at some point, but she immediately said, we've been looking for your daddy and we don't know where he is.
She said that to you.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't bring up to her, hey, where's daddy?
Not that I can recall. I just remember her bringing it up because I was like, I don't know.
Was that early in the conversation? Had you?
Yeah, it was like immediately once I got there.
Okay. Then what did you go do next?
Well, I started talking to her and I'm like, well, what do you mean? She was like, I can't find him. And I was like, well, where? I mean, it wasn't unusual for them not to know where each other was at, but I was like, okay. And I kind of brushed it off. I was like, I wasn't worried about it. And so then she was like, no, really, like.
Did she seem nervous? Like
not nervous, but she seemed concerned.
Okay.
And I don't know if the girls were looking for him or whatnot. I have no idea. She just said that she could not find him. And I was like, what do you mean? I didn't understand. A lot about that day I didn't understand. But it wasn't long after Scott came up. Again, you don't go on that property and not show up immediately. And he came up and I asked him, I said, have you seen daddy? And he was like, no, I haven't seen him. And so then it just escalated into, it's all kind of a blur, but it escalated into, we need to find him. And
did Scott say anything else that was odd or weird?
Well, I don't know if it was when I decided to search the house and just walk through it, or like, I don't know which one came first, or like, I know I called Chris. I know I called Emily. I know I called Angela. I know I texted him. I emailed him. I called him. And none of those nobody knew where he was. But at some point I decided, I was like, I'm going to go look in the house. And I started in the upstairs. But before I stepped foot in that house, Scott looked at me and said, I'm going to go look for a missing gun.
He said that to you?
He said that to me. And I remember.
As you're standing here at this door right here, this green door?
Yes.
Okay. And he just grabbed you by the arm and said, I'm going to look for a missing gun.
He didn't grab me by the arm, but he just turned and he put his hand on the door and he said, I'm going to go look for a missing gun. And I'm like, and I kind of I remember, I was like, what is he talking about? And she was like, I don't know. And so he went into the house, and
So he was the first one in the house before you went in there.
he walked in the door first. I don't know where he went, because when I went straight up the stairs. I looked upstairs, I looked on the middle floor, and then I went to the bottom floor. And then that's when I proceeded to go outside.
Did you go up these stairs?
Correct.
And that's just walking straight in the door.
Straight in the door.
And if you take a right here, is that the kitchen?
Correct.
Okay. And that's looking back out that door?
Yes.
And you went upstairs. What did you do upstairs?
Just looked to see if it was anywhere. There was a door that went to like an attic, like a walk-in attic, and I checked everywhere.
It hasn't
So
populated.
this was the kitchen. Obviously, there's no furniture or anything, but this is the general layout of the home at the time.
Correct.
All right. So where did you go next after going upstairs?
I just walked to the main level. I don't know if I walked in the master bedroom. That would have been to the right, dive straight back from there. And then I walked in the basement.
Where did you go in the basement?
Probably into my dad's room. That would have been in that.
I think simple assault's what you were thinking.
I think, like I said, my last trial, they wanted to walk through each instruction with the indictment as they were going through. Let me try to. I'll get rid of the.
Beach Bum thought, who said it? They thought it was lunchtime. I thought you thought it might be about lunchtime. They want the definition of the charges against her. Renee, Melody looks rough. Who wouldn't? Being evil doesn't pay. She's going to jail tonight. One way or the other. Beach Bum says, Beach Bum's in the courtroom. No Amanda, no family. Probably on that day you would remember everything so clearly. I would remember. I know. No place yet. It hasn't populated. I guess we got to give it time. You can look at the virtual tour. I think juries always have a question about the charges, don't you? I mean, it's every time. I can't, except for Sarah Boone. This is the last time I remember no one asking. Looks like she's dressed for jail. Where is he going? To lunch? No, we're just kidding. I've been trying to find her preliminary hearing that she told Rusty to watch the rest of it. Have you seen it? I saw a clip of it on a local news station. Snow remover. I saw a clip of it. So I guess Melody's not going home tonight. Don't they have the list of charges on the form? What am I missing here?
I didn't have to go. I mean, if I'm available, I want to go to the funeral home, or it's actually at the church. But so I think that's at 1. So I may see if they want to work a little later, and then that way, if there's anything that I needed for it, I'll be back closer. But I can still be here in 30 minutes, regardless, because it's only across town. They have to go to the funeral home at 4 for another thing. Brody's thing is at 2? Okay. Well, then that may not matter. It says 2 to 3 is the visitation. Okay. And then the funeral's at 3. And then celebration of life is at 3. Yeah. And then there's a thing after that. And then at 4 o'clock, I have a thing for. All right. We'll be at ease until. I'll still check on them and see if they want to. Well, I guess if my thing's at 2, I'd rather them go ahead and break at 12. And then if they have a question or something, they come back. But I'll send. After 2 o'clock, it may be closer to 30 minutes before I am back and available to do something if I go across town. All right, we'll be in recess till then.
He'll be in recess till 1. Why does he even talk like that? I'm so confused. Is he going to a funeral? Is he not going to a funeral? It's no offense to other realtors, but it's like he's a realtor. I mean, like he can just come and go as he pleases, like he's an independent contractor. The jury is probably trying to agree to the charges. Well, at least they're to that form. They're at least on the form now. Can we fill out the form? The judge looks like a cowboy in a long coat. I've served on 3 juries and never had a judge leave. Well, I've only done short juries, like a day, couple hours, and have never had a judge leave that I know of. I don't think he left. If I came across this judge anywhere but in a courtroom, I would consider him the biggest creeper I've ever met. Hour and 40-minute lunch. This is as bad as yesterday. So he can go to a funeral. Oh, I don't think he's pissed that the jury's taking this long because he said if it goes into next week, he's going to get another courtroom. They do have to check all the boxes. I don't know from the bottom up or from the top down. I called this judge on his lackadaisical behavior. We've waited and we can wait a little longer until the judge pays his respects to the family. That's way more important than Melody Killer Ferris. I don't think so. I mean, first of all, it's taxpayer time here. Don't be a judge. If you just want to go be an attorney and show up at places and parties and cocktails, go. Ain't doing it. Ain't doing it. Ain't doing it. No wonder this courthouse that they're in so backed up because they work so damn slow and take extra long breaks. Yeah, for the next person that asked me about why it took so long to bring her to trial, now we know. Doris likes the judge. Bless her heart. You can be jovial and manage your time. I'm jovial. I manage my time. I'm fun. Oh, hey, Carla, fellow realtor. And I'm a broker. I'm the broker of record for our office, Carla. And, we've all seen it. When I was at Keller Williams, you just come and go as you please. Like what? The dumbest statute in the Florida law regarding real estate is you have to present all offers and counteroffers in a timely manner. What the hell does that mean? It's like saying, what is fun? What do you mean timely manner? A day, an hour? What's your definition of timely? Another one is they have to leave the house broom swept. That's the second dumbest statute. What do you mean I have to leave it broom swept? What does that even mean? Don't get me started. Richetti says, I love having freedom to come and go as you please. So do I, but I'm not a judge. The YSL leader got time served plus 15 years probation 1 week before an election. The longest trial in Georgia history. You're back. Did you miss anything? Not really. We were playing Amanda's testimony, and then we were listening to the judge somehow make out that they were asking about jury instructions and clarification, but we never heard a clarification of the instructions. This is the place, snow remover. Debbie Gibby says, I've been here with Patty since day one and you can't get me to leave. Joe Jordan says, come on, Judge, put on your brass balls and call the shots. Hey, Joe, did you try to friend me on Facebook? Have you friended me? Leave no dust bunnies. I mean, but broom swept. Mealy says, I don't remember everything that happened the day my mom died, but parts of it are forever clear. I remember what I was doing when I got the call, the snow on the ground. Oh, I remember mine. I remember both. Like, I mean, I was in this office. Things were switched around a bit, but I remember everything. No verdict, Marta. No verdict. Carla says, cool, you would be such fun to work under. I am fun. My agents love me. He's a part-time judge. So when I was talking to my friend Diane, who lives in Canton, Georgia, she was like, Patty, it is a really small town and it is really slow. Apparently. Jebby says it's still going on because several of the defendants didn't take pleas, and that's the YSL trial. YSL was a whole mess. I was on that jury. I would be mad as a wet hen. My girlfriend Lala watches it. She's in here as Lala. And she said people have lost their homes. One lady lost a new job that she was supposed to take. Debbie says, I'm going to friend you on Facebook. I'm on Facebook as Patty Wilson. My page is Patty's Playhouse, but I'm on Facebook as Patty Wilson. Dude, Joe, December 10th. I think it's at 2:00. Be there, be square. There's going to be a hearing. Closing gift to sellers once they move out is a cleaner. Sometimes I'll get them a locksmith. I think that's more important. Oh, that's what retirement is for, to come and go as you please. Judge is just hanging out. Debbie saved $40 doing my own pedi. I can't bend over and breathe at the same time, so I cannot do a pedicure by myself. I'm not that fat, but I'm fat enough that that's uncomfortable. In my opinion, the judge and the Amanda are the same mind, self-centered. I believe Melody is guilty, but can anyone remind me what Scott's reason was for deleting the trail cam? Because he did it on a regular basis. It was not a new trail cam. It was an old trail cam. And the trail cam wasn't even facing the burn pile. It was facing the back of the house. So there was no bunch of trail cams. Who asked that question about the trail cam? Pamela. The house is, let me show you. In fact, let me bring it up. Let me bring this up on the fly. I think this is very important, and they should have shown it, prosecutors. The prosecutors should have shown this map that showed the boundary lines of the parcel. This is the parcel, Pamela. This right here. Okay. So we're at the parcel, and I'm going to show you the layers, which gets me to the aerial. So I'm going to show you 2023 because I feel like it's the best one. The trail cam was facing back here. It wasn't facing up there. That trail cam never would have been over to the burn pile, which is right here. This is the burn pile where my pointer is. The trail cam was back here. The back of this house and this house is only about 250 feet. So the trail cam wasn't this way. It was this way, not this way. He would never have seen the burn pile. This is obviously winter time when there's not a lot of foliage, but it just wasn't facing that direction. It was on these trees back here. And that's what should have been shown. This is how I remember Georgia back in the early 80s when I used to go out there and help out my friend's farm life move. As slow as molasses in southern Georgia, but apparently it migrated north. Georgia's been watching. Susan, I know. Well, I was going to take him with security to the voting location on a bus. Efficiency is not his friend. It would drive me absolutely insane. I couldn't withstand it. Face the neighbor's land. So there's land here that's vacant, right here. 35 acres. This house is on 4.93. This house is on 5.48. But look how, when they put this, they did it with this one too. But whoever built this here on 10 acres and put this house butt up against the border is crazy to me. I believe as paying respects to the deceased family is important. No one is going to croak waiting, and Melody gets 30 minutes more freedom. There's tons and tons of Patty Wilsons, but I found you. Or aren't you efficient? This is the parcel. Mealy said, the only jury duty I was ever in was Georgia, and I ended up being an alternate. Jebby, I got 2,000 squirrel pictures on my trail cam. This really helped. I think the state should have thought of that. I'm going to send a note to the prosecutor, but I might do that next time. Like, they should point out, if they think this is what happened, the distance between here and here is only 58 feet. I mean, it's short. This is the fencing when they walk through the property. This is the black fencing. And then this is all open. This guy has fence up here. And then it looks like this is fenced along here. This is what it looked like after he was killed. So I think the neighbors took out trees, right? Wouldn't you think? Look at this. So this is 18, the winter after he was killed. And this is 2023. It looks like they really thinned this out. This was a lot more treed when they owned it. But this is fenced along the back. And the burn pile's over here, right here. And it's nice because you can slide. Ooh, look. Ooh, shut up, Patty. Look what I just learned to do. So there's 2023 today. And then you can slide. I like that. I'm sending this to our GIS team at Leon County. This is nice. Look at that. Shut up. So the burn pile's right here. And this is all treed. This area is the black fence. Same as this black fencing along here. I mean, they should deliberate during lunch, but. Oh, hi, Pamela. Thank you. I'm glad you see now. And I think that was a misnomer. Like, people probably thought the trail cams were up here or whatever, but they weren't. They were back here. Debbie says, I did get some bears and possums and a skunk. Joe Jordan, I get my stuff blocked on YouTube all the time. When I try to make comments here, they decline it. Joe, that's why. Mayberry RFD, no worries, no hurry. Carla says, police interview when Hayes insinuates to Melody Farris, who's she, had reason to kill Gary. She yells, no, just like Sarah Boone. Patty, I follow you on your professional page. If you have a personal page, I do. Patty Wilson. I am Patty Wilson. That's our commercial, is I end up saying something like, I am Patty Wilson. That's why I said it like that. We have a lot of, here, I'll send you the link to my Facebook. Hold on. Here's my Facebook if you want to. I don't post that much stuff because I've been doing this basically professionally. I've been here for a while. You're welcome, Cherry and Max. When I found this, I thought it was a bit of a coup. I'm not going to lie. I thought that was smart, Patricia. So this was the year after Gary, when it went into foreclosure. Burn piles right here, 50 feet, right in there. "58 feet off of the corner." And when you see them walking around the property, they kind of go to the side here, right in here. Very sad. So this is 22. It was a little bit more green, but this is when they thinned this crap out, man. They took a lot out. These people rarely cleared out a lot of this tree cover. They are deliberating, YB. The jury wanted to know, thank you, Tia, wanted to know the legal definition of each charge. Can they do that? Chris, good for you eating breakfast. Roseanne says, I hope we're approaching a verdict. It doesn't appear to be. It doesn't appear that we are approaching any verdict anytime soon. I'm just saying. But they do want to get it right, so I'll give them that. There are a lot of Patty Wilsons. What is my profile pic look? This is the link, tennis girl, right here. I just posted the link. I was on a 3-week trial, and basically the judge and lawyer stayed with us as long as we wanted to be there. That's what I thought it was supposed to be like, but there should be a dumbed down charge definition for juries. Sometimes it's difficult to understand the jargon. I agree. Patty, Leon County GS has that option too. You can go back to 40. What, that you can slide it? I didn't know that. Did anyone spot Georgia Peach? I'm going to go back and look. Can I repeat the charges? Yeah, hold on. So if you look at this docket, they have a 2020 and a 2023. They renewed the indictment in 2023. That's why there's two. These are her charges. Malice murder, which I had to look up. Felony murder, which I can look up. Aggravated assault, concealing death of another. False statements, writings, concealment of fact. Malice murder is when someone unlawfully and with malice aforethought causes the death of another. It defines murder as when someone causes the death of another person while committing a felony, regardless of malice. This is known. Let me ask chat a question. What determines malice in a murder? In a murder case, malice refers to the intent or mindset of the person committing the act. It generally signifies a deliberate intent to kill or harm, showing an extreme disregard for human life. Malice can either be express or implied. Express means this occurs when the perpetrator explicitly intends to kill or cause serious harm. This is often shown through direct actions or statements indicating a conscious choice to take a life or inflict severe injury. Implied malice, this is a less obvious form. It applies when someone acts in a way that shows a reckless disregard for human life, such as committing an act they know is likely to result in death or serious injury. So then let's do this. So I'm going to ask him to explain the code. I called chat at him. I know it's not a him. Like I'm a fourth grader. Sure. I love this so much. What is murder? Murder is when someone kills another person on purpose. The law says that if someone decides to end another person's life and actually does it, that's called murder. Types of murder. I do this all the time with chat. Malice murder. This is when someone kills another person because they wanted to or didn't care at all if the person got hurt or killed. They have bad intentions, which is called malice. So if someone plans on or acts in a way that shows they want to harm someone and that person dies, it's malice murder. Thank you, chat. This is a bit different. I have to thank chat. Oh my God. Felony murder. This is a little different. It happens when someone is committing another serious crime, like a robbery, like robbing a bank or setting a fire. And during the crime, someone dies, even if they didn't plan to kill anyone. So even if the person wasn't trying to kill anyone, but someone does because of the crime they're committing, it's all still murder under this law. What happens if someone commits murder? The law says that murder is a very serious crime and people found guilty could face life in prison or in some cases the death penalty. The punishment is very severe because taking life is one of the worst things someone can do. So in simple terms, this law is saying that if someone kills another person, either on purpose or while doing something very dangerous, it's considered murder and they could go to prison for a very long time because it's a serious crime. And then says, you're very welcome. I'm glad you could help you. If you ever need more questions about law or real estate, because I ask a lot, or anything else, I'm here. Love it. Thank you, Joe. I'll look for it. Why don't they write that on the form? Because the legislature has to write it, and then the Supreme Court of Georgia has to approve it. I don't believe it either, Snow. I believe they discuss it. Yes, chasing Gary with a gun is malice. Paula says it's a simple and point definition. I ask chat all sorts of things. Like I'll say, like I wanted to rewrite my bio on LinkedIn. So I did it. I was like, please write this as if I'm Johnny Carson. So they did. Within 10 minutes, and when we told the bailiff, he said, oh no, they all went to lunch. We all went potty and returned to courtroom within 40 minutes. You say when something doesn't work, it's a male. I think it's first degree in most states. I do. I call it a him. I mean, like, hey, dude. So fun to use, though. Melody is definitely guilty of malice. She hated him. She did. Even Martha said so. The offense date was July 3rd. The arrest date was 6/20. False statements, writings, concealment of fact. She was first denied bond on 7/19, and then there was another motion for bond, and then there was another motion for bond, and then there was an order for bond, and then another motion for bond. I don't think she could get the money. I'm surprised they didn't have the gun expert, but maybe she couldn't afford him. Kitty says, Patty, I shaved one side of my head for my son's wedding in 21, all grown back, was short too. Had lots of compliments then. Fun to try new styles. My style is fun. I don't know how long I've had it. I would have to go back and look at my Facebook photos to see. It's at least 2 years. Beach Bum, are you here? Beach Bum, Lori, Evie, and Wes. So that makes 4 of us in the courtroom. You have snow in northern Alberta. Northern Alberta. That's like north. That is very, very north. You shaved one side of your head. That's, yeah. I see more guys with this hairstyle than I do girls here. Oh, you've seen a picture of me with previous haircut? Well, I was also much fatter. So there is that. I was much, much fatter. From Palm Springs, California. Nice. Jude here loves your channel. Hey, JBZ. Paula, I appreciate your honest and transparent is about yourself, who she is, and what she does, and that we can see her while she's with us in chat. She breaks down the walls. Oh, well, thank you. That's very nice. Malice aforethought in UK law. Well, most of our laws are based on the UK. I mean, that's where they all started. Be kind to yourself. Well, nurturing. I appreciate that. And I actually am, because if I remind myself about how fat I was and not imply that I wasn't, then it will keep me from being that fat again, if that makes sense. So funny, Rusty gaslighting her and Melody Ferris lying to get the info. I know. Oh, thank you. Oh, your current. Oh, are you okay? Is he okay? Lori was in the courtroom. I'll take that off. Connecticut. Where in Connecticut, Carol? My husband was born. God, where was it? I think it was born at Groton, because his dad was in the Navy at the time. You are a retired plow sand truck operator. Well, thank you, Lori, very much. How's your husband? Is he okay? I mean, I guess not if he's in the ER. I love early voting, but only because I like to watch the numbers. Oh, that's true. I find it interesting that the English people think they won World War II. So I have to write my comments that the U.S. didn't help Britain out. They would be speaking German today. And with the help of the royal family too, right, Joe? With the help of the royal family. Do I think Rusty and Melody would take another trip to hedonism, if she is somehow found out guilty? Oh, she's definitely moving in with Rusty. After your doctor told you that the spot on your face was not cancer, you went to a skin specialist. Good for you. You're a specialist for a reason. It was removed yesterday, and everybody, maybe your family doctor isn't the best to screen you. Oh, I went to a dermatologist because I had a friend from high school. She was an elementary school teacher. She was gone in a year. She had a little spot on her pinky toe, and it scabbed. It was bleed. It wouldn't scab. She had a bump, and it just wouldn't scab. So she went to the doctor, and it was melanoma, and she was gone in a year. Apologies to our English chat friends. Well, thank you, Rebecca. You're pretty darn cute yourself. You're very pretty. So some of these people I know personally, so it's nice. That's how Bob Marley died. We were looking at that when I brought it up. Cancer. His was under his toenail. How do you find that? Bye, Tater. I can't believe we're still here. Not that I'm not enjoying this, but I cannot believe we're still here. I wouldn't. If I bet money, I would have lost. Hi, Crime and Coffee. Yeah, I would have definitely lost on this. Unbelievable. Well, poor Law and Crime. They have 52 watching, 5,200 watching, and 24 likes. You lost 45 pounds in the last 4 months. You were born in Ohio. That's exactly what I said. She's moving in with Rusty if not found guilty. Do you think she will be found guilty? I believe some sort of guilt will be applied. I don't know how many of the charges she will be found guilty. I don't know. We're definitely, you think 4 days, Crime and Coffee? We're definitely spoiled with fast verdicts. This chat is a hoot. Thanks, Kaylin. Is it Caitlin? Callan? Just will stand by. I have to take a call. Seriously, when is someone coming back? When is someone coming back from the courtroom? Jury's at lunch. So, Evie, are they staying in the lunch in the deliberation room? Are they going anywhere else for lunch? The jury is on a nice, long lunch. They went to deliberate at noon. Yeah, Carol, did you ever say where you in Connecticut where you are? I missed it. The judge said he could return to court in 30 minutes. I heard that. She must be showing the chat in Law and Crime. I am. I was showing the chat in Law and Crime. Lana says, I haven't missed a thing. I wonder how many holdouts they have. Well, according to Wesley loves Oktoberfest. I believe Wesley is his pet. That he felt like there could be 2 holdouts. Jebby says, I bet the jury will have a verdict before the end of the day. I just met my mental telepathy. I also know the lottery ticket I bought is not a winner. Melody and Rusty went to Jamaica for his birthday in 2016, I think. What do you tell your family? Like, hey, their house on Purcell Lane did go into foreclosure when law enforcement froze all the assets. You have to do that with a judge, but yeah. No verdict, Tammy. Melody is staying with an Alan, and it is the man who sits behind her. Oh my God, YB. Says, I think Melody and Rusty might have had phone sex after the murder. Nothing puts it past her. She's vile. Gladys is hoping we have a verdict. They did not ask for any more tape calls, Renee. They only asked for clarification of the charges. They didn't intend to let the house go into foreclosure, but they had no ability to pay for it. It was all tied into Gary's. This is where Melody wasn't the most cunning murderer, because they needed his money to pay for the house. The mortgage was over $5,000 a month. Oh, she was unmodded. I didn't do it, but let me go back and see it. There are some things I can do. I thought she was a mod. I asked. Done. Fixed. Capable of some things in my life. Some things, yeah. You were my first mod. I don't know why that deleted, but I fixed it. Thank you. Thank you very much. You want a mod? Okay, let me get it. I appreciate it. Luckily, in this group, we don't have a lot of moderation required, so that's nice. Maybe it times out. I don't know. I mean, there's very little I know or understand about YouTube. I am literally just making this up. Just making all this up. In front of 400 people, I'm literally making it up. Can't even lie. So this is interesting. So today we've learned about lefse and percolators. Lefse, which sounds like a lot of work, but amazing to eat. So where I'm from, they used to have an event. Well, they still do it. It's called the Farm Show. And it's a big agricultural event or show where they bring in like all the tractors and the farm equipment and then the food. And in Pennsylvania, they make at this event, they make potato donuts. So instead of flour donuts, they're potato donuts. And you get them plain, it's more like a cake donut. It's like the plain brownish donut with a hole in the center, or with what we call in the United States confectioner sugar, which I think in the UK, I think they call it icing sugar or something. But potato donuts, that's why I can imagine that lefse is amazing. Amazing. But it does look like a lot of work. Could they not have appointed a public trustee? No. Everything was frozen because it took a year to get the anthropology forensic report back. Icing sugar. Yeah, icing sugar. We call it confectioner sugar, but it's so delicious. Those potato donuts are amazing, which is why I love potato bread. So in our house, we don't buy like normal white flour bread. We buy potato bread by Martin's. And it's a guy that I knew. It's nice. Court TV is saying 1:30 that they'll be back. There is no legal limit for how many hours a jury can take. And they haven't come back and say we're stumped. And they haven't come back and say we can't do this. So we got to hand it to them. We do. We get very few trolls. Which I don't understand, but it's nice. If they had that money, why did they have a mortgage? Taxes. Who wants to? I mean, there's no benefit if you have the cash to pay off everything. The bank owns half your property. I mean, he laid him a lot of money. He wanted a mortgage. Maybe he didn't want to tie up all his cash into a house. A potato ricer. Oh, where'd it go? A potato ricer is what did me in. What do you mean, Sherry? Cherry and Max? What did a potato ricer do to you? They owed a lot. They were in their 50s. I have a mortgage. Whoa. Why would they know? No. The last donuts I did several years ago were apple cider donuts. God, those are good I believe Alan will be renting out his empty room after today. Too much for me. Oh, I see what you're saying. I can't imagine how much time that takes. Jody, Roser, Patty, I love listening to you. Thank you, Jody. In the library with a potato ricer. I got to look up potato ricer, people. Potato ricer. Oh, is this not automatic? You have to do this by hand. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. No, we would need a no, 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 no. If I can't plug it in, I'm not doing it. Can you get an electric one? No. Can you? No, there are no electric potato racers. Come on. It's a food press that you press by hand in this day and age. Heavy duty commercial food masher. Can you? There's an electric food mill. Could you rice it in a? Oh, this is making me gag though. They're actually showing the potato come out. I don't like that. A ricer for mashed potatoes. Couldn't you just put it in a blender or something? Why do you need to rice it? Somebody who makes lefse, fill in. I want a potato donut, man. They are the best. They're the best. You press by. I'm serious. You got to have an attachment for it at KitchenAid. Okay, so you can get an electric one. Short bus. Funny. Cute. You're new to my chat. Thank you. Welcome. You love this vibe. Thank you. It's just a whole lot of stream of consciousness, just so you know. Powdered sugar and water makes icing sugar. Castor sugar is a little grittier, and we use it in cakes, puddings, and cookies. Interesting. I make lefse, and a potato ricer is used. It actually makes the fluffiest potatoes. Rice them before whipping. Okay, let's go with the two. Is it electric, or are you mashing the potatoes? Which is like, I mash my own potatoes, but I'm not mashing 5 pounds of potatoes. Maybe I'd have better arms. That is a lot of potatoes to rice. Well, they sold another house to buy this house. And he had bonuses. Someone said it was $240 a year because he netted Rebecca after taxes $20,000 a month. So he made more than that. Plus, he got his bonus from his firm. I guess that was quarterly. Potato racers are the bomb for making mashed potatoes. Thumper agrees with me on cooking. I automate my cooking by my 2 sons doing all the cooking. Well, that's even better. Oh, I think you're talking about me. Standing up to all those bad podcasters. I don't know if they're, I mean, I don't, the word bad is significant, but not nice. They're not nice. And letting them know she won't lay down for their crap. And don't still. A blender will make a paste, so you don't want that. Oh, fair play. Cauliflower mashed potatoes still taste like cauliflower, though. You'd have to put a ton of butter and stuff in it to not have that. A hand mixer for potatoes, same thing if they are soft. He made a lot of more than 240. Potatoes get sticky because of the gluten, so you avoid that with the ricer. Oh, thank you, Paula. Ricing is more gentle than putting them in a mixer. Your husband just got back from the farmer's market. He bought you cheddar bagels. That's love right there. Bye, Snow. Manually, they're already cooked, so they're soft. A potato ricer is easier to use. I've had a couple trolls this week, but not many. Melody took out a $50,000 home line of credit without, that wouldn't have happened in Florida. You got to sign. You made glue out of mashed potatoes with your, oh, I love mashed potatoes. My husband likes that. Like, he likes mashed potatoes more than French fries. $45 for a KitchenAid ricer. I mean, it's a pretty piece of equipment. I'm sure you can use it for more than that, right? Can you use it for... Here's a rotary. Now we're talking. Rotary food mill potato ricer with 3 different discs. Great for making puree. I at least learn 1 or 2 things in this group every time. There's a jumbo food ricer. It just looks so gross coming out of the little... Looks like zits. Does anyone watch Dr. Pimple Popper besides me? I love it. Here's one. Moon Gigantico potato rice masher with 2 interchangeable discs. This looks like it has some system behind it. Look at this one. Lemons, pomegranates, chopped eggs, cooked potatoes. Oh, this is interesting. Easy to clean. You can juice. I like it. I love a gadget. Fun. Who has tenacity? I have tenacity. So I made the mistake of asking someone at my church. She's like, Patty, how can I pray for you? And I made the mistake of saying, you could pray that I have tenacity. And ever since I asked for that, I've had to grow some tenacity for my house, for people around me. It's been tough. Debbie puts sour cream, shredded cheese, and milk in your mashed potatoes and lots of butter. That's love right there. It is true. It looks like you can get an attachment for your mixer. Will they be able to fit the verdict into the judge's schedule? It's true. Yes, as a shareholder, that's the term. Thank you, Shelley F. He would have received distributions because he was a partner. So they put in money and they get out money. Yeah, potatoes don't have gluten. Flour has gluten. Wheat has gluten. So I don't mean to bust somebody's bubble butt. Potatoes are sticky because of starch. So I often, well, you go down the food aisles and you'll see a box of potato flakes, mashed potato mix, and it says gluten-free. I'm like, do people not know that? I use a hand mixer on the rare occasion I make mashed potatoes. You use potato flour in your gluten-free challah bread. Where do we buy potato flour? Hold on. Can I buy potato flour? Oh, Red Hill sells potato flour. Damn. Potato flour, also referred to as potato starch. Well, if you were in Pennsylvania around the first of the year, they have they have a potato donut place in Panama City. Hmm. It was best I didn't know that. I like lumpy mashed potatoes, like hand mashed potatoes. You can buy a potato flour at the Asian market here. Thank you, Rebecca. I'm gonna have to ask. I'll ask on Living Tallahassee. Not that what am I gonna do with it? Why would I care? I don't cook. I do, but very. Swan's flour from winter wheat is low gluten to make better baked goods, or potato flour is awesome and even better. Nothing. We got nothing, Denise F. Nothing. We have quite a few Asian markets here. You have a hand crank food mill for tomatoes, but that's good. My mom had one. She used to make her own spaghetti sauce and had one. You only cook for Christmas and Thanksgiving. I cook on Sundays. You love Dr. Pimple Popper. I do too. I love it. I bought purple potatoes from a farmer recently. Are they sweeter? Like, what do they taste like? Purple potatoes. How long did Melody sit in jail before she was released? Several months. Dumper is going to make percolator coffee and potato donuts. I wonder what the time consume. How to make. How much time it takes. Hour and 30 minutes. Or you could do like a. Interesting. Coconut oil, cinnamon sugar, buttermilk. That is a weighty recipe. I can just feel it. Thank you, Deb. The female we won't name now has a new channel. I saw it on Fancies. Those two are thick, aren't they? They are thick as thieves. Beach Bum said, Wesley is doing some work and EB is visiting a friend. I'm snacking in the courtroom. It opens back up at 1:20. Mashed potatoes and Dr. Pimple Popper. I'm not kidding. I love a good pimple. Like, I'll pick them. I was like, that should have been my calling. Carolyn, yeah, if you go back to when we were first talking this morning around 10 o'clock, we were talking about percolator coffee. Got to do a conference call. See y'all in a couple. Like and subscribe. Emily D. Baker is the one with the big with the purple hair. You live in the middle of Krispy Kreme donuts. So I was going to get some donuts for my husband, and then they gave me the bill. Like, I went to order through the drive-thru, and they were like, that's $15. And I was like, what? Because we don't get donuts a lot. And he's like, I said, for what? I'm like, what did I order? No. I said, actually, it's not. I said, just remove the order and thank you. And he's like, why? I'm like, because I'm not paying $2 for a donut. Like, it's just not happening. You do cook for yourself, but you don't cook big. I use agar corn flour when I make Southern biscuit. It makes them soft and fluffy. You thought Patty was Emily. Well, thank you, Born Free. I am not. She has about 7 gazillion thousand subscribers. I don't know how she does it. We do save the chat, Carolyn. So when you pick up one of the, I think it's on. I mean, I think I do save it. It should be on replay. Let me check now. Yep. If you go into any of the videos, the chat is available. At the North Carolina State Fair, they sell cheeseburgers where the buns are 2 crispy donuts. I don't like that either. There's a couple restaurants around here that do it. I don't like it. Ms. Brown says, waiting and watching from San Francisco. Thanks for the coverage. Look at Beach Bum. Melody was walking down the stairs as I was leaving the building. She handled the stairs well. Oh my God. Oh my God. Talking about donuts, Patty. We have this place here in town called Beechwood Donuts. They're almost $4 each. No, I'm not. I mean, I'm sure it takes talent. I'm just not doing it. Thank you, Born Free, for subscribing. That's nice. Emily D. Baker is an attorney. So she does break down the legal side of it. I make fun of the legal side of it. That was fabulous, Patty. I have to remember that. Where Emily D. Baker breaks down, I make fun of it. My mom would never clean her metal percolator, swore that's what made coffee so good. It's like fried food, never replacing the oil or cleaning it. When you learned a donut has 1,000 calories, you quit eating them. $6 a piece for a donut in Hawaii. You can watch Pimple Popper show, but seeing potatoes come out of a rice cooker. It didn't. I was just trying to be funny. But it does look like a big zit. The big cysts are the best ones on Pimple Popper. You're just sitting there going, how on earth did you get to that point where today is the day that you called? You didn't call Dr. Pimple Popper like 8 months ago. You called today. Crazy. So funny to me. We were talking about percolating coffee. How good that was. Our mother's made. And some people here make it. Unpopular opinion, Voodoo Donuts in Portland is overrated. We don't have a Voodoo Donut. We had a Duck Donut, which is out of Duck, North Carolina, but they didn't last. They also wanted way too much. You make a mean gluten-free cinnamon bun, but I can't say it. Erythritol lately has been agreeing with me, and I like sugar-free. You lived in Israel for 6 years. That's amazing. Just the history. I would just... I watch a guy. He's a tour guide in Israel. I think he works Jerusalem. It's one of my subscribers that I follow, and he's just amazing. I'll show you what I was gagging at. Hold on. This is the video. Look at it. Yeah, that's hard to watch. Yum. Yum. You nip your pimples in the bud before they fester. Best GD donuts in South Florida. Let me look them up. DG Donuts. Oh, they have them in a Coe too. See, they put all that stuff on it. That's the way Donut Kingdom here in town is what it's called. They do that. Like it's all this stuff. How much is a donut? $4.45. Half a dozen discount is not available. See that? I could eat some strawberry. Buy 6, get 5% off each. But they are more like artwork. I mean, it is a lot more time consuming. Wesley, how are you? How's it going in there? Got to be boring. Dandy Donuts in South Florida, the best Boston cream. The only thing I miss other than IHOP pancakes. I thank you for talking about donuts. It reminds me today is Friday and I get a free donut from the office. YB's dog snoring. Oh, does he? Michelle thinks I sound like Emily D. Baker. Where is she from? She lives in New York, doesn't she? Here's her Wikipedia. Yeah, Manhattan Beach, California. Oh, no, she's from California. I really thought she was from New York. Stevia is good. I don't know that I've ever had stevia. Wes, is she wearing her pearls today? Emily lives in Tennessee now. Look at her moving around. Tennessee's nice. Nice. Here's her website. Her website's nice. She says, I believe in facts, not fuckery. I can get behind that. I follow her. Can't understand why jury didn't ask for Rusty's police interview day after murder where Melody clearly states her guilt, in your opinion. They asked for one audio yesterday when he was speaking to law enforcement. I do sound like Emily D. Baker. Yeah, she's a Dave Matthews kind of girl. I watched her. She was headed out to a Dave Matthews concert. The judge and the prosecutors and the defense with Melody coming in and out of the courtroom. I'm hoping for a verdict this afternoon. Judge will be in and out this afternoon. A funeral is here. You grew a stevia plant? See, I didn't even know. I didn't see pearls, but Beach Bum noticed she's in a tracksuit. Guess easy access for jail. Yeah, I didn't see her. Someone said she has her jail clothes on today. What were you calling them? Dandy donuts? Dandy donuts. Oh, and Margate. Yeah, see, that's my kind of donut. Just a normal donut, like a donut. Not with all the cake toppings. Dandy donut. That looks good. And they serve breakfast. Cool beans. Do her runners have bloodstains on them? You usually get a maple bar. Ended up with getting a chocolate cake donut with rainbow sprinkles, Joe. Joe got a free donut today because it's Friday. It's so cool, Carolyn A. says, that patty cakes can meet each other. I wish we could meet you all. Because they're at the courthouse. They're in Cherokee. Cherokee County. Eat with Candy says, I live in Canada, but if you live in the US, do you have so many more options than we do? I wonder why that is. Will she have to ditch the diamond and engagement ring for jail? Yeah. And be anally checked. What is Melody's story? Did she go to post-secondary school? Did she have a job? I don't know. I don't know her high school. I don't know. Let me see if I can figure out where she grew up. Now that I have time to research, because they're not coming in with a. Let me see. What was her maiden name? Who had her maiden name? I did. Walker. When I was, God, I'm not even thinking. And she's 50. What, she's 64. Don't yell at me. So she was born in 1960. Same. Oh, 1960. And she was born in Alabama. Oh, she was born in Muscle Shores, Alabama. That's where it was. Muscle Shores. Her mother's name was Kay, right? What county is Muscle Shores in? Muscle Shores is in Colbert. Nothing. Hmm. Trying to find something about high school or something. Nothing. Nothing. Damn. We find an obituary. When did she die? I can't remember anything right now. Let me look up, what was it? Martha Jane Barton? Martha Jane Barton obituary. Her husband was Roy, right? Tullahoma. Here he is. Here's his. This is going to be the problem, that no one has obituaries. Like, it's going to be so much harder to search. Here's Lavoie. You got to love the South. He died in 19. Roy Barton died in 14. Yeah, he died in 14. Interesting. And Muscle Shoals, her parents owned an Ace Hardware. In Muscle Shoals, but I don't know that she was born there. I was trying to find that. I figured she had a wedding. I could find that. I'm not finding anything. She was born 1960, Alabama. Nope, nothing. It's so odd. Let's see it. Now, I'm assuming they lived in Muscle Shoals because the Ace Hardware was in Muscle, but they may not be. I found her mother's obituary before, but I'm not. God, there's nothing. Hmm. I'm not getting anything. I did with Gary, but I'm not with her. Let's see. Believe it or not, there's not a lot of Melody Ferris's. So her birthday is February 8th, 1960. They lived on Fairfax Lane in Tuscaloosa. I found that. Their last house was at 1650. Let me look it up. 1650 Ridge Haven Run, Alpharetta. So this is where they lived before they went to the. Oh, they took the pictures off. I don't blame them. I would have taken the pictures off too. Here it is. This is the house they lived in. This is the house they lived in before they moved to Purcell Lane. Right here. Very Georgia. Oh my gosh. That's funny. The two said her husband went to a funeral once, read the obit, told him about it. He goes and knows no one. Sees the picture up front. It's not his friend. Same name. Did he leave or did he eat and then leave? I heard Melody Ferris on a recorded call that she had aged 20 years since she'd been charged. Only truthful thing you ever heard her say. You walked into the wrong house for Thanksgiving once, JJ Dawn. This house looks like many houses in West Cobb. Yeah, it does. That big foyer, palladium windows. No wonder she didn't get while they moved. It's a lot. Let's see what they paid for it. Hold on. I'll give you a rundown. In 14, it sold for, or 13, It sold for $582,500. They listed it for $585,000 and it sold for $582,500. I don't know how much they paid for it. They might have built it. She's a mess. I can't believe I can't find, like, usually they have like yearbook photos or something. So February 8th. I'm just trying to find an old photo if you just are watching from Melody Ferris. Something. Alabama. Did her parents not like her? Did they not pay for photos? Mm-mm. Nothing. That is crazy to me. Thing. You know, now it's on like Donkey Kong. I'm going to find something. Kay died before that. Kay is her mother. I know she's an only child. I know I found it. I just have to find it again. Well, I believe Gary was trying to save their marriage. So he bought her a farmette. Oh, that's nice. The two. It's a big gift. K for Catherine. Could be. Let me look up damn, where did I find it? Let me just look up the man of the hour. He was married in Missouri. She was older than him. He's Gary Wayne Ferris, so his birthday was August 3rd, 1960, and he was born in Missouri. Poor guy. Very, very sad. I'm still dying to know where their wedding is. I may have to find it over the weekend. Okay, Melody. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. So bizarre. Mm-mm. Melody does not exist. I'll find her. I just have to keep looking. Yeah, she took her maiden name as her middle name. Mm-mm. There was actually other people named Martha Jane Barton. Who knew? She's so cute. Trying to find her wedding too. Maybe she didn't put it in the paper. I thought everybody put it in the paper those days. Mm-mm. More than one person named Martha Jane Barton. Who would have thunk it? Tullahoma. Tullahoma. Here we go. Here's Roy Barton. This is her husband's obituary. Just a second. Hey, what's wrong?
I was just
I found Roy's obituary. Martha Jane's husband. He was born in Mississippi. Orally, gosh, that's old. Served in the military. Her maiden name was Patterson for more than 61 years until her death. Oh. Interesting. Martha Patterson. Any word from the jury? Hey, Junjun, we won't hear back from one at least another 20 minutes when the judge is back and they open the courthouse. Here's one. Patty, please stop speaking for the jury. When did I do that? Could you tell me? And I won't stop speaking about anything, Murray. Do any of you remember Melody's parents either gave Gary a loan for college or they paid it? Gary knew what it was like to be without money. Thanks, Carolyn. Is the jury still deliberating? Wendy's asking, no, they are at lunch. They are at lunch. Melody's parents did pay for law school, I heard. It's so hard to search because everything you do comes up with the trial. Everything. Like nothing ever existed. Interesting. Mm-mm. Because they lived in Tuscaloosa. Something should have come up. He went to University of Alabama. And there must have been a judge named Melody Walker at some point. Did they ever move to Louisiana? Do you know? See nothing. What year was that? 73. That wouldn't have been her. She was 17. Interesting. Maybe it is Catherine. And she went by K. Oh, her mother did. I found something finally. Her mother just died in 2021. Father's name was Carl. K. Evans Walker. So the mother's name was Kay Evans Walker. She was only 84 when she died. Kay Evans Walker. Finally, God. Where'd she die? She died in Florence. Oh, now I remember. So I remember when Chicky Poo was on bond, she had to get special arrangements to go see her. I completely forgot about this. To go see her mother while her mother was in hospice care. I forgot all about it. That's what happened to that. So she had to get special dispensation for the judge to go to see her mother. When she was on hospice. She was 84 years old. So she's what, born in 35, I think. Let me share it with you. This is the mother's obituary. That's where I figured out they were own Ace Hardware. Carl Underwood Walker was the name. Was her father's name. She was born in 37. I mean, that was nice that they helped Chicky Poo get her. That they helped. What's his name? Gary get into law school. I mean, someone must have liked them at some point. I still don't understand why there's not even a. Maybe she was homeschooled. Two sisters, Irvin and McKelvey. Very Southern. Southern ladies don't kill their husbands, Melody. They just don't. What's expected to happen when they return from lunch? They go back to deliberation until we hopefully find out something. Bye, Chris. Be safe. Shannon, I've got my eyeballs working. No multitasking today. Any feedback, questions from the jury? Yeah, they wanted clarification on what the legal definition of what the charges meant. And that was a 412. Her parents must have had money. Well, they only had one child and stayed married and owned a business. So probably. Beach Bum says 2 family members are on the way up. I heard them tell the security guards they were here for the Ferris trial, hoping there'd be a verdict. The guy with her sort of laughed out loud. Oh, wow. I'm sure she got an inheritance. Patty, I don't know if you heard about the Micah Miller case where she supposedly unsliced herself. Yes, I do remember that. Was married to the preacher in Myrtle Beach. Looks like the FBI is searching his home. Good. How do you do that? I mean, even if you wanted to stab once, stabbing more than once is probably pretty hard. That's interesting. The family came. They probably couldn't wait any longer to just figure it out. So much. $805. Let me see where they lived. 805 flag. Flag circle. How'd she grow up? Oh, that's the nursing home. Tuscumbia. Looks like Melody's mom was raised in Tennessee. But somehow they made it to Alabama. And she grew up in just a little normal house, little tiny home. They probably saved everything they had. Just a little 2-bedroom, 1,600 square foot home. What she grew up with. Parking in the yard. She ruined it all. Chris spoke of his dad working while in law school. Martha Jane loved Gary. That tells a lot. Martha Jane is like defined as salt of the earth. Yeah, did you see that someone from New Zealand emailed Jack Campbell and Jack Campbell responded? I guess they were telling Jack Campbell how to do his job. If you don't know, Jack Campbell is our state attorney here in the Big Bend area, covers 5 counties. And so someone from New Zealand emailed him and he responded. Beach Bum says, I take it back. She's got dark gray green suede slip-ons on. The jury just began deliberating again. Thank you, M. Cass, very much. Melody spilled all the tea about his jealousy even before marriage. She martyred herself for everything she would have said if her family paid for law school. Sandra Keys says, little side note, Patty, I thought you were my twin until you brought up Pimple Popper. I know, it's not for everybody. It's not. It wasn't that YouTube guy. I don't know who it was. It's on Reddit. Let me see if I can find it. This is the email. His last name's Fiddler, whatever that means. It says, thank you for your interest. This is from Mr. Feidler. Feidler to Jack Campbell, state attorney. Shows his email, the whole thing. It's funny. Thank you for your interest in the case. I'm glad you're enjoying the media reports. Your signature indicates you're an engineer from New Zealand. I've always wanted to go there. I have no education or experience in that field. And your conclusions and analysis suggest you have no legal training or experience with murder investigations in Florida. Please understand that our team is comprised of professionals who are actually embedded in this case and have been working on it since the day of the murder. They're doing outstanding work on this case, and unless you actually become a witness, you do not need to be sending unsolicited advice or criticism in the future. When I mention being a witness, please understand me to mean that if you actually see or hear something about the murder firsthand, I would suggest that you not attempt to interview anyone nor come to Florida and view the scene or physical evidence. Any such action would be both obstructive to the legal proceedings and possibly constitute violations of the law. Well, you can walk on the scene because, the street is public. But I hope you continue to enjoy the video coverage of this trial and wish you good luck in the future. And that is the best way that Jack Campbell could say, fuck off. Here it is. Communications to Markel case, Magbanua statement of claim from T.E. Fiddler. Feidler. Funny stuff right there. Jack is a card. What was I going to say? Can't recall his name, but he was out there in the Adelson trial. Oh, I don't know his name. I don't know another YouTuber from New Zealand. I'm sorry. I don't. You texted me who he is. Okay. The courtroom is open again. They should have started deliberating. Thank you. Maybe the jurors are under the weather. Too many Halloween treats. Maybe. Wesley said, I have my VIP parking spot back and I'm headed inside with Beach Bum. Thank you. You saw it, but wasn't sure if it was legit. Apparently it is. I mean, it's well back. It's a long time ago, but it's still funny. It says 2021. Still hilarious. Did that happen? Never forgive when a defense lawyer helped himself to Martha's water jug. Oh, you interacted with the guy who said he used to send Georgia emails. Well, that's stupid. So Lala is watching. Lala's my friend. I need to know when we're going to go to Biloxi, Lala. That's what I want to know. Something was filed today in the Karen Reed. Oh, he isn't a YouTuber. Thank you. I don't have access to that. You get an email and you get. Remember that with Oprah? That is funny. I mean, Gary was smart. He was like number 1 or number 2 in his class in Alabama, and just very sad. The whole thing is very sad. I just want a picture of her in school. I mean, there's a Facebook photo of Melody, but it's nothing. Maybe that's why I'm not finding anything. Maybe she was actually born in Tennessee and not Alabama. I can't. Oh, nobody. How does she not have anything? Nothing. It's like I'm searching in Canada right now. It's really hard. Do they not public marriages in Alabama? Crazy. Tennessee does, but I don't see it here. Maybe they're not public in Alabama. I don't see any. Nope. They're not. I had no idea. I don't have family in Alabama, so I didn't think about it. They do not have marriages published on Ancestry. For Alabama or Tennessee. That is insane. This is like I keep saying, it's 2024. What is going on? We don't know. You don't know. Melody should look scared. Maybe she can use her diaphragm for bladder control. What kind of clarification? They just wanted the legal definitions, Leslie. So I pulled it up on ChatGPT, and then I asked for it as if I were a fourth grader, because that's really what they wanted. But of course, they didn't get that. So I asked ChatGPT, can you explain to me like I am a fourth grader? And they defined what murder was, malice murder, and felony murder. Leslie, are you in Vegas? Are you in like a casino right now? You got early check-in, stretching a bit. 10:30 a.m. here. He was an artist from New Zealand. She is dressed for the big house. Hi, Dawn from Vancouver. How are you? Melody did look scared. Villanelle's Boots, what's up? Thank you for supporting. We are waiting for the verdict, and I'm sitting here on a Friday, 11/1, with 500 of my closest friends. Not all yearbooks are online either. No, they're not. Oh, you searched too, Susan. Bless your heart. Thank you. Do they close at 4 today? I see from the chat the judge is attending a family event. Back from Mass, and I am all confessed. I'm going at 6, and then I'm going to a high school football game that's going to be right after the Mass. Someone needs to drop off a percolator to the jury room. If you just joined us, first of all, I'm Patty Wilson, and this is Patty's Playhouse. But in the chat, we were talking about percolators, and I didn't even know they still were around. I've never looked. Dawn says she's okay waiting for the verdict like you all. It was a son's friend's funeral that he went to. She's giving the ring to the attorneys for partial payment. It's funny. Jurors didn't say just that they wanted the legal definition of the charges. We think it is the first 2 charges that need clarified for them. Speculation between us and audio guy from Court TV, which is exactly why I asked about it as if I were a fourth grader. Because malice murder is not, I'm not from Georgia, obviously. And it's a word label that I had not heard. Here it's first degree, second degree, that kind of thing. First degree is intentional. Spaghetti sauce is made. Look at you. You know, some people could be lonely on a jury, and then this is their opportunity to be around people. Like, I'm just making things up at this point. How did she bond out with this situation? I just don't know. Georgia allows for bond on murder. Hold on, let me ask chat. In Georgia, individuals charged with serious offenses such as malice murder are not automatically granted bond. Only a superior court judge has the authority to set bond in these cases. This means that after an arrest for malice murder, the accused will remain in custody until a bond hearing is held. Superior court, the defense attorney must file a motion. It could take several weeks. During this time, the accused remains in jail. In Florida, murder is murder. Murder one, you don't get bond. Now, with Charlie Adelson, they had an Arthur hearing, but he didn't get bond. Melody moved several times as a child. I think she was upset when she found out her father wasn't her biological dad. Oh, well, there goes Kay Walker. Kay Walker? What day was that part of the trial that I obviously missed? Anybody want to fill me in on that one? Okay, Rebecca. Was it Judge Cannon who allowed her bond? Yes. We do not know what time everyone will send everyone home. He told the jury that they could deliberate as long as they wanted to, Shannon. So if they want to break at 3:20, they will break at 3:20. If they want to stay till 10, they will stay till 10. That was never said in trial. Thank you, Lana. How do you know, Rebecca? Let's see. Oh, well, here's a bigger home that they lived in. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, no, I think that's where the store was that they had. I think that's where their store was and that I just pulled up. So Jury will be done today. Claudia is speaking it to the universe. Jurors and free food, but no booze. Oh, Martha Jane. I'll have to go back and listen to that. Thank you, Georgia Peach. I think I heard she got bonded out because of something to do with COVID. Maybe. Can I pull up Martha Jane on the fly? Let me look. I'll pull up whatever I can on the fly. Hold on. What day was Martha Jane? I wonder how Martha Jane's doing today. Let me open this up so I can see both screens. Like I'm Murdered by Maestro. We know what's going on in the courtroom. I think time I play this. Okay. I wonder why. Let me show you.
I haven't instructed a single witness.
That is
As far as watching any of the events.
To my knowledge, no, Your Honor, but I can put her under oath and we could ask her also.
Well, that's probably a good idea. Let's do that.
All right. Ms. Martha, would you can stay seated. Don't get up. Raise your right hand if you would, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Ms. Martha, state your full name for the record.
Martha Jane Barton.
We're going to ask you some preliminary questions, not going into the other stuff, but in all fairness, the judge and the attorneys would like to know, did you ever receive a subpoena in this case?
No,
No one served you with any documents or anything?
no,
I think you talked to our office with Ms. Frankish one time over the phone
I did.
a couple of weeks beforehand.
Mhm.
Outside of that, did you talk to any of the defense attorneys?
No,
And did you hear from anyone else in the case about this case prior to trial?
I have not.
That's all I have to say.
there.
All right. Okay. Any additional argument, Ms. Weaver?
Additional argument, as to this issue of having to be under subpoena for sequestration, I don't think the law is actually clear on that, so we do not accept that is what we must follow. Of course, that can be taken up in another court at a different time, but we still, of course, object to that premise by the court. And furthermore, if she is allowed to testify, we are requesting, and we need to put this on the record, we are requesting a charge to read to the jury before her testimony, letting the jury know that she broke the rule of sequestration, and she has watched this trial and You are to determine the weight and the credibility of the witness.
Judge may reply.
No, that's all right. She was a potential witness, a named witness, but was never served a subpoena. It probably would have been best for her to receive some instruction to not watch the proceedings, although I don't know that that is another issue that none of us have gone through before, and maybe next time we will do it a little bit differently. But there was definitely no intentional violation by the state that would justify a mistrial. I'm not inclined to grant a curative instruction or anything saying that she violated any rule of sequestration, since she was not informed that she could not contact anyone or watch the proceedings or anything. I will let y'all cross-examine her to the extent that y'all wish to about any or all of that. And I'm not going to restrict any of that. Y'all can ask her any questions about anything that she's seen or where she got her information from, or any of that stuff is fair game. But I think it's appropriate for cross. Y'all can ask her that she knew that she could potentially be as a witness, and that whether or not she thought it was a good idea to watch it, or any of that kind of stuff, I think is fair game.
Judge, we've learned from this too, because we notified the ones on our list that we provide the defense about not contacting anything outside of that.
I haven't instructed a single witness as they left the stand to not watch the proceedings on. So, and I probably should have done that. So, anyway, we'll do it all differently maybe next time we have one of these. All right. Anything else?
That's all, Your Honor.
All right, bring them in.
Judge, just for the record, I will re-swear in.
Yes, that's fine. And ma'am, you can just scoot up just a little bit. You don't have to lean into the microphone. It'll get you if you just stay about that distance. And there's a Bible over there if you want to use it on the corner.
Oh, okay.
There's water.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Focus, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. This time, state calls Martha Jane Barton. Ms. Barton, you can remain seated. Just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm that the evidence you're about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Put your hand down. Ms. Martha, I want you to get comfortable. I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions, and when I'm done, the defense counsel is going to ask you a question. I think it's going to be Mr. Ray that's going to ask questions. If you can't hear what we say or anything like that, just let me know, okay?
Okay.
Tell this jury your full name for us, please.
Martha Jane Barton.
And spell your name for us, if you would, please.
B as in boy. Arton.
And don't give me your address, but tell me the city you're from.
Tullahoma, Tennessee.
You're going to have to spell Tullahoma for us.
Tullahoma.
Ms. Martha, tell the jury about how big of a city Tullahoma is.
It's about 18,000, maybe a few more.
And how old are you today?
84.
84. How long have you lived in Tullahoma?
Practically all my life.
Do you consider it your home?
Oh, yes.
Now, if I asked you how many people in Tullahoma you know, how many you think you know?
Well, not as many as I used to, but I'm sure it'll come out. I worked at a bank, the same bank, for over 53 years. And growing up there, I know quite a few. And if I don't know the person, I probably know their parents and grandparents.
Now, Tullahoma, how many stoplights and things like that? They have big stores, little stores?
We're growing. We have several stoplights, and we're growing with stores that we have a Publix, Hobby Lobby, Marshalls, Ulta. We have a Ross.
You have an Aldi's?
An Aldi,
Okay.
of course, Kroger's,
And
several banks.
several banks. Now, is it my understanding that you like purses and shoes?
Who told you that? Yes, I do.
Okay. What type of brand of purses do you like?
I guess I have more Michael Kors, but I have.
You have a lot.
Yeah, I have a lot. Too many.
Now, when you're in Tullahoma, do you have an opportunity to go out much these days? Or
Not now, for about, with COVID. And then since then, I've had a lot of health issues. And so I don't get to go out.
Would you just tell the jury about, I know you have some heart issues. Just briefly, what kind of heart issues have you had? I'm going to ask you some questions later on, but just tell us.
Open heart surgery with aorta valve replacement. And then about a week later, I had to have a pacemaker put in. And I still have heart issues. I have another valve that's giving me problems now. I've had COVID twice. Since then, I've developed COPD and emphysema, and that's why my voice is like it is. I also have macular degeneration and have to have injections in my eyes.
Did you take your medicine today? Did you take your medicine today?
I did.
All right. If I start going too fast, sometimes I get going fast, just raise your hand and I'll slow down, all right?
Okay.
Tell me, what kind of education do you have?
1 year of college.
What did you study in college?
Well, actually, I meant to study psychology in the first year. I didn't. And then I quit and went to work at the bank. We were neighbors to the people that back then, they owned the bank. And so one day I was in there and the president of the bank asked me if I'd like a job. So I took the job and stayed.
When you started working at the bank, what kind of job did you start with and what did you end up doing?
Oh, well, back then you started posting accounts And,
what's posting accounts? I don't know what that means.
well, checks and deposits, the people's checks.
Okay.
And their deposits. And, all the accounts are everything was done like a ledger, like A's and B's and C's and D's, like that. So.
Like
you
a
would-
book ledger, old paper ledger?
Oh, no, you had a cardboard, well, a heavy, piece of paper that you'd put down in the machine. And so you would put in the checks to take off and add the deposits. And then I went from that to running the proof machine, which,
A proof machine?
which proves the work that goes through.
Okay.
Then I started as teller. Then I went to being over all the tellers and over the vault. Went then to doing just CDs and IRAs. And then the last, I think 16 years, I was a branch manager.
Okay, you managed the bank?
Mm.
Did you enjoy that?
I did.
Did you like working at the bank?
I did. I like being with people.
Are you a people person?
I am.
Now, did you work, you said 53 years at the bank? Is that pretty much the main place that you worked?
I started out at the old building. They built a new one. And then after that, I went down to the branch. So actually, I worked in 3 different buildings.
How many people kind of were employed when you started? And how many people did it grow to the bank?
Oh, we started out with probably 10 or so, maybe 12. And there were over 40 when I left.
Did you know them all?
And I did. That's how I know half of Tullahoma. They had worked at the bank at one time or another.
They come in and see you. Now, do you go by Martha Jane sometimes too?
Mostly Martha. Yeah, Martha Jane's fine.
Okay. Now, I've heard that you go by something else. I just told Ms. Monica told me this morning. I think I caught it yesterday when we were talking. But do you go by Marty also?
Marnie.
Okay. Is that how do you distinguish when someone calls you Martha Jane versus Marty? What's that mean to you?
Martha Jane is people that I knew a long, long time ago, family.
Okay.
When my nephew was born and he just turned 59, and his mother and daddy referred to me as Aunt Martha or Aunt Martha Jane, he started calling me Marnie. And so really for about 13 years, his sister wasn't born until he was almost 13. And he wouldn't let anybody else call me Marnie. He said, she's my Marnie, not yours. So then when his sister was born, he let her call me that. And so then, well, Roy and I were married. And then when the grandchildren came along, I insisted that they call me Marnie.
Now, has some people referred to you as MJ? You ever heard that?
Mm-hmm.
I would probably call you Miss Martha if that's okay.
It's okay.
All right. What church do you go to?
Church of Christ.
How big is that? How big is the congregation?
About 175.
And is this a church where it's a lot of family and people you relate to?
Not
Okay.
a few, but not really. It's church family.
At one point, did Rusty go there?
He did.
Yeah, we know who Rusty is. So
Yes.
I'm going to refer to Roy Barton Jr. as Rusty.
Mhm.
Now, when it comes to your health, did you have to have some surgeries, open heart surgery
I did in
How many of those?
2014.
in 2014?
Mm-hmm.
Where'd you go to get that done?
St. Thomas, Nashville.
How'd they do? How'd they do with that? Was it good?
Oh, yeah, it turned, yeah,
And
except for having to have the pacemaker put in.
but your day-to-day life is now kind of the same since you retired. You just try to take it easy.
Very. No, you don't set an alarm clock.
Miss Martha, are you senile?
I hope not.
How's your memory these days?
Well, I went to my doctor about 3 months ago, and I thought I was having trouble remembering names.
Uh huh.
And these were people's names that I had known years ago, and I'd think of them. And so when I went in, I told the nurse that I wanted some memory pills. And she said, well, he'll give you a memory test. Well, she actually did it. And it was 30 questions. And he came in the room and he said, Martha, why did you want that? You aced the test. So I said, well, I can't remember names. And he said, well, you're not around people. And these were people, I said, I was paid to remember names. And he said, well, those were people that you were in contact with every day. So he help my feelings.
Oh, good. I want to talk about your late husband.
Okay,
And I know
I like to talk about it.
I know you do like to talk about Mr. Roy. So let's talk about Mr. Roy. Roy Barton Sr. If you would just tell the jury when you met him, what year was that?
I had known him. My sister had worked with him several years before. And in 1975, I went to a class reunion and he was there with another girl. And I promise you, I did not flirt with him. I don't even know. I mean, I know I spoke to him, but then that was on a Saturday night. Sunday afternoon, he called me. And my first thing, no, you're going with someone else. And he assured me that they weren't in any permanent, steady, engaged relationship.
They weren't going steady with her, huh?
No, but I still wouldn't go out. I said no. So he told me that he had come home talking about me, and Rusty, who I had known since he was a little boy because of coming in the bank, had said, Daddy, call Martha. And then he said, he just left. And he said, don't forget to call Martha. Well, I thought, well, if he said it was okay, it was okay. But he came out to my house and we talked on the phone for 2 or 3 weeks.
What year did y'all get married?
We married in 75.
75. How
Oh
old?
yeah, when we got started, he was very pushy he proposed, and
How long were y'all married?
almost 39 years.
And how old was Rusty when y'all got
He
married?
was 22 or 23.
And did Rusty live with y'all in the beginning?
He did.
And Rusty is he, I guess technically your stepson, but are you close to him?
I am.
Do you love him?
I do. He's been very good to me.
How's it going to be when you have to talk to him again?
I don't know.
Not looking forward to that?
I'm not.
Now, I want to ask you some questions. Melody Walker Ferris here. Do you see her in court today?
I do.
Do you love her?
I do.
I want to ask you some things about her. But can you tell the jury, I think you described it as you were from a small family. What's that mean when you were from small, when it relates to how you say Kay Walker and Melody? How's that work?
My mother only had one brother. And my daddy didn't have any children, brothers and sisters. So mother's brother had one daughter who was Melody's mother.
That's Kay Walker?
Kay.
All right.
She was my only first cousin. And we were very close, very, very close. I loved her like a sister.
Was there a time that you and were living and Kay and Melody came to the house and lived a little bit, or not in your house, but did Kay live with your family at some point?
No.
And was there a time that even when you were older that you would spend time with Melody?
Oh, yes. When I first started working at the bank, well, I didn't marry until I was 35. So when Melody was born, I was 20. And then when they moved to Nashville, the bank would be closed on Thursday. So very often I would go down on Wednesday night and stay on Thursday with them, and sometimes even go for the weekend.
Miss Martha, do you like Willie Nelson?
I do.
When's the last time you saw Willie Nelson in concert?
When Melody came and took me to see him in Atlanta.
Do you remember what year that was?
It was probably 2017, 2018. Gary hadn't died.
Was it a good concert?
Oh, yeah.
Would y'all do things like that often? Just go and do
No,
stuff?
that's the only time we ever went to a concert.
And who went with you to that one? Was it just you and Melody? Or?
Amanda and Chad. And then it was a couple that was a friend of theirs.
Amanda, her daughter, and Chad Bruce, now husband?
Mm-hmm.
How would you describe the defendant's, Melody's energy level?
She was like my mom, my grandmother, which had been her great grandmother.
How so?
Mama was never still, and Melody wasn't. She worked. She kept a good house. Her yard was southern living, and when she would come up to my house, she would do things for me.
What type of things?
The time she brought her power washer and washed the patio, the front sidewalk. She did all my patio furniture. She repainted it. She helped me clean out. We have a separate garage, and we got a dumpster, and she helped me clean that out after my husband died.
Melody's family, right?
She is family.
Would you welcome her could she come into your house even when you weren't there?
Oh yeah.
She have a key to your house?
She did.
Did you try to limit her access to your house in any way?
No, she was very good to come up at, my husband had one stroke and he got better from that. But he also was diagnosed with Parkinson's. And then he had several sick spells and where he'd be in and out of the hospital. And then he had a second stroke and had to go to the hospital and never came back. But she came and took me to Nashville for my doctor's appointments. And my cardiologist in Tullahoma arranged for me to have as many things done in Tullahoma as I could. He knew the situation. I had been a patient of his, my mother and my husband had. And so for convenience sake, but for those things that I had to have done, she took me to Nashville for that.
Because of her energy level, did you ever say to her she needed to get her thyroid check?
I did. She was an Energizer bunny.
Does she like to clean?
She does.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most immaculate, loves to clean, and 1 being as dirty as you can be, where would you put her on her
10 and a half.
Now, did you know Gary Ferris?
I did.
What did you think about him?
I like Gary.
How many years did you know him?
Well, since I got married.
So about 38 or so?
We went for periods of time that we weren't around them as often, but we went down for when Chris and Scott was born. Of course, then they moved to Birmingham, and during that period, we didn't see them as often. But no, I was very fond of Gary.
Was Gary good to you, bad to you, or something else?
He was always nice. He came to Tullahoma to visit us a few times. Of course, she came more, but no, he came too.
How would you describe how Melody felt about Gary?
In later years, they were distant.
Ms. Martha, let me ask you a little bit more straightforward. How would you describe the word, what would you use to describe her heart feelings towards Gary at the end of their marriage?
There was no love there.
When Melody would come see you in Tullahoma, would she stay with you or somewhere else?
She stayed with me as far as I know.
How much did you see her interact with Rusty?
I didn't. When Roy was in the hospital, there would be times that he would be sicker and she would, with my health, this was before surgery, she would say, you going home and I'll stay. And a little while, and Rusty would be there.
Did you know about them?
No. And
I'm not going to ask you anything.
okay.
I think you were able to talk to law enforcement twice in this case. Is that right?
Yes,
Were you able to go back and listen to? I want you to listen to those recordings. Did you listen to those?
I did.
Did you remember much of what was said in, or did you forgot some of it?
After I heard it, I remembered. I didn't before.
Do you remember when I think was the first law enforcement that came out and talked to you, was it the TBI?
It was.
How were they? I think that was July 6th, 2018.
I don't know what date, but they came.
Would it be
It was at night.
after what was
Yes.
going on with Gary?
Yes.
Okay. So just tell me, Jerry, how were they with you?
They were very nice. They mostly asked personal things, you know.
Do you remember it was a tall, a short guy about my size and a tall lady? Do you remember them?
I do.
Do you remember their names? I didn't actually remember names.
I do not remember their names.
Were they mean to you?
No,
Okay, I was just asking. Now, when you talk to
they
them,
were kind.
go ahead.
No, they weren't mean.
Were,
I mean,
were you
I
nervous?
was nervous.
You ever talked to law enforcement like that before?
In the bank, a lot of times, or I wouldn't say a lot of times, but very on occasion, we would have an officer, an FBI agent, come in and flip his badge over to you to ask something, and it was like, "Yes, sir. You know, what can I do for you?"
Now, you were a little hesitant to talk to law enforcement about what happened to Gary, what you knew.
I was.
Tell the jury why you were hesitant.
I had been told that an attorney had told me not to talk.
Who specifically told you not to talk to law enforcement?
Melody told me that the attorney told her.
But did you end up talking to them? Did you talk to them when they were there?
I did.
Did you know any facts or details what had happened to Gary the first time you talked to them?
No,
Did anyone tell you facts and details about what had happened at that time?
they told me what I suggested wasn't true.
And what at that time did you know? When you
I
talked,
knew that he had died in a burn pile.
did you know anything about a bullet?
No,
Did Rusty give you information?
no,
Did
not not then.
and did you talk in detail with Rusty about what happened?
No,
Did you talk in detail with Melody about what happened?
she would not really in detail. No, I never asked the details because she insinuated that he just found him. So I thought I believed her.
You had no other reason to? You had no other evidence, right?
No,
Judge, this time on the evidence states M. Barton 1 through 16. Is there another question? All exhibit 1 through 16.
All right, amen.
Ms. Martha Jane, I'm going to put up on this is something that you provided us very recently. Can you see this?
can you read it?
Let me give you a. May I approach Ms. Martha?
I can see it here.
You can say it. Please.
Oh, yeah.
Let me do this, maybe easier. Now, this is a piece of paper that you gave to us. Is that right?
Right. They had asked me, the Cherokee people had asked me about the phone calls. And I had told, so I went back on my phone, is there, and looked back to see when the dates that we had talked. And I went back to July the 4th.
Is that first one?
I had no idea that it happened the 3rd. So I went back on the 4th. And on that first occasion, I had called her about a recipe.
Hobo beans?
Yeah, I didn't know if you drained the beans or not. I was going to make it to take to a church on July the 4th. They were going to do hot dogs and hamburgers, and we were going to take sides.
Okay.
So I thought, well, that'll be a good recipe, but I didn't know if you needed to drain the beans. And that was my conversation.
And then these are the other dates that you
Then
found in your
these
record?
were the others. She had called on the 5th twice.
Okay.
And that was from her phone. And then the 6th, she called me from Jackie's phone.
All right.
And then the 6th from Amanda, 6th from Jackie.
All right.
7th, twice on the 7th from Jackie, twice on the 8th from Amanda, and on the 9th from Amanda.
And then you put this down on,
I
wrote
just,
on the back of one of your,
I had
box of stuff
ordered
looks like.
something, hadn't I? Imagine that. But I did this because they had asked, and I didn't know if they'd come back. And of course, the phone doesn't hold that forever.
now because of rules of evidence and things like that, we tend to listen to the recordings and things like that. But I noticed that, you remember when the TBI was there on July 6th in July, the first time you talked to them,
Mhm.
when they were leaving, you asked somebody about, you asked them, did they know Jason? Remember that?
I did.
Who's Jason?
He's an investigator for Coffee County. I know him. I know his mother. I know his grandparents. I know his aunt and uncle. And so
You just had
I
it?
just said, do you know Jason? Denby. And, oh yeah, they knew him.
They know. Now on, I believe July 10th of 2018, the second date, after you talked to the TBI, some detectives from Cherokee County, Georgia came out and talked to you. Do you remember
They
that?
did. They did.
Do you remember Detective Hayes?
I remember the name.
Remember Pope and Hayes?
I do.
What was Detective Pope like?
Well, he was nice.
Did you have a good conversation?
I thought so.
Were you still under the same impression that you weren't supposed to be talking to him?
I was.
Did you talk to him though?
I did.
You didn't know much more details though?
Oh, I didn't know anything else.
Now, I want to ask you, and it's okay, I want you to just tell the jury, have you been watching the trial on TV?
I don't get up until about 10 in the morning, and you all are an hour ahead of us. So I would usually start about, now this was, well, first of all, your office called me and asked me some questions and told me, or asked me if I knew the trial was starting. That was a shock. I
Okay.
did not know that. So that's the way I knew it was going to be on, but I didn't know.
You're talking about weeks before the trial when we talked.
Right,
Okay.
right. Well, then someone called me and told me I didn't know about Court TV, and they told me. So I looked and looked and finally found that may not even have been the first day.
How'd you look?
I have a Kindle, and I
Well,
Googled.
Well, Ms. Martha, that's not true, is it? You don't have a Kindle. How many Kindles you got?
Well, I have two. I have two of everything.
Did you bring the two with you
I did.
to read?
Uh-huh.
All right. So did you Google it or something?
I Googled Court TV, Melody Walker Ferris, Cherokee County. And I finally found, and I don't even know what the first was. And like I said, this would have been after 10 o'clock.
How much of the trial have you? No.
I did, and then let's see, this is the third week, is it?
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't watch any after I talked to you all.
Talking about last week?
Yeah.
Did we tell you to stop watching?
Mhm.
Up to that point, had anybody told you not to watch it?
No,
And did you see Rusty testify?
I saw part of his testimony.
How did that make you feel?
Disappointed.
After seeing Rusty testify, did you make a phone call to Cherokee County?
I did.
Who'd you call?
Well, I Googled Cherokee County Detention Center, and it came up 3 names, sheriff and their number. I don't remember the second, and then the criminal investigator, and I called that number.
How were you feeling when you called that number?
Awful. I had a heavy, heavy heart.
Did you sleep the night before?
I have worried about this for a long time.
Do you remember I think that was last Friday, October 18th. Is that when you called? Today's
I
Friday.
believe so. I believe it was a week ago today.
I have around 10 o'clock our time, so it'll be about 9 o'clock your time. Is that about right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember who you talked to at the sheriff's office?
Detective Hand.
Hand? Hand, thank you. Now, how was he to you?
He was very nice. He told me his name. I didn't even tell him my name. I think I started out with I have a heavy heart. And then I told him that I had a gun that was missing. And then
Come on, let me
he
talk.
asked me my name.
Yes, ma'am. Let me talk to you about some guns. I want to talk about now. Roy Sr. was a jokester, wasn't
Yes.
he? I want to turn your attention. I believe, and you tell me if it's not right or if it's around that time. When turn your attention to. Well, before I get there, did you buy Mr. Roy a certain type of pistol?
I did. I bought him a 357 Magnum.
Do you remember what year you bought that pistol for him?
No. No, I don't.
Do you remember
It would have been.
what decade you're dealing with?
It would have been probably in the early 80s.
Okay. You remember where you got it from?
No, probably, but I don't remember exactly. We had a gun shop out of Winchester, which was a neighboring town, a Ray Judge that everybody went and bought guns from. And so you men have a way of hinting and telling what you want. This was the second gun that I had bought there for him. And the first, I got my uncle, Melody's grandfather, to go with me to buy a Remington. I should know, I knew 1100, I think. You dove hunt with it.
Okay.
And you can skeet shoot with it.
Now, did Mr. Roy like to hunt?
Oh, yes. Yes.
What kind of hunt did he like to do?
Well, turkey, dove, deer. When he was growing up, squirrels and rabbits.
Did he and Rusty ever go hunt together?
They did. They dove hunted every year. They deer hunted, turkey hunted, and then they made 3 trips to Canada, black bear and caribou.
You told me yesterday, I think, well, first time was yesterday, the first time you and I ever met in person.
Yes. Mhm.
And was I nice to you? Was I nice to you?
You were very nice.
And you told me about Mr. Roy had a long shot one time. What was that?
Oh, it was over 600 yards for a caribou
Where was that at? Remember what country?
in Newfoundland.
Now, at some point, now I want to turn your attention to, I believe, maybe 1979 at Christmas.
Mhm.
Going back to Mr. Roy being a kind of a kid or a jokester, did you get a unique Christmas gift that year?
I did.
Was Rusty there?
Yes.
First of all, tell us how you would celebrate Christmas with a different family. What was y'all's procedure?
Christmas Eve, we celebrated with Roy's mother and daddy. And then on Sunday before Christmas, we would celebrate with his children. And then as they had grandchildren or had children. And then on Christmas Day with my family. And this particular year, Roy gave me, and he had gone and wrapped this. I know he took the paper at his mother's because my Christmas presents were wrapped that matched the tree. And this was this red and white paper. And he gave me the box, and it was heavy. And I opened it up, and there was a gun on top, but there was a brick in the box. And he had the gun. Well, of course, he had to tell me what kind it was.
And what kind of gun was it?
It was a 38 special. And he said it was called a Saturday night special. Saturday night.
Was it a long barrel or short barrel?
Short.
How short?
Oh, it was very short. And he told me that I could use it. It was for my protection.
And when you got the gun, did Mr. Roy do anything else with the bullets?
He had rolled up $100 bills, and they were rolled up about like a toothpick and stuck in each cartridge. And of course, he joked that that's the only way he could get away giving me a gun. And that's probably all I saw.
Now, this pistol, did it have a holster?
It didn't then, but he got a holster for it.
What kind of holster was it?
It was just a leathery looking, it wasn't a thick leather, very slick, and it didn't have the belt on it. It was just to put the gun in, so that he wanted me to keep it in my closet. In our bedroom, his closet was on his side, mine was on mine. And he kept his 357 Magnum in his and wanted me to keep mine in mine.
And
I never did touch or hold it. I kept mine under my nightstand.
The
where no one
38?
could see it.
You talking about the 38 pistol?
Uh-huh,
But the holster was a leather holster?
it was.
Miss Martha, you said Mr. Roy kept his gun on his side in his closet?
In his closet.
When you called law enforcement, you told them this information you're telling us now, is that right?
Yes.
I had to look it up because I didn't know. Tell them how you described your closet.
Fibber McGee's, and you all may not know, it's an old cartoon, and if you open your closet door, you're liable to get hit in the head with something.
Now, let me go back. Your husband, ma'am, I'm sorry, when did he pass away?
2014.
And Mr. Roy did he get sick around that time, or is it a little before?
The day that I went to Nashville to schedule my surgery, he had a second stroke. And from that time on, he was either in the hospital or nursing home.
And would you have to go to doctor's visits and things around that time too?
Mhm.
At some point after Mr. Roy passed away, did Melody come up, or during that time, was she helping you go to the doctor's appointment?
She did.
Was she staying with you during these times?
She did.
Now, after Mr. Roy passed away, tell the jury what you did with the 357 Magnum pistol, Roy's pistol, and your 38 pistol special. Tell the jury what you did with it.
In one of our spare bedrooms, I had it wasn't a cedar chest, but it was a chest type that had quilts, sheets, that sort of thing. And I took those guns and put them in the chest. There was a TV on top of the chest. I don't remember, but I put a lot of stuff on top of the chest so that I didn't think anybody would look in the chest. It was too much trouble.
Did you personally put those in there?
I did,
Just those two guns?
just those.
Let me show you some photographs. This is the first one in Barton 1.1. Do you recognize? Did we come up and pick you up to come to court today?
Yes,
And were you there when they were able to take some photographs of this?
I was.
Tell the jury what this is a photograph of.
This is a gun safe that we have. And I guess because those guns had been upstairs and Roy wanted them for my protection, I put them in the chest instead of in the gun safe.
This is photograph 2 for you. Did you also find some 38 special ammunition?
I did.
Is this the box that looked like?
Yes.
Do you remember what all ammunition you had for the 38 special through the years?
On my shells that were there, it was a box that had a TGY, which is an old, it hadn't been in business forever. And that's where my shells came from, but they weren't there.
And this is the shells that they opened up while you were there?
Yes.
And that's 4. And then this is in Barton 5. Those are the box of shells.
Yes.
And Judge, I think I've tendered all those in, but I'm going to tender 5 in too.
All right. Objection?
No.
Smooth.
Then 6, did the 38 special pistol, I'm going to ask you some questions later on, but just right at the moment, did the pistol go missing?
It did.
Did you start looking for things in your house?
I did.
How much did you tear your house up and things in the house looking for it?
Oh, well, I knew that it was only upstairs. And I looked everywhere, closets, dressers, chests.
Do you have how many, you don't have any children, ma'am?
I don't.
But you have a niece and nephew are close to you?
I do.
And then is it Jennifer?
Yes.
Did she encourage you to look before you came down here for us?
Yes.
Did you go back and look through the house again?
We did a complete search.
Does Jennifer love you?
She does.
She want to make sure you look through the house?
Yeah.
Now
She
this is,
even said, she called and said, How did you know it was a 38? Well, Roy told me.
Now, this is number 6 for you. It's a photograph of a sock. See that?
I do.
You know whose sock that is?
I don't know whose sock it is. I'm sure it's Roy's. There were some shells down in it, and he would. Of course, he had 411 hunting coats, and hunting. He had a backpack and everything else that you could imagine for hunting.
Did you find anything as pockets in the hunting clothing?
Yeah, I found that, and peppermint candy. He was so afraid he'd get a coughing spell that he'd always carry peppermint candy with him.
Judge, I'm telling you, this is in Barton 8, which I thought previously to, just for the record.
All right, any objection?
No.
That's submitted.
And Ms. Martha, this is the sock with the bullets that you found in there.
Right.
Did you find any other ammunition for a 38 special in your house?
No.
But you said some were missing? Were some bullets or ammunition missing?
That went with my gun. He bought me a box of shells to go with my gun.
Okay.
And they were missing.
So it's not those boxes.
No, because it was.
Do you remember the brand of the one?
TG&Y, which was in the mall, and he just went there and bought the shells for me, but they weren't there.
Do you know what brand they are?
No, I didn't know.
These are the bullets that you found in the sock in the photograph 8. 9, just the safe again. All right. What is this one?
That's a 357 Magnum.
That's Roy's gun.
Yes.
Now, in this photograph 11 for you.
Oh, no. No.
All right,
You were supposed to do a close-up.
I'm on 12 now. Just tell the jury what that room is.
Have you ever heard of a junk room? I'm trying to go through and get rid of, I'm going to have to downsize. And I move things in there. But this is the chest at the end of the bed. Now, I've still got things piled on it, but I had a TV and I don't know what else. I would get, or I do get, my nephew Bruce, who is, he's 59. And sorry, I told that Bruce. And then my Jennifer, my niece, is a little boy, 15. And so he carries things, they both carry things down and carry to Goodwill for me.
And as we go through this, tell the jury, this is photograph 13. Is it correct? You moved your 38 and the 44, your gun and Roy's gun, you put them upstairs in this chest here. Is that right that we see in the photograph?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what year you put those up there?
Yes, it was 2019.
2019 that you put them up there?
No, it was 2019. No, I don't remember exactly. It was after Roy died that I put them up there. So it was after 2014 that I put them in there. It was 2019 when I discovered they were missing.
Okay, that's what I want to.
The 38 was missing.
What I want to ask you is, and I'm going to show you a picture. I'm going to go back to it. This is number 13. This is number 14, the photograph. And then let me back to 14. I'm sorry, Miss Martha. And then this is 15, just kind of the contents of the chest. As we took them when these were taken recently, right?
Yes.
After the defendant was arrested in 2019, did you go upstairs to do something with the, I guess, TV and other stuff with this chest?
We were taking some things to Goodwill. And so we looked in the chest. And at that time, I had quilts and sheets. And I had it down under. And when we looked, just the 357 Magnum was there.
You said, was there a moment that Melody, before she was arrested, before everything happened with Gary, was there a time that she was at your house and you told her some things were in your house?
There were, yeah, yes.
Do you remember how you described that to law enforcement, that moment? You said you had a certain type of moment.
When I told her, yes, she was there with Ella, her grandchild. And I mentioned some money that I had in a dresser. And that it was more or less that if I needed something. Those things were there.
Did you talk about where your pistols were?
I just told them that the pistols were in there,
And Melody was that
in that chest.
Did you remember what year that was?
No. Oh, well, yes. It was the year that Emily got married because Ella came up
Now,
in 2016.
when you told the defendant, do you remember how you described that you had a certain type of moment when you told, I apologize, when you told Melody about that? Why did you have some hesitation now looking back on when you told her?
Yes.
Why is that?
It's called. I don't even know why. Melody and I were very close. She had come and done things for me during this period of time. And before that, she was the only child, baby in our family for 5 years. And my parents divorced when I was in about the 7th grade. And we moved in with my grandparents, who were her great grandparents. So we had a closer connection because when her mother, grandparents came to see his mother and daddy, we were there. So we were very close.
Did you have
In fact, her grandfather gave me away at my wedding.
now outside of the defendant, I think you said Ella, did you tell anybody else where your pistol was?
No, no,
Specifically in that chest, did you tell anybody?
no,
Did you have a weak moment when you told her where some things were in your house?
I did.
Why was it weak?
Well, looking back on it, it was weak.
After you were watching Rusty testify, did you hear him and me ask him about guns in your home?
Yes.
When you heard that, what did you think?
Boing. I hope they,
Well, let me ask you this way. When you heard that, did you start thinking about the gun?
I thought you were talking, when the two different officers came to question me, they never, well, you heard the tapes, they never asked me if we had any guns. And that was kind of surprising because they seemed to know, about us. But
No one had asked you about
no
any
one,
missing pistols? After hearing Rusty testify, did anybody know you were calling law enforcement?
no, they didn't. It was, no. I just picked up that, I picked up the Kindle and it
Was it weighing on you?
had been heavy on my heart.
Did you feel like you just had to tell the jury about it?
Felt like it was the right thing to do.
Susan, I just have one more.
Mr. Ray? Yes, please.
Ms. Mark, you just said that it was the right thing to do, right?
I did.
Okay. But you knew that gun was missing for the past 5 years.
Oh,
You just testified it was 2019.
yes, from, when I broke my arm and got out of she was arrested when I was broke my arm and foot.
I just asked you, 5 years later, it's the right
I
time.
was trying to figure out how long it'd been. Okay, 2019, yeah.
That's when it's the right time to let people know that the gun was missing. Right?
It had,
Right?
yes.
Okay. After you've watched a 3-week-long jury trial.
I did watch it every day and all of it,
Okay, let's go through. Who all did you watch? Did you watch Scott?
part of it,
How about Chris?
a little bit.
Jenna?
Who?
Jenna?
No, I didn't see that.
Emily?
I saw part of Emily.
How about any of the experts? Dr. Atkinson,
Who was he?
medical examiner?
I saw part of him.
How about the GBI agents that tested the bullets?
I may have seen that one.
Okay. How about Thrasher and all of the forensic people that were at the house?
I saw parts of those.
Okay.
It,
How about all the photographs? Did you see them putting photographs in?
no,
Okay. You know, like just like they do here. You didn't see that on your screen?
no,
Okay. I'm gonna come back to some of this. So in 2018, you were investigated, or not investigated, you were interviewed by law enforcement 2 separate times, correct?
right,
Right. That was by TBI agents as well as Detective Hayes and Detective Pope.
yes,
Now, you recall that during your interview with Detective Hayes, you recall Melody talking to you on July the 5th, right?
yes.
What you looking at?
I'm looking at,
Let me get that. I just need you to testify from memory, okay?
oh, okay.
If I need to refresh your memory, we will. But you talked to Melody while law enforcement was actually at their house, right?
No. They didn't come to my house until after 9 o'clock that night.
No, I know that. What I'm asking is when law enforcement was at Melody's house, Melody called you on her
Oh,
phone.
from her phone.
Correct.
Yes,
That would have been on July the 5th.
yes,
And you told law enforcement that Melody was crying when she spoke to you,
yes.
and that in fact her world had been turned upside down.
That's,
Correct.
it had, as far as I was concerned.
Now going to what Melody never told you specifically not to talk to the police, right? You said their attorney told her to tell people.
She told me that the attorney told.
Melody's never told you anything to tell law
Oh,
enforcement.
no.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Now you've known Gary was shot since 2018, correct?
And she said, yes. When I may have known he was shot.
Let me, just because you kind of on the fence. Now I'm going to show you, this is not a certified transcript. This was prepared by the district attorney's office. What I want you to do, I'll point to a line.
Okay.
And this is where your testimony was. Now, the first thing you're going to want to do when I show it to you is start reading it out loud. I
Okay.
need you to read it to yourself, okay?
That's right. You said testimony. Is this a preliminary or is this an interview?
No, this is an interview.
Okay, so it's not testimony.
Oh, sorry. I meant transcript, I think.
Yes.
So, not a certified transcript. So, ma'am, so you see M. Barton, that's you up here. So if you read from there down to there.
Just a minute.
Yes, ma'am. So in that interview, you make the statement that at least someone had told you that Gary had been shot in 2018.
Right.
Now, do you also recall in that interview, I think Mr. Focus asked you, did they provide you with both of the recordings of your interviews from the TBI and
Yes.
okay, so you listened to both of those?
I
Do
did.
you recall talking with them and telling them where you came up with your own theory about what happened?
Did someone who'd come off the road and,
Mhm.
yes. I
Someone
did.
had come off the road and encountered Gary?
Yeah,
Okay.
to rob, something had happened.
And you also remember telling law enforcement that you didn't think Melody could do this because Gary was her livelihood.
I'm sorry.
It's my voice is starting to go out. You remember stating to law enforcement that you didn't think Melanie could do this because Gary was her livelihood.
I didn't.
And in fact, you said that Melody did not know if they even had money, right? Melody didn't know how much money they
She-
had, where it was at,
No,
anything like
she
that.
didn't have any control over that.
Melody had nothing in her name.
Nothing.
Gary controlled all of the money,
Right.
and he controlled it with an iron fist somewhat, didn't he? To the best of your knowledge.
She was able to buy pretty much what she wanted, but the cards or whatever she used, the notice went directly to him, and he would know
Yeah, he would know what she was
what
buying when
she
she bought it.
spent. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, moving on from that a little bit, you'd also talked about you got a woman that cleaned your house, right?
I do.
Did she still clean your house?
No.
Was she in 2018?
Yes, she came while Melanie was there.
When did she stop cleaning?
Just before COVID, she had to have a hip replaced. And then, of course, COVID came and then she had to have her other hip replaced.
How often was she at your house?
Every
between
other week.
2018 and
Every-
2020? The cleaning lady,
every other week.
every other week, so twice a month?
Try, every other week.
Well, that'd be twice a month, would it?
Well,
I guess it's the same thing said the different ways.
she just came every other week.
Every other
to
week,
do
okay,
better.
every other week.
Yeah.
Now, you had this lady, and you actually told law enforcement that whenever you go into the nursing home, you're taking her with you.
Yeah, I did.
But you also,
She takes care of me.
but you also had some complaints about her, right? She'd move stuff around when she cleaned.
Oh, she redecorated it.
And you said you couldn't even walk around your own house after she got done cleaning?
Oh, no, it wasn't that bad. It was just that she would just move. For instance, she comes and decorates for Easter and fall and Christmas. And I guess when she came Easter, she walked in and she said, "Oh, I decided we're going to move this picture that was in the landing and one that was in the den." And she just took it and moved it. But she cleaned houses for the wealthy people in Tullahoma.
Mhm.
They had a lot better taste than I did. And she knew, and I never complained about what she did.
Oh, no, I understand. But she did move things around in your house.
Just that. She wasn't in the closet.
You did state that she likes to get stuff out of the closet, right?
No, she didn't get out of the closet. When she first started cleaning, she did a cleaning of the closet, but she did get my clothes out for me when I broke my arm and foot and sent them to the nursing home. What she thought I needed to wear, which I ended up wearing.
And that's fine. Did you stay at home with her while she's cleaning?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Either Roy was there most of the time.
Roy,
Because I still work.
yeah, you were still working at the bank.
Right.
Okay, so, even after Roy passed away in 2014, she continued to be there up until 2020, right? Because you said she left at COVID.
Well, whenever it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
You also had talked to law enforcement a little bit about there had been a man break into your house.
Oh, that
Or
was
not a
like
man, I'll say there was
2010.
a boy had broken into your
Yeah,
house.
that was in 2010.
You also have a niece and nephew. I think your nephew is Jennifer, and I just know your nephew's last name is Brayton.
Bruce.
Bruce Brayton?
Mm.
Okay. Now, you talked about Melly had a key to your house. Doesn't Jennifer and Bruce have keys to your house?
They do.
Okay. Who else has keys other than, I assume, the cleaning lady? Did she have a key?
I guess probably did. Roy was always there. I don't. She may have a key.
So let's just, and I'm talking, relevant time periods, 2018, 2019. So Melody's got a key, cleaning lady may have a key, Jennifer's got a key, Bruce has a key, and there may be other people with keys.
No. Well, you're Rusty.
Rusty's got a key. So at least 5 people.
During all this time, my niece was not coming to my house.
During 2018 to 2019? Okay, but if you weren't there, you wouldn't know she was there, right?
Well, no, I wouldn't know, but she
And I was just asking, she does in
Yeah.
fact have a key, though.
she does.
Okay. Now, I'm going to come back to that. Well, let me just go ahead and ask, have you talked to, because you got down here Wednesday night, right?
Right.
Did they put you up in a hotel?
Oh, they did.
Did anybody come with you?
No,
Jennifer didn't come?
no,
Okay. Bruce didn't come?
no,
Have you talked to Bruce, let's just say this week?
no,
So you wouldn't know that my office called and spoke to Bruce?
no.
Now, the bullets that you were talking about, sitting way over there, I couldn't hear you. The bullets you were saying were missing, not the Winchesters that we have in the box. Can you say it again, what brand those were?
I don't know.
Or you kept saying they were something. I think there was a store. I can't figure out what you were saying.
Well, it's no longer good. There was a TGNY,
TGNY?
TGNY, and it had, you know how stores used to put their sticker on. You probably don't even know that. But
My grandpa owned a Radio Shack, and they used to say Radio Shack and that's price on it.
used to, when you went to the store to buy something, well, it had the price. But I remember that this one had TGNY on it. And I don't know why I remember that. I never shot the gun. I never handled it that much. I have a healthy respect for guns because my husband, when he went hunting, it wasn't, I mean, he might go hunting when I was there, but he would like clean or whatever you do to guns the next day. He didn't have the guns out in my presence. I could not tell you. I know he's got a Benelli, but I don't know. And that gun that I gave him that was a Remington, but and that 357. But now, honest to Pete, if I hadn't just seen it, I probably wouldn't even know what that thing looked like.
The gun? Right?
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about? You wouldn't know
Yeah,
what it looked like?
because I didn't. If it were a pair of shoes or a purse, I guarantee you, I could tell you.
Absolutely.
But they didn't interest me. I didn't handle them.
So
I
basically,
just knew I had one.
you just put it away, put it in your nightstand. Well, it got moved around, but eventually you put it in your nightstand drawer and you just went on.
Yes, this is live. Here,
I think at 2:00 I had to go to, that I hope no one ever has to go through. And
we don't know crime. We don't know.
actually stuck their head in and said that the jurors planning on working till 5:00. I wanted to bring them out and get no information about where they are, but just to tell them that folks in the building start getting nervous at this time, and the captains come up to me about people staying late and securing the building and whether anyone wants to come back tomorrow and those sorts of things. So I'm going to talk to them about that and ask them to give us some idea. I want them to stay hidden here and work as long as they're going to work. And I'll stay with them as long as they need to. I have not talked to them about the alternates wanting to be called in if they have a verdict, and that from the moment they tell us they have a verdict, when they receive one, that it will be a minimum of 30 minutes before we have it, because I know y'all have family members that are going to want to be here, other folks that have worked on the case. I expect the DA's office is going to reach out to some of the deputies. I believe the sheriff wants to be here. So it's going to be 30 to 45 minutes before we gather everybody here. So if they don't believe they're going to have a verdict this afternoon and they want to work till 5 o'clock, I may tell them that I'm going to cut everybody loose at 4 and they can stay in here and keep working, kind of like we've been doing, and then find out whether they want to come back tomorrow, which I'm going to discourage. But if they want to, that's what I'll do. And then if not, have them report back on Monday. But I'm going to kind of give them that kind of guidance and see what they are doing. I think you have a conflict in the morning or something. Someone told me you had something doing. But I have a conflict for today, but I have multiple conflicts for today, but we are here. I'm going to.
You're not going to encourage them to keep working just tonight until they reach a decision.
Correct. I'm going to let them make that decision. I will stay here with them as late as they want to.
And we will see, Judge.
But they have indicated that they want to break around 5. I want them to tell me that officially. And if they do, I'm going to tell them if they don't have anything by 4, I'm going to cut everyone else loose for the day and they are free to stay here and continue to work. Because if that makes, to the extent that that makes sense. All right. Okay, go ahead and bring them in.
This is the dumbest freaking thing I've ever heard.
And if they have any other requests, I would like to go ahead and handle those today if they do.
There is no verdict. Stop it with the pen. That's not me.
It must be much warmer in the jury room than it is in the courtroom. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to chat with you a little bit about your deliberations. I am not in any way trying to rush you. I want y'all to take as much time as y'all need on this case. What I want to talk to y'all about.
He was elected.
Bailiffs came back and told me that y'all wanted to work till about 5 o'clock, which is fine. But I want to talk to you before that to update you on a couple things I don't think we've talked about since I dismissed y'all to the jury room Wednesday. First, when I spoke with the alternate jurors and dismissed them, they are still on call. They all want to be here for the verdict, understandably so. They've invested 4 weeks of their time, so they want to be here when y'all reach a verdict. There are numerous other interested parties, witnesses, family members who also all want to be here when a verdict is reached. Some of them are on site and some of them are off site. It will take no less than 30 minutes up to 45 minutes for us to get everyone here for the verdict. So I want y'all to understand that there will be a delay once y'all reach a verdict and the reasons for it. So that's the first thing. The second thing is this is about the time of day and week where folks in the building start getting nervous. Not because of y'all, but because they have to start getting in people to keep the building open. people think I have a lot of control. I have very little control. I have significant powers of persuasion, but I have to get permission from court staff to keep the building open. I have to let the people at the county commissioner's office to let them know that we're going to keep the building open. We have to talk to the person who regulates the thermostat to either keep it on or off or turn it down or whatever. So I want y'all to continue to work here this afternoon and this evening as long as you want to. I would like to, at some point, to be able to tell court staff whether we need to stay, they need to have additional personnel on call to come in and keep the building open, and notify anybody else that may happen, and whether or not. So I want y'all to kind of assess for yourselves whether y'all are close or not, whether y'all want to continue to work throughout the evening, afternoon, whether y'all want to break around 5 o'clock, whether y'all want to keep going till about 6 o'clock or later. Again, whenever, I'll be here till 2:30 if that's what you want. All right. The lawyers will also do the same. They are not in a rush to leave. They want y'all to take as much time as you want. So I'm just letting you know, you tell us what you're going to do, we will make appropriate action. If y'all do not believe that you're close to reaching a verdict today, but you want to stay and work till 5 or 6 or 7, that is perfectly fine. Kind of like last night, I would tell them, we'll come back on Monday if y'all reach a verdict tonight or tomorrow. So that would be the other thing, is I have kept the building open on Saturday. I've had many juries come back on Saturday morning and deliberate. I'm not going to encourage that, but I will go along with that if that's in fact what you want to do. When we've had juries come back on Saturday, a lot of times they want to come back at 10 and work from 10 to 2 and then take the rest of the afternoon off. Again, that is up to you. But what I would like for y'all to do is kind of go back, talk among yourselves, and give me some report to the best that you can, what y'all would like to do for the rest of today, whether y'all anticipate maybe getting a verdict tonight, whether you do not anticipate getting a verdict tonight, whether you want to come back tomorrow if you're going to continue to work, or whether you want to come back on Monday. Is that somewhat clear? All right, if y'all could do that, and y'all can just give me a report in writing to the bailiff, and then I'll inform the lawyers. If y'all want to continue to deliberate, do not believe that y'all would get a verdict today, I would probably tell the lawyers and the family that they could be excused around 4 o'clock. If there's any questions or evidence that y'all want to review today, let us know in the next 30 minutes, and then we will do that, and then we will excuse whoever for the day. Okay? So if y'all would do that and then give me a report back, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
I have to apologize to every person at Leon County Courthouse because I thought we were podunk here. Now I have met podunk. Like, this is incredible. It's like,
All right, any issues with any of that? All
too
right,
late if they did.
hang loose until we get some report from them, and then I'll update y'all and I'll give y'all some suggested course of action. I'll bring y'all back in.
Okay, then I'll just.
I know the folks in the back are going to want to know too, because they have the watch party going on online. Watch party.
Media.
Somebody's hosting a verdict watch. Something.
We are, Judge. Is he drunk?
Quite astounded, actually.
Judge, it's like a Turkish soap opera. I can't turn it off. Somebody needs to mute his mic before. Joe, Jordan, I still do not see your friend request on Facebook. He thinks he is charming. I mean, maybe in person he is. So he hasn't talked to the jury since Wednesday. he said. So he has not done like a morning roundup with him. This is the first time he's chatted with them. He needs some structure, Christine says. Oh my God. Friday at 5. It's Canton, Georgia. There's not that much traffic. Ah. He's shocked people are listening. There's so much tea going on with this whole thing. Like, how could you not? What's the update? Kisses, there isn't one. He was just giving jury instruction about ending the office business day in the courthouse and that he needs permission to keep it open. And Judge Kranick from Sarah Boone had to ask as well. You have to ask the chief judge. The two, Wesley, Beach. What's the talk around the courtroom? Do you know? Well, he didn't say that in front of the jury, I don't think. He didn't say watch party in front of the jury. They were out. He's the Foster Brooks of the courtroom. Man born free 50, you just dated yourself. Susan Akins. Whenever the jury was discussing when Judge Bozo blew in now has to start over. Can anyone and their dog be a judge here? He was elected. It's not an appointed position. It's elected position. This is like awaiting a baby's birth, said Avis. Look, I do want to go to a high school football game, but I will be happy to miss it for a guilty verdict. Well, I think that's what we're going to find out. I mean, it was a clever way to ask. I think if you think about it, it was a clever way to ask, to say, hey, are you good for 2 hours or do you need to go into next week? I think that's a really clever backhanded way to find out. Are they hung? Are they into, that part I get. He already won. He's not on the ballot this year. And he did run unopposed. Who was in charge? The chief judge is actually in charge. If the community is like him, I think we have our answer. That is accurate. We're waiting on the jury to tell the judge what they prefer to do. They're back there voting on that. And 99 bottles of beer on wall. Yes. No, they don't all come back in the courtroom. They'll just write the note to the bailiff, and the bailiff will deliver it to the judge. Law and crime is disgusted too. Romper Room was, Linda, we talked Romper Room this morning. Of course it was more, what's the word? Structured. Hanky Panky's thinks the state's timeline is reasonable doubt. I don't. I can't believe it wasn't 20 minutes and they were like, hey, where's lunch? We'll come back and we'll figure this. Melissa loved Romper Room. The jury is in charge. Does everyone at the courthouse want to go to the country club for happy hour? There was not. He ran unopposed. Deb H., where is this taking place? Canton, Georgia, northwest of Alpharetta. No, I am not used to this, Tally. Not used to it at all. Doris, so who's in the courtroom? Come on over and chat over the phone with Patty. Oh, look at Norma. I worked for clerk of court Inzer and then marshal for 13 years. So glad we not podunk. Not compared to this. Romper Room was your favorite show as a child? They never said your name on Romper Room. I'm so sorry. Patty, not this Patty, but that Patty, says this was a horrible crime. I'm hoping for a guilty verdict. Thank you, Hanky Panky, for being respectful. I appreciate it. You are welcome here anytime. We just appreciate that. I don't think everyone just thinks she would have been found guilty in 20 minutes like I do. Avis, you never heard your name on Romper Room. Well, your name is Avis. That's probably why. Some good old boys in Canton, Georgia. Patty, are you doing a verdict watch on Saturday? I am supposed to get a manicure on Saturday, but we'll just see how it goes. I mean, I can always open the chat and just leave it up. Kangaroo Court here. This chat room is hilarious. Thank you, Jody. I hope so. I mean, that's what I strive for. He wants to hit his Halloween loot bag early. Judge is going to let them know his tea time next. I'll be right back. I have to go get a drink. Sorry, hanky panky, didn't happen. Scott wasn't there to shoot him. And he certainly hated his mother, especially at this point. See the man? Whiskey or wine? No, I went and got a 7-Up. I don't like drinking on camera. Cheers. This one wouldn't drink on camera to be completely made fun of and trashed the way I ended up happening to other people. I don't know. That's okay. Once in a while, my grandchildren watch this. I wouldn't drink on camera. Rotting my teeth? Thank you, just because. It's a diet 7-Up, but thank you. I keep mouthwash, a toothbrush, and toothpaste here. Patty, I sent you another friend request. Let me look. My teeth are fabulous. I don't know why. Joe, I'm sending you a profile because I didn't get a friend request. Sending you a message. I didn't get one. Your mac and cheese turned out so good, adding panko crumbs and a combination of butter. That was genius, to be honest with you. So I'll have to make something for Thanksgiving, and I'll see if I can do that. You wanted to have your hair trimmed today, but I'll wait until next week. I'm glad you mentioned that because I have to check with my Carrie and see if she has time for me. It feels like it's 6 o'clock now. No offense. Snow remover made a huge mistake by making friends outside of YouTube. We'll never do it again. I already made myself so public snow remover that it's really, I'm past that point. And I can always unfriend if I needed to, but my Facebook's so public. It was around 11:30, something like that, when she called him home. She'd already been on the phone with Rusty at least once at that time. Martha Jane is a peach. Only about 13 total hours of actual deliberation. That's crazy. Gary went to dinner on July 3rd and didn't return home until 9-ish. According to his phone records and location, she probably shot him when he returned. Mealy was going to go vote today. Do we ever know the exact time of day that someone is shot, though? No, we don't. I mean, that's a standard that no one could keep up with, if that's the case. There's plenty of murders we don't know the exact time they were shot, or set on fire, or unalived, or sliced, or any of the other ones. Two. For every hour the jury deliberates represents 1 day of trial. I'm getting my nails trimmed. I can barely type. This is crazy. Never had them this long. The night before, it was never used on the 13th. I mean, on July 3rd. It was never used that day. Rusty is not Martha Jane's caretaker. Her niece, Jennifer, helps her.
All right. It's my understanding y'all want to go ahead and break for the day and resume deliberations on Monday at 9 o'clock. Is that correct? And that's perfectly fine. I'm sure y'all are tired. I know I am. I will tell y'all, just similarly as I was telling you before I dismissed y'all about gathering folks up, that's going to be an issue. I have an additional issue next week in that I have court scheduled every day for an entire day for the entire week. That's not your problem and not your concern, and it's not the first time I'll be juggling a jury and other matters. It will just take time for me to, because I don't think we have a free courtroom for me to use for my other calendar. So it'll be me sending whoever's in the courtroom out and then bringing whoever needs to be here for whatever we're taking up with y'all in. But that should not, don't let that impact anything y'all are doing other than what I've told you about. If you have multiple questions, multiple things you want to review, do that. It'll take somewhere around 30 minutes for us to get everybody back in here to do those things. So continue to work while you're doing that, or it's a good time for y'all to take a break, go get coffee, stretch your legs, whatever. It is, again, critical, and this is probably the most dangerous moment, especially in a case of this nature in terms of somebody communicating and reaching out to you. We have obscured your information so nobody knows outside who you are. My bigger concern are the people who know you, who are part of your inner circle that knows that y'all are in this case. Do not let them talk to you about the case at all. To the extent you can stay home and sleep and watch college football tomorrow. Don't have my cup. But to the extent y'all can do that and stay away and out of public eye, that would be fantastic. If something happens, remove yourself from the situation immediately. let the bailiffs know first thing, and we will talk to you and address it first thing. As long as you immediately remove yourself from the situation, no one says anything of significance to you, that's fine. And I know that you're not going to intentionally do that. But again, be especially careful if you use social media. Be very careful if you're on it over the weekend. If you like to review news, this has been picked up by local news, been picked up by Atlanta station news, and it's been picked up by various national news media organizations, including the folks that are in the room in the back. So just be especially careful. Don't talk to anyone about the case. Look up anything about the case. Look up anything about the law. I'm not going to say, like I said, if you're watching Law and Order or something like that, that's fine. Just remember that what they're talking about may or may not have anything to do with the law in Georgia or how things work here. Y'all are free to go back and deliberate as long as you want to for the rest of the day, or be dismissed for the end of the day. I'm not going to give you any additional instructions or make you come back in here. Any questions, comments, concerns about anything from y'all? All right. Y'all can be excused. Have a good weekend. Go Dogs.
I can't fucking believe what I just saw. I can't fucking believe it. Neither can Court TV or Law and Crime. I mean, neither can they.
All right, and with that, y'all can just be on call starting at 9:30, like we have done the last couple of days, and I'll let you know when we know anything. All right. And if anyone wants to file Rule 22s for my non-jury civil calendar on Monday, y'all are welcome to.
Well, I have nothing nice to say. Absolutely nothing nice to say. I know that not everyone is a workaholic. I get that. But I'm going to take it back to real estate. I work with realtors like this. You hand them a contract, you hand them an offer. It's not a contract yet. You hand them an offer and you don't hear for I only work 9 to 5. What do you mean you only work 9 to 5? This is someone's house for sale. They don't work Sunday because of a religious holiday. They don't work. In fact, when I had to break for one of the calls, that was one of the problems. They were supposed to close today. The seller's like, I'm overwhelmed. I'm not closing till Monday. The hell you're not. The hell you're not closing till Monday. I'm overwhelmed. You don't even live there. It's vacant. But you're overwhelmed, so you don't think you have to show up at a closing? Same thing. We'll just do what we want. Contracts don't matter. That's fine. I just love you, Patty. DEI. Elizabeth. DEI, weak-minded. I mean, I just have never seen anything. He started in the beginning. I'm going to let them deliberate whenever they want. Well, this is why your schedule's fucked. That's why your schedule is fucked, Cannon. You can't keep a schedule. The schedule keeps you. And I don't like Melody. I really don't. But a woman's life is on the line. And this is just insane to me. Just absolutely insane. Oh, it is exactly like that. Leave when you want, come back when you want. You're never going to learn, but you can do it. It's not, Michelle, it's not workaholic to work 8 hours a day. And he knows he's on TV. He knows this is going to be replayed. If I were his competitor next round, I would just play this shit on a loop. Gary's siblings and children are suffering. I know. That's what Everett did. Just put it on the next judge. It is his show and he can run it like he pleases, but you also have responsibilities. Oh my God, I just had to play your seller rant out loud in my real estate office. We can relate. It's true, it happened. I had to break for that call. The agent called me, and she's been an agent longer than me. And she's like, hey, Patty, I just screamed at. She told me. I just had to scream at. I said, scream at her. I'm going to stand by you. Scream at her. That's insane. So she let the other agent have it, and they closed today at 4:00. What do you mean the seller is overwhelmed? Come get your money. Oh my God. I feel like Sade says, I feel like this judge is an anomaly, but I don't know anymore. Melody looks like she wants to smack him. Call Mr. Patty and tell him to take wifey out. Oh, no. We're going to Mass at 6:00, and then I have a football game that I wanted to go to. Kimberly, it is way too much to replete for you. I'm so sorry. She's like, I'm just signing in. Judge, let the jury go for the day. We have nothing. It's way too much to repeat. We're all very exhausted. I'm so sorry. I hope you have a wonderful weekend, Kimberly. Judge Kranick, I know, but he did have to ask permission. I will give him that. Your client, it's not my client. I don't have the seller. We have the buyer. The buyer was like, I don't have a place to live. I'm like, yes, you do. You have a place to live because we're going to take care of it. These people on the jury voted him in. Maybe it's small town living. I'm in shock. No reason given for no verdict. Do you really believe that you're supposed to stay away from all? I mean, they are supposed to, but will they? Born Free says, Linda German, I just ate 3 mini Milky Ways and a payday. Hey, Natalie. Happy weekend from Florida. She's in Germany. Seller, it was vacant. The seller did pack up the house. I verified that before I went off. No, Judge Everett. This person says the judge is being respectful of the juries. They're the ones choosing to go home for the weekend. He can't force them to stay. Yes, he can. He's a judge. You're a juror. You don't get to decide when you go home and that you have to. I read that in the chat yesterday. They have families to take care of. You're a juror. Richard Allen case up in Delphi, Indiana, they're sequestered. They only got like 10 minutes to look at their emails. The hell, you can't force it. The judge did make it to the celebration of life jam cracker. Do I have a video of you on Romper Room? I do not, because it was 1972. JJ Dawn says she sent me a recipe. Let me look it up. Oh, this is a roux type. Ooh, you add tablespoon of Tabasco. Interesting. I will put this recipe in the community pages over the weekend. So pissed. People are like, the jury shouldn't have to worry about working until 5. Are these people high? You know they're not from the United States, right? They can't possibly be. Every day, hour and a half lunch and leave early. How much do they get paid in Georgia? Hold on. How much do jurors get paid in Cherokee County, Georgia? $25 a day. And he already told them they can't work. Thank you, Raven. You're faster than me. No, not 10 a.m. on Monday. He was letting the lawyers know 10 a.m. on Monday. Be nice, everyone. Be nice. The judge is elected. He can't be fired. They went to return Monday at 10. I mean, they could have written anything they wanted in that letter, really. Yep, that's what I said, Doc Bones. It's exactly what I said. Donna, thank you. I enjoy you and your energy so much. Your spirit is infectious. Thank you. Now call my children and tell them that. Tell my kids that. Break, leave early, over and over. He's a nice judge, but he's too lenient. Oh, Raven is here. Here it is. Go Dogs. I was a juror, ended up getting pneumonia, and I had a doctor's note. Judge would not let me go. Damn straight the judge could force jurors to stay. Plus, we do it differently in Florida with the alternates. The alternates are released once they're released. They don't substitute for another juror, and then they come back and start again. He did make it to the funeral because he doesn't know what to say. He didn't go to Toastmasters. I think really everybody should go to Toastmasters and learn how to speak. Kimberly did miss some good chat. Thank you, Born Free. Christine said, you need to have a realtor podcast one day where we can share our stories. People wouldn't believe. Well, I tried that and it failed. And here we are. I tried it and failed, Christine. Wesley's going to go get a pizza. Good for him. We need Judge Everett. Be nice, Elizabeth 2024, please. Don't need this on a Friday. The judge can still be removed. Yeah, but it's hard. Look at Gascon in LA. I don't think it's fair to any criminal. It's sitting there in the trial. I don't think it's fair. This is just unbelievable. You're not alone, June. Judge will give them day off Tuesday to vote. No, he's not. Please stop, Elizabeth. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Yalla. Jury's home. Jury is on their way, driving through the roads, the beautiful lanes on. How many people live in Cherokee County? The estimated, it's more than I thought. 286,000 is the estimate in Cherokee County. The median household income is 103. That's interesting. It's bigger than I thought. Florida, our county is 301. So, what? The jury really left? Yes. Think I was kidding? Does this look like kidding? They are done for the week, Gladys Kravitz. If I hear one more time, traffic is a nightmare. I don't. You're a juror. It's just, traffic is a nightmare in Canton, Georgia. I just can't. There's like literally nothing in Canton. Now, if they live somewhere else, but they all live in Cherokee County. It's very rural. Cute town. I mean, it's cute town, but come on. This is how you say it, Kisses. I'm the judge. Jury, we're going to work till about 8 o'clock tonight. Let me know how it goes. If you have any questions, I'm sitting here. That's how it works, Kisses. You don't ask, you tell. You tell. There's no issue on appeal by telling them we're going to keep the courthouse open till 8. I'm here for any questions. That's it. And then you release. See, the jurors should not be releasing themselves. The judge releases the jurors. Mr. Judge, the jury wants to leave at 5 o'clock today. Let's ask them, let's stay till 6. Put another hour in. They can do it. Rah, rah. How is this hard? Laid Back Law by Judge David Cannon. I talked to John Luke and told him the jury is a good cross-section of population here. I did hear him say that there is a lot of arguing amongst them. We'll just have to wait and see. Interesting. That's kind of cool. That's good news, Wesley. They're fighting it out. Patty, can you find other? I don't know how to do that. He's clearly never been on court TV before. The bailiff probably can hear them. They could probably hear them. Wesley was in the courtroom. Beach was in the courtroom. EB was in the courtroom today. Yes, Judge Patty. No, I mean, he told them that they could just go home. Then at 3:30, or they could stay till 5. He wasn't going to bring them back in. Glad Patty's going to mass. Before this trial, I used to go every day. I know it's hard to believe with a mouth like this that I went to mass. But that's why I go to mass, because I have a mouth like this. Pray for the jury, I will. Did you see where they're going to give the family 45 minutes? They have to give everybody 45 minutes. No. Pins and needles. There's a reason why I'm not in charge of many people. Thank you, Seagate. That's very nice of you to say. None of this is an appellate issue. I didn't think so. No, because he was a witness. She can't be with him. He's giving time for, which I think is not, I mean, I understand getting the deputies in, getting everybody in. Yeah, he's never been on court TV before that I can find. Mm-mm. You can tell. Here he did one. Man sentenced to life without parole for armed robbery at a jewelry store, but I don't think it was on. I don't think it was on TV. What's his name? Let's see. Aaron Stephen Rarms. Let's see if he had a video. Doubt it. This ain't Florida, man. No. Frau Patty, that's why I haven't had 10 years an Atlanta attorney on retainer. Who decides which trials are televised? Court TV, Law and Order, Law and Crime. Then they have to get permission from the judge. That is why we go to Mass, Mary Lou, because this mouth. Rusty may think, but not so much so he would risk being alone. Then they'll poll the jury and do it again. There have been hung juries before. They just retry it. No. I mean, I think Rusty wants them to be a couple, but I don't think he is. She did stand for the judge this morning. Wow. What are the chances? Very, very high that they're compromised over the weekend. He should hate her, Cherry and Max. He should hate her. Shouldn't be the reverse. Let me see if she stands up when she comes. Oh, well, they didn't play it, so we wouldn't have seen it. Oh, I think they'll try again. Otherwise, everyone else is going to shoot their spouse and burn them. She has very limited travel options. I would probably be about 300 pounds and 5'4" if I were her. Patty, I need to help you with StreamYard to put a crawler up there. Okay, that would be nice. Thank you, Raven. I mean, I could do a banner across if that's what you mean. I don't know who's calling me now. Nobody I know. If the jury acquits, you're right, then they cannot try her again. That's accurate. But I don't believe it'll be acquittal. It's either hung or guilty, one of the two. Hung or guilty. Obviously, if there's arguing, it's either hung or guilty. They are not deliberating, Jackie. They have left the building. I think they're disagreeing on all guilty charges. Maybe. None of us have born free. That was the other thing I said to the attorney that I was interviewing on the radio Wednesday. I was like, she doesn't stand. She's like, she doesn't stand. I'm like, she doesn't stand. She's like, she doesn't. I'm like, she doesn't stand. I don't know what else to say. She doesn't stand. Imagine Melody being the love of your life. I can't. I just can't. Wesley, you are so appreciated. You too, Beach, EB, Lori, thank you so much. It's very cool. I have great respect for judges that stand for jurors. I don't know what that means, but I have great respect for judges that control the court's time. And 3 days and less than 15 hours of deliberation is not controlling the court's time. There are a lot of disappointed media folks. I guess they have to hang out in Atlanta for the weekend. Canton rolls up the sidewalks at 9. If it's hung, she better come up with more money for a defense. I know that's a punishment right there. She won't have it. That's what happened with the Karen Reed. What is someone doing? Hold on 1 second. Listen to this. This guy called the wrong number. Listen up. Hold on.
Getting a call from you guys acting like you're going to talk about Medicare. But when I call back, I get someone talking about real estate and home. I don't understand why you're harassing me, but I want you to take me off of your fucking list and don't fucking call me again. If you call me again, I'm going to try to get a lawyer to come after you for harassment, or maybe just put a hitman on.
I love being threatened so much when it's a mistake. Can you believe he said that? Hey, dude, you called the wrong person and you threatened me with a hitman? It's like, I'm a real estate agent, not a Medicare salesperson. I guess you have to call the law. Every day is something else, man. These people are fucking morons. Who is it? It was a wrong number. Let's play it again because I'm keeping it for the rest of my life. What a fucking idiot.
I'm a call from you guys acting like you're going to talk about Medicare. But when I call back, I get someone talking about real estate and home. I don't understand why you're harassing me, but I want you to take me off of your fucking list and don't fucking call me again. If you call me again, I'm going to try to get a lawyer to come after you for harassment, or maybe just put a hitman on.
Don't ever call me again. Someone is routing your number then and doing some kind of business, trying to go after people who might have Medicare. You just threatened me with a hitman. Dude. Oh my God. He's not responding. You saw two jurists in the parking lot. Hope they weren't talking to each other. I'm pretty sure it's a criminal offense. He's not responding. Now I got to look him up. Hold on. Oh my God. Jeffrey Welsh, Destin, Florida. I'm going to make Jeffrey famous. Jeffrey Welsh. Somebody needs to go check on him and make sure he's okay. Seriously. Can't even with it. He's like, don't ever call me again. I didn't call you. Someone's routing your number and then doing some kind of business. You called me, dumbass. The judge explained to us the reason Miss Melody doesn't stand is that they are a jury of her peers. Standing for respect was optional. She should have stood, in my opinion. Patty, please wait before I act. Before I act with what? Saying his name out loud? I'm going to say his name out loud. I know what the rules are. Report it to who? Law enforcement doesn't do anything more. He's scared already. He hasn't responded. We got a call about installing a swimming pool once. The caller gave us the website where he got our number. Sure enough, there was a website for a pool installer with our address and number. Interesting. Can I call him back? No, I like it in writing. I sent him a text. I said, hey, dude, you called the wrong person and you threatened me with a hitman. I'm a real estate agent, not a Medicare salesperson. Yeah, I did. And I played it. I would be the victim, Jackie. He was threatening me with a hitman. It wasn't the opposite. What in the world did you miss? Oh, report him to the Swifties. That's funny. Some guy called twice. So he called me 2 times and I didn't answer. So he calls twice. There's 2 missed calls. I didn't respond. I said, I don't know who it is. And so he leaves me a nasty message, threaten me. Here he is. Hold on. I can't record it because it's Florida. I'll just let it go to voicemail. I can't record the call because it's Florida. So I don't want to go to jail again. To be fair, we all get them, Mealy. We all get them. Your number was listed on Google under an insurance company. I was helpless to get it removed, even let the insurance company know they were missing business calls. He is. He's calling again after telling me not to call him. I'll play it for you in a minute. Maybe he's hitting on me. Yeah, he was. He could be. He could be a subscriber here. Frenchie says, I'm stupid. I would have threatened him back. Worse. Extra protection from the crazy. I mean, I do feel for him. Between the Medicare and the election people, what do you expect? He's calling it. I mean, he's calling again. This is lush. He's called 4 times. Oh, no. What can you do? In Texas, we have to tell the person we're going to recall. I know. I could do that too. This is a recorded line. Leon County Fraud Department. Renee. The jury has left the building. Linda's just, you moved 6 years ago and just found your alcohol. Don't play with crazy, Patty. Frau Patty lost his number, so we can all wish him a happy day. You can protect me. Okay, I'll play it again. I'll play it again for those that are just watching. Oh no, he left me a second voicemail. Okay, hold on. This is the first one.
I would love to know why I'm getting a call from you guys acting like you're going to talk about Medicare. But when I call back, I get someone talking about real estate and home. I don't understand why you're harassing me, but I want you to take me off of your fucking list. And don't fucking call me again. If you call me again, I'm going to try to get a lawyer to come after you for harassment, or maybe just put a hitman on.
Then he calls back. I haven't listened to this. Wait, hold on. Let me start it over. Hold on.
I'm calling back to ask you how your number is related to 850
How the fuck would I know?
0564. That is the number that's been harassing me all day, trying to get me to talk about Medicare. When I actually took the call and talked with someone, they hung up on me. When I tried to call back, it routed me to your voicemail. So I don't know how you look into that, but 850-331-0564 is routing business.
Cool. It's literally. Somebody gave your number out for their past due bills. Well, that wasn't very nice. I don't understand, Janet. But every time I see a name that's just Janet, I think Janet Jackson. I could block him, but then I wouldn't have the entertainment I've had for the last 16 minutes. This dude, oh, he's retired. I looked him up. His name's Jeffrey Walsh. He lives in Destin. And I just reverse searched his phone number. I think he has something confused. No, he didn't apologize. He changed his tone, didn't he? Yeah, he did. He was firm, but less insane. Patty, I'd love to call you while you're doing a live feed, but today is not a good day because now I'm in a foul mood because of the lackadaisical kangaroo court. But I'll never get those 16 minutes back. But it's still funny. You're about to become a hurricane. Oh, Lord have mercy. I thought it was going to not come this at all. I thought it was just not going anywhere. Hurricane watchers increase threat of storm hitting the U.S. It could go to Florida. Well, wouldn't that be interesting? Like, I have time for that. Comcast gave you some deadbeat's phone number and who had to turn it over to a bunch of collection agencies. I used to get calls for some woman all the time. They didn't believe I was her. Of course they don't. Debbie saw Janet Jackson in concert at Patty's Playhouse years ago, and oh my God, she was amazing. I know. Oh, Whitney was late and hammered. People don't over 70. Oh, I didn't say he's over 70. I just said he was over. He's 60. Hold on. It says he's 62. He's probably retired. I think he lives in an apartment or a condo. Let's see where it is. Yeah, he's in a condo. He's fun at parties, though, I bet. Patty PI on the reverse surge. Did you hear her attorney's lame excuse for not standing? Yeah. Being a jury of their peers. People, I know he should have apologized when you're using the H-man word. Yep, he did, Pat EB. I was reading my own name. The judge said this morning he had another funeral to go to at 4:00. I'm assuming no verdict yet. Correct. Do you guys do you answer every call that comes in? I don't. Your new favorite word is lush. And you don't mean like drunk. I mean like fabulous. Your late husband's grown son uses the number for debt collectors. I'm sorry. How is this caller getting your number? It's not a personal number. It's a business number. It used to be my house, like when we had landlines, it used to be my house number, and I converted it to a mobile number because it was such an easy number to remember. Did I research his number? Yes, I did. You couldn't hear what he was saying. He needs anger management. So he was getting Medicare calls, and when he replied to the number, it was routing to me, is what he said. And then he threatened them with maybe he'll get an attorney or an H man, like it man. And then he hung up because he was done with it. And then I saw the voicemail, and then I called him back while on camera. I mean, they called back. I let you listen to it. And then I texted him back that I'm a real estate agent. I'm not Medicare insurance agent. And then he called me back 4 more times, telling me to not call him. He was calling back and calling back, telling me not to call him again. They are done for the day, Elisa. They are done for the day. Yeah, I don't answer, which is why I didn't answer when he called. I think they're arguing over the charges, so it'll either be guilty or it'll be hung. It won't be not guilty. You never answer calls you don't recognize. Back when people had to hang up to end the call, I took the phone in the bathroom and flushed the toilet over. I used to use a whistle. There's a lot of things I used to use, but I'm just tired. would have been nice for Gary to have a funeral. So apparently, according to Facebook, which I think the post has been taken down. Hold on one second. This is an agent. They are having the funeral after the that was the real estate agent who had her closings, even though the seller of the property didn't want to close today. Who does that? She's coming by. Janet, not Jackson. Do I have the next trial picked out? No, hold on. I don't know what's coming up. Does anybody somebody mentioned what was the girl's name out of Utah, the stabbing? But I think they've only had a first appearance. That man is a crazy, creepy old buzzard. Well, I think some of these calls really could take you to your max. I think when you're getting so many calls for political calls, text messages, pitch calls, and you know that these phone companies know how to turn it off, but they don't. That's what he said, no way. That's what he said. COVID times, they were quiet, weren't they, Randy? COVID times weren't all that bad. No Medicare, Social Security, even your car warranty is about to expire. You know what I liked about it? Public 6-foot rule. I loved it. You could only go one way down the aisle. I thought that was genius. Why didn't they keep that? So if you don't have a Publix here, Publix had it during COVID that you had to go up and down and you couldn't like have two people in the aisle in the opposite direction because of COVID. And I thought, that is genius, period. You only answer to your daughter and your husband, Bilbo? My gosh, your day must be light. Good for you. Why is getting Medicare? Someone gave Patty's number. Those Medicare calls are so annoying. I look at Facebook ad for free trip to Bora Bora. Callers that aren't in my contract list don't ring, go straight to voicemail. I listen and call back. I can't really do that all the time because it is a business number. Bling will have to do some Patty t-shirts. She's having surgery next week. But this is a business number, Diana. So I often have to answer the phone even though I don't like it. Answering the phone was always risky before caller ID, I remember. It's not my personal phone, it's a business phone, Rosemary. I have two. I carry two phones. I could put it on speaker so we could hear. I did put it on speaker. We will be busy with this trial till Thanksgiving. Next time someone meets law and crime, ask them if they have an up and coming trial list. I don't think they do. It's just crazy to me, though. Isn't it crazy? To me, it's crazy anyway. I've never seen anything like it. I don't know how this. I never, ever, ever, ever would have thought this would take this long. Back in the landline days, my number was put in the yellow pages for Merle Norman Cosmetics. Oh, that's funny. We used to have one of those in our mall here. I don't know if we still do. Jebby said she used to have 2 phones and 2 pagers. I've never had a pager. Praying the caller gets busy with a home project. He lives in a condo, so there shouldn't be too many home projects. I liked looking up people in a phone book. When does the Shanna Gardner's trial start? I'd have to read up on that. It doesn't start till 2025, people. 2025. Is that true? Shannon Gardner trial is not till. October 20th, 2025? No more storms. We're almost in 2025. October 2025 is what it says. October 20th, 2025. Tons of delays because it's a death penalty case. I sold pagers when they were a thing and did maintenance on them. You know, that's not a bad idea to see if you can get one now. He explained why he did it, but forgot the apology. Yes, that's what I was just looking up. Shannon Gardner. Fall 2025. Your first cell phone was one of those bag phones. My first cell phone was the kind that wired to your car. Was it good lipstick? The Merle Norman, was it good? Someone said they could have given us a score. That's funny. Your mom used Merle Norman makeup. I don't know. Shannon G is very similar to Wendy, except it's a death penalty case. You hated the one ways in the grocery. I loved it. 6 people, 6 feet apart. Don't touch me, don't look at me, and don't come near me. I loved it. You get cold sores with lipstick. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's true. When you get older, time does fly. I can remember just taking the phone off the hook and never answering anything. That's what I remember. We just won't talk to anybody today. Mm. The Treehouse murder trial. I don't know that one. The judge asked to be disqualified. Judge asked for to be disqualified from the murder trial in case of a Florida man representing himself who was accused of taking part in a robbery that turned deadly after the jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict. Franklin Ty Tucker was charged with homicide. Where'd I put it? He was charged with homicide, aggravated assault, and battery for a robbery that led to the death of Matthew Bonnet and injured Paula Belmont at a property known as the Treehouse. State Attorney Dennis Ward iterated his intention to retry the case. The judge asked to be disqualified. Monroe County is where the keys are. So murder suspect confessed to brutal killing of camper. Ooh. The judge set date of December 11th for the resentencing of Eric and Kyle Menendez. I don't think there's anything decent coming up, but if there is, I'll look for it. I know 2025 is 2 months from now, but it's October 2025 is when they're going to do it. I'm so old, your cell phone area code is 212. I don't know where 212 is. Your old phone number was 1 digit off from the lottery number. Maya Millett murder trial. Let me look that one up. Judge pushes start a murder trial to next summer. Why is he wearing a mask? The mother of his 3 children. He pled not guilty. Her body's never been found. Oh, New York City. Penny trial. Daniel Penny. Oh, yeah, the subway killing. That'll be on. It began with opening statements 55 minutes ago. There was an article. It started. Are they allowing cameras in the courtroom? I like the frame pick that's under the mantle. This one right here, this one. There's two of them. Oh, it's dirty back there. There's two of them. This one, I think they came, I mean, Scott buys everything used. I don't know where they came from. Doesn't say. And that's the other one. He buys everything used. Behind me. Put them on the wall. It's not my job. I have a different role. Cool, thanks. Get them on the wall. I don't hang things in here. I don't do anything. Scott decorates. The next status hearing for the Adelson debacle is December 10th. It looks like Bombay Company. You see it in a lot of doctors' offices. I really don't know because he gets everything secondhand. Love the memories y'all are giving me. Well, that's very fantastic. That's awesome, Jerry. The jury's not coming back until Monday, 9 o'clock. They're from Kirkland's. Yeah, I don't hang anything. I might lean something up against a wall, but I'm not hanging it. We have very little artwork in here right now. We used to have a ton, but Scott has so many projects going on. I do see it was sold as a pair, but I think there's even a third one somewhere. Like a bigger one that was in the... Turn it to the left. Other way. Well, I'm going to go because my friend is here. And she's alive and didn't go to jail. So that's good. That's what it's like to work at the brokerage. You're just happy at the end of the day that you do not have to post bond for someone. Charlotte had a rough afternoon, but she fixed it. And she called to let me know. It's so funny. Very funny. Have a great weekend. I'll probably see you on Sunday afternoon for our Sunday chat. And thank you so much for spending hours with me. I really do appreciate it. It's super fun. I mean, to watch a trial, which, you know, someone died and someone's life is on the line, but to do it with all of you, it is fun. So thank you so much. No cameras in a New York court. Thank you, everyone. Have a great weekend. See you Sunday. I would say go Knowles, but we all know how that's going to turn out. So take care. It is not